Or OBS goes through so much streaming everything that I want. I'm very glad it doesn't.
Dear God, you didn't update it, did you?
I was just about to make some kind of joke about that because it has fucked me in the past with that kind of revenge.
Dude, there was
maybe.
one point where I didn't update it for like 5 years. Then I bought a new computer, and I'm like, when did they give it dark mode?
Yeah,
That
I
happens
remember
sometimes.
that.
Yeah, there's some apps where you're like, oh, they have a dark mode now. It's modernizing.
I've had it.
I
You'll
just
so
see
didn't
you,
realize
everything is
that for
white
like
and dark.
I didn't realize for multiple years I was just hitting like ignore this, ignore this,
Yeah.
ignore this.
you got to be careful with that because one day they'll be like, you can't ignore it this time, and you're like, what? You gotta like,
or it just won't work with whatever version of Windows you're on now.
or you're even more unlucky that it's supposed to work and it just doesn't. I've had OBS update and then it just won't boot. It's like, sorry, whatever we updated, we broke it. It's like, man, you can't even ask for it to roll back. They're just like, well, fuck you, and you have to like re-download it, like the newest setup or whatever. But
That happens
Sometimes
once in
when
a
you
while
do
with,
that long
NVIDIA
enough,
drivers.
yeah, sometimes when you do that long enough with certain applications, you can't even just delete them. Like you can't go and just remove the entire thing. You have to like download some other piece of technology to go and wipe out every file that even slightly pertains to the thing that you're removing.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
display
it won't
drivers.
reinstall.
just pour acid into the
DDU,
hard drives.
Yeah, that was a thing I almost had to do to resolve an old computer issue. They were like, yeah, download the display driver uninstaller app, and it completely like wipes all of the display driver stuff on your PC, all the remnants of old driver stuff, and completely, installs a new one fresh. Even like the base NVIDIA thing says, it gives you options for, do you want to just do like a quick install or a complete and total
What's the newest word
ground
on
up kind of thing?
updating the newest graphics drivers for NVIDIA cards? Is that still dangerous or like problematic?
I don't typically. Let me actually check, because I don't think I have the latest ones. It's
I
not
haven't
typically
updated it,
something that I'm always.
since I remember reading about like the problems it was causing or whatever. I'm waiting for them to say it's all good
I've
now.
heard stuff like that too. Sometimes the driver comes out and it just like causes issues and people have to roll back. It's why I'm not on the cutting edge of NVIDIA updates.
Mm-hmm.
If I go to drivers here, it'll probably ask me if I want to install the new one. Yeah, there's a new one.
Yeah. There's definitely new ones for me.
Yeah. Windrose,
Pragmata.
Pragmata.
Which I hear is possibly really good. I don't know.
Heard it's good.
Yeah,
I've
like
heard it's good, but I haven't heard much.
Got overwhelmingly positive reviews. I've seen little discussion on mechanics, mostly just about the little girl and the guy or whatever. So I'm hoping there's lots of mechanical praise to be had for that game.
As I understand, it's got like puzzles integrated into the combat, which on its face sounds interesting. But yeah, I think I'd probably want to hear more about. Oh man, it's actually like super cool and kind of innovative.
It looks neat.
Released same time, near enough anyway, as the Mouse PI for Hire, which I'm also interested in having a little look-see at some point. So I don't know, I'm going to fit all this in, especially because I think Metal's planning on having a look at Pragmata at some point, so if he says it's worth checking out, maybe I will. I like video games. They're neat.
I like video games too, and yeah, if he says it's good, and it seems to be pretty good based on what little I've heard so far, yeah, could check it out.
I've been playing the old Mario games because I played Galaxy because of the movie. That was nice.
Give you a
back
review.
to Sunshine. Well, of the game.
Yes.
I just assume that people already know that it's like one of my favorite games like ever. So,
Galaxy or Sunshine?
Galaxy. I love Sunshine. But I've always had more of an affinity for Galaxy. It really feels like it was made for me. Of all of the Mario games, I wonder if it's a sort of a chicken and the egg situation of which, because I find space super fascinating, like, and just science fiction that's in space. I love space. It's like, I wonder which one came first. Do I like space, and that's why I like Ratchet and Clank and stuff, or is it the other way around? But I mean, yeah, when you go back to Sunshine, it's like, yeah, I do love this game, but goddamn, it is an inconsistent experience, that's for sure. compared to Galaxy, which feels a lot more refined, and maybe you could say that there's something that's lost because of that. But I'd say that what you gain is a reliably like quality experience.
Missing
Amazing
out.
soundtrack, great visuals, just a generally cool and diverse set of levels. The way that gravity is played around with is particularly fun and often very unique. It's very polished compared to something like Sunshine, where it's like, man, that movement system is like robust. It really is. It's very impressive. A lot of the technology for the time is very impressive. The vibe is super unique. To the point that it feels like something like Sunshine probably wouldn't be made today, even by a company like Nintendo. It's a little bit too, Galaxy is
Too
like,
wacky.
man, that's a solid idea for like a Mario game. Whereas, so Mario goes to like a tropical island, and like he gets a
Goes
water
to
gun.
jail.
There's also a jetpack, and he needs to clean up goo. It's like that really feels like, dude, we got a GameCube that can like actually do some cool stuff with water. So do we want to like build a game around that? Which I feel like is not even really a thing anymore because we're not that interested in generational jumps in technology. Because the jump is usually like, yeah, I mean the graphics are better, but like almost all of the core tech that would like spark these innovations has already happened. Now it is just
Yeah.
graphics, pretty much.
It's also all
Whenever-
iterative. Like there's such a small gap now between a console generation that like you've kind of, and because of the release of like pro consoles as well,
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
that would once have been reserved for a new generation is now being sort of rolled out over a gradual period of time, so it's less stark.
It feels
I
like
love
the
that
PS5 hasn't even happened, really.
Oh yeah, I mean we're only just at the point where the PlayStation 5 is getting exclusive games. Like a lot of
Barely.
the games that come out up to this point, I'm pretty sure Call of Duty's still multi-platform, and I don't know that it's ever been multi-platform this late. Because remember, this generation should nearly be over. It won't be because of stuff getting delayed because of all the fucking shortages of these components, but 7 years is about as long as it's a last, and we are in the
Long
sixth
time.
year of this generation.
What a crazy generation
really
it's
does-
been.
It really does feel like after there was like a point where it really did feel like the generation just sort of stopped and they all really blended into each other. And it was probably like the
PlayStation
end of the
4,
PS4.
Xbox One.
Yeah, that was kind of like the last one that I
didn't
think
say before
of.
that. I
Dude,
think
I love the
I don't think the PS3 to PS4 is a big jump. Sorry, Nick.
I love the PC supremacists too. They're like, well, actually, I just play games on my computer. It's like, well, your computer
True.
game, it's literally a slave to a 2011 piece of hardware from Microsoft because they're making it so it runs on the original Xbox One. So yeah, that kind of limits game design, doesn't it? A little bit.
It happened for a while. It as not as much anymore, and part of that is because consoles are just a lot better than they used to be. But there was a long time where big games, big AAA games, like big Battlefield releases and everything, they were the way they were because of console limitations.
Yeah.
How long things last in the world, the scale of stuff, the kind of graphics they can have, the physics engines. A lot of this really was, well, if the consoles can't handle it, then I mean it's just not going to be a part of the game. Battlefield 3 on consoles was like 16v16. It was like tiny.
It was.
When the PC version
I don't think it was that
doing-
high. I think it was 24 players. Actually, I think it was lower than
Was it
what you were
really?
thinking. I think it was 12v12 Battlefield 3. And you'd only have three points to capture in Conquest compared to like 7 or 8 that you would get on And it gets a bit awkward, right? Because when you have the DLC coming out, like Armored Kill, and like, oh, the biggest map in Battlefield history, is like, yeah, it ain't that big on console. Kind of like the whole appeal of that is gone. When you play on console.
It was night and day. When I
That was a big
kinda
reason why I got a
stopped
PC.
Yeah, I think Battlefield 3 was one of those games that kind of got me into PC gaming. And so some of the first games I ever bought on PC were specifically games that I had played on console so that I could see the difference. So it'd be stuff like Battlefield 3, Bad Company 2, another one was, Skyrim was one at the time. So yeah, just to see the difference. And it was just huge. The difference was huge. But yeah. Actually, Fringy, I saw a post going around. Someone had said that a particular controller was in like the top, like the best one ever made or anything. And I guess I was thinking about the best controllers that have ever been made, and I guess it goes for everybody. But would you say that the GameCube controller is a top 3 controller?
It
It
was in
probably
its
has to
era.
be.
I think it's
Yeah.
outclassed now.
Because I've tried, you can get the GameCube one. It's a good comparison because I've got the one for the Switch, which is the GameCube controller. But like it was really good for its time. But like you only have the Z is like your equivalent of right bumper. There's no left bumper. There's no L3 or R3. So it's kind of, and they've sort of kept those limitations in the Switch version. Though they did sort of add a really shitty left bumper button. But like at the
Z,
time, I
right?
love it, and it was really like it's the one I'm still most familiar with. But then you try and use it on a game now when you're now used to using like a PS5 controller, and it's like I still love you, but it's kind of like an old car love as opposed to a
Yeah.
I think maybe like because the way that I would make a case for it is probably like for all of the games that are designed for it, it like really shows that people will stick with it. Like for instance, the fact that like all competitive Melee is played with the GameCube. Like I don't know that anybody's playing it with like any different controllers. Everybody's playing it with that, as I was, because that's what it was designed for. I guess I'd be curious about how many people play Resident Evil 4 like today with the GameCube controller, for instance.
Hmm.
Look at that. When I look at it on screen,
I love
so many
the
positive memories.
Yeah. It's got it's borderline hyper nostalgic, but
Fucking love that controller.
it's probably PS5 for me. I think it's the number 1 controller right now. It's the one I would choose.
It's funny because obviously I'm very nostalgic for the DualShock, but yeah, the DualSense is obviously better.
I have not played with a PS5 controller. I've used the PS4 one a bit, and I liked
Well,
it.
it's just
It wasn't as good as the
more like the
360
Xbox
one to me,
controller.
but
I think that's the reality. Is the Xbox 360 controller is like the most influential controller
Yeah.
ever.
Interesting
Like in
that,
terms
like,
of how
it's
everything
specific
is.
to who was winning the console race is the controller. Because I gotta be honest, if the Xbox 360 was considered by most people to be the best controller, the Xbox One controller and obviously Series X is the exact same thing. It's just like a better version of that. I think that's probably my favorite, but I made the cut over to PlayStation later, so I get why people say DualSense.
I think it would have to be that it's the Xbox 360 controller because every other controller is converged around that design.
Mhm.
Even the Switch 2 like Pro controller is basically the same. Like everything has become that now. It's like, oh yep, it's like how I suppose it's maybe a less grim example of how like every car is a crossover SUV that looks exactly the same. It's like that, but for video games.
Yeah,
The
'cause if
Switch
you
Pro
look at-
controller is an exact copy. The PlayStation controller, though, still has the stick on the bottom. And I do 99% of my gaming on a PS5 Pro controller now.
yeah, same.
And it's just, I'm still not used to this. I mean, I guess I'm used to it, but I don't like it. I prefer the stick.
I don't like
top
to it.
left.
I was when I played console, I had an Xbox, so I do prefer the stick being higher on the left, and I don't even know why. There's just something about it that felt good, right? I probably got used to it. I don't think there's any real difference in terms of like the performance that it leads to, but maybe it might have been if you move your, and I'm sure that maybe they're designed this way, so maybe it depends on how big your thumbs are. If your left stick is being pushed to the right and your right stick is being pushed to the left, your thumbs or anything like touch in the middle or something. But I don't. Maybe that's just me. But
enough of
when you look at the
like PS2 and GameCube at the same time, I never had a preference for the analog stick being up or down on the left side.
Wait,
I don't
Chad's
think I do
actually
either.
100% right. The ideal gaming is 2 flippers on the left and right with an action button in the middle. 3 buttons is all you need. Exactly. That's the pinball strat.
when you look at the original Xbox controller, which I remember having difficulty with at the time because when I was very young, I was a little guy when I was young. Yeah, that's a big controller. That's actually kind of a large controller. So if you're a little guy, you're a little kid, your little hands, you're like, oh, there's a lot. So they really sized it down.
No, I mean,
No,
maybe the
but-
controllers is like indicative of it feels like it's something that everybody's recognized, which is that even in the sort of these sort of products, things used to be wacky and unique, whereas now everything is again converged around the same design.
Yeah,
and that
like,
this is
you'll
Yeah,
like
never
it is
get
serious
another
aspect of life.
Yeah.
N64 controller. You will never get another one of those because that
Dude,
thing
as
is
soon as he
would
said
look
wacky, I immediately thought
Yeah.
N64.
Yeah.
That
I
thing
grabbed
is-
it
that
off to the
thing's-
side.
It's like
That thing's
experimental when you look at it. And it kind
I
of
don't
was
know
in a
if I
way.
would game. If that was my only option this year, I don't know if I would game.
I would.
Well, when you look at that
I would.
original Xbox
You would.
controller and what it became, you're like, you can clearly tell, like, oh, they struck something and they knew to stick with it, but to change it a bit, evolve it, they lost the black and white buttons. Remember, they had the black and white buttons on the right
Yeah.
side of the original Xbox controller, and then got rid of those, added some other things, made it smaller, put the buttons closer together. So yeah, but I mean, I think that's just I think it's just a result of, you know, design. You can sort of finding quote unquote the answer. There's only until, well, and the
And
only
nobody wants to
innovations
do
have been little
anything
things for the
crazy.
most part. Yeah, they've added
Yeah.
the little button paddle things on the back, I think, and some stuff like that. But peripherals for, you know, I mean, I think, I mean, maybe we've just sort of plateaued, and it'll just be the little bitty adjustments here and there until there's something really big. But
Nah,
until they start getting to, like,
I think it's like all things. It's just going to be like small iterations on this forever.
Yeah.
And if you don't like it, that's too bad because this is what all the
It was
options are.
statistically
I think
just
you're
the
right,
most
yeah.
effective and efficient. Like they've nailed it
Yeah.
now, so there's no
we've
more
discovered it.
experimenting.
Yeah, the basic formula.
All
Until
the
they add
third
things
party
like eye
controllers were like-
tracking or
Yeah.
Or honorary changes, right? Like we're releasing a special edition, blah 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 controller. See, look, there it goes. Anyway,
Yeah.
Bull's ass.
Well, I mean,
OG.
You can say it's even down to, because again, the GameCube, it's like, hey, we had fun with the box that it is. Now we don't care really what the box looks like. Now it's just a rectangle.
how dare
They
you?
clearly
So
don't
we
we
Yeah,
had
have
it's like the
rectangle.
innovation there
PS5
is
the
in how
vampire
it's
collar.
used as opposed to what it looks like. So there's still some innovation, and it does still tend, I think, to be Nintendo. It sort of goes under notice because nobody fucking uses it, because why would you? But like, you can use the Switch 2 controllers as a mouse. That you can take them out of the
Right.
console, run them around on a table, and they function as a mouse. They also function as basic motion. Like there's a lot of differentness going on there, but like part of the reason everything else has been standardized is that you don't actually need all of that stuff. It's a nice attempt to do something different, but much like the Wii mode, sort of, it was fun for a bit, but it does have some basic fundamental limitations. Everyone eventually goes back to using the standardized thing because it's just optimized for the most types of games that you play.
Yeah, there is something about, I like to just have all the buttons right there in my hand. I don't have to point it at the screen. I could have it up, down, tilted a certain way. I could lean sideways on the couch or my chair or anything like that. And that's just, boom, it just works. All the buttons are there at my fingertips, and there we go.
Have any
And I
of you
think with
guys
even-
gotten dragged into like the rhythm gaming stuff at all recently? The new return to form on like guitar controllers and stuff.
No, I didn't know that was happening.
No. I'm glad to
they
hear it,
have, like-
though. That stuff was
Yeah.
fun.
For years, I got into Guitar Hero like a couple of years ago because the Xbox One games were like rising in price, and I was trying to find a guitar, and they were like $300 on eBay.
Yeah.
It was like absolutely absurd to get one. The only ones you can get were like on the old consoles. Now, I guess the push from all the YouTubers who got popular playing Guitar Hero recently, it's like gotten to the point where there are companies pulling up who are building these controllers with like modern parts and stuff, and I got suckered into buying 3 of them.
Was it
Are they good?
worth it?
Do they work?
Yeah,
Well,
dude, these things have like better, like the people who make like the custom guitars were working directly with the companies. I can't remember the name specifically off the top of my head right now. There was like the PDP Riffmaster, which is like a Rock Band guitar controller, and the other one is just like, it's by the group that made the Guitar Hero controllers for the original Guitar Hero.
oh, cool. Because I was worried that those would, because there was a big phase between Guitar Hero and Rock Band and stuff, where those were really, they were out there and they were fun. They were like these really cool, fun party games and stuff.
Yeah.
And the last time I played one was at an arcade. We went, when I was in Orlando, we went to this arcade
Yeah.
where you pay like $20 up front, and you just get to hang out there for as long as you fucking want. And they had, that's where the Guitar Hero was. They had the stands and the arcades for him. We've got, I told, I know a relative who has an old one for the Wii, Rock Band on like Wii. And I said, no, all those peripherals and everything, because they got the drums and the guitar and everything. He's like, don't get rid of those. Don't give them away. Those could be like worth a fair amount. So, because I worried that they just like disappear, and I don't want them to disappear because they're fun. It's fun to get people and do the band stuff. And I think
Sure.
the
Yeah.
modern
Drums
games have
next.
support for making your own tracks and stuff like that too, which is
Yeah.
good. And
Well, I don't know if the newest ones do anymore. Nowadays, I think they just sunset Rock Band, but it got like consumed into Fortnite. Like the company that made Rock Band made the Fortnite rhythm game component. So all the songs you buy for like lobby tracks, and there's tons of them now, you can just play in the Guitar Hero mode that's built into the game.
Dude, it's so funny
Fortnite
because like
Festival.
Guitar and Rock Band, they're just popular enough to be like, you know, people are like, what are you gonna do with them? Do anything? But they're not popular enough to sustain themselves anymore in like their own fan base. It just teeters on that line.
they'll until there's maybe another. I don't know if it'll ever come back. I mean, I
Mhm.
think things are often can be often cyclical when it comes to trends in entertainment and things. So maybe they'll make a resurgence and come back. But I guess everyone knows about them, which is, you know, in and of itself
Do
kind of a
they?
thing to at
Do
least be
they?
optimistic.
Does everybody know about them, or just
Rock
you
Band
know,
and
how many-
Guitar Hero. Yeah, I
Dude,
think
the-
in
pretty much
our
everyone.
generation? In our
No,
generation,
no,
yeah.
there's a
but
huge
how many-
elephant in the
I've-
room. Clone Hero exists now, and that kind of, I mean, the only solution they could have is if they went after Clone Hero, and I don't think they can because I don't think they use actual Rock Band stuff or Guitar Hero
Is that
stuff.
the
But there is an application that you can download for free with like an online list of
Yeah, yeah.
songs, and you can have any song for free on your computer, and all you've got to do is plug this guitar in. So like, why would you want to go back to the old business model
Yeah.
of getting 28 songs for $60 or $70 or $80 these days, and then
And
have
then
to
you have to
buy
buy
a
the
million DLC
peripherals.
songs? And yeah, when you could just take these things that are made by the same guys, plug it into your computer, and play every song that ever existed. I played the Breaking Bad theme song on Expert.
The thing is, if they were to do it, they would need to have it be that you can, like, the game comes with 200 tokens to spend on, like, 200 songs in the store, which has, like, every song ever or something.
Yeah.
And then you can earn more tokens in-game
Oh,
or buy
yeah.
more, because there's the idea there's, like, oh, you get to play 28 songs, like, yeah, okay, that's not enough. Especially when they might not even be songs I like
I'm
at this
paying
point.
because I'm paying for the guitar, and they're gonna want to have the microphone as a part of it too, and they want to have the drums, and you know, then you want to get another guitar so that someone else can play the bass. You know, it kind of does in a way live and die off of the peripheral friend aspect, you know, party game element for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want it to disappear because I have a lot of good memories of doing Rock Band and Guitar Hero with peeps. So.
Someone I want to bring up because I saw it and I nearly lost it as a tab, and I was like, no. There's an account called Disney Store, and there's this page I'm posting in a second. It says, "Your destiny awaits. Will you receive one of the 6 episode Spirit jerseys or the special chase style? The Star Wars mystery box lands on April 24th at 8 a.m. Now there's 6 ones you can get, and each of them represent a movie. Dost
There's
thou
6.
and let me
6,
show you
huh?
let me show you an example. Episode 3. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And those people point out, it's like, Disney, what about the ones you made? And they're like, nah, don't worry about it.
Well, did you see relating to that, all the stuff that's going on with Galaxy's Edge and how they've been basically just converting that into the original trilogy stuff. They've got, you know, the Leia's, you know, General Princess Leia is in there now, and it was just a complete and total failure of the sequel trilogies to have any lasting impact to pick up stream.
I would laugh more if Disney wasn't broadly very like successful, like in terms of all of their, you know, general like endeavors. You know, it's like, yeah,
sure,
Star Wars failed. It's like, yeah, sure, Marvel's not doing great. It's like, it's not looking great at the moment. It's like, yeah, but what about like in general? It's like, no, I mean, they're still making shit tons of money.
No, and cynically, right, if they were to just eventually agree with reality and be like, yeah, we have to stick with the first 6 episodes, that's still lame that they have control over them. They use them to make money.
Yeah.
It's just...
Oh, yeah, as long as they have control, it's always going to be, like, negative.
It's kind of
shit,
no ultimate good fate for Star Wars.
Not
you know,
really.
It's, like, kind of doomed.
Yeah, because they'll never get rid of it.
Speaking of
Cowboy
Doom...
Hat Man in charge.
Why don't you could introduce this, because you just sent it to us, but I'm just going to show this on screen as well, so...
Oh, I just find that amusing as a There's a thing when I was scrolling Twitter and then I see a tweet that says, Avengers Doomsday will reportedly feature multiple character assassinations.
Multiple?
It's just
Don't you mean
really
all?
funny. Because, of course, you know what they're saying. It's like, oh, characters are going to die. And it's like, yeah, but character assassinations. True!
All of
We will
them, every
cover
last
character
one.
assassinations. I
Really?
assume that it's gonna not. It'll be exactly like in Endgame, where there's some big thing that happens in the plot that basically every single person is an idiot for like not recognizing.
Well, and there's been posts being like they're gonna kill an Avenger, and almost everyone's just like Ant-Man. Is it Ant-Man? And
There's
they're
the
like,
rumor it was going to be one of the Thunderbolts, as though when you put this apart.
Ant-Man and a Thunderbolt. There you go, guys.
The new
Well,
Avengers.
Shang-Chi
right.
fights Gambit. Is that a thing that is
Oh,
happening? Can't believe that's. We finally get the
wow.
matchup of a century.
Oh no, he's not gonna make a
Yeah.
name for himself after all.
Oh.
It's
So,
just
yeah.
like, how are you guys getting? I mean, now look, all right, you guys in chat. I know that you're not falling for it, I suppose, but I don't know how people. Like, I keep seeing things like, oh, of all the things at CinemaCon, oh, that was the one that resonated the most. That was the one that was the most exciting. That was the best part. It's like, dude, it's fucked.
It is so
it
fucked.
has to be.
You are
It
so
has
mega
to
fucked.
be.
This is
Ultra
the
fucked.
hardest project they've had to make in the entire MCU. This one is the most difficult, like, to make good. And they're at their worst as a skill level, so...
They're going out of their way, though, to, I guess, compensate for the last almost 10 years of Marvel movies. So, like, they've said it's picking up directly after Endgame. They're re-releasing Endgame in cinemas the same month. There's all that
They're desperate
random,
to get back there.
meaningless stuff about canceling cancel culture, whatever the fuck that means. I mean, that could just mean that he's upset that She-Hulk didn't get a season 2. But it could just be an attempt to signify to the audience, is that, no, we're on everybody's side now, so come back and watch our film. Look, here's the last thing that you, for some reason, inexplicably enjoyed. Endgame's back in the cinema. I say, yeah, but
Endgame
what
2.
about all of the other homework? Is that now useless? It can't be useless because they're all in the movie. So do I need
Dude,
to
that's
know
gonna
about the
complicate
Fantastic Four?
things even more. Like, imagine now if this is right after Endgame, that means it also happens simultaneously with Daredevil Born Again.
I don't...
Oh, well,
I don't think that's what
People
they...
don't care.
in New
People
York
don't care
City,
about the
that's
timeline.
It
Yeah.
is really funny though to say like, yeah, it picks up right where Endgame left off. Because imagine if you decided, okay, based on that, I'm going to just, you know, I've not seen it before. I'll watch all the way up to Endgame, and then I'll stop, and then I'll watch Doomsday. And it's like, man, there's like a lot of new people,
Yeah.
people.
Well,
And I haven't
it's
seen
only...
those X-Men movies either, so I don't know who these guys are.
They're not
too,
saying
you
it
know?
from like a timeline perspective. They're just talking about where you remember
Spiritually.
finding things meaningful. Please revert your mind to those times. Don't think about all the shit that came out recently because
Except
we're not doing that.
Is this
You-
whole
you
movie
will.
though not just like here's Tobey Maguire,
Yeah.
here's fucking Wolverine? So it's entirely possible that it is timeline based because
Have you?
the main I haven't seen like a shitload. I just assume the main heroes are all like legacy characters from other media.
Well, do you know about the? It's been discussed on many parts of the internet how it opens, how it begins.
I heard that Ian McKellen leaked it.
Well,
And to be honest, I actually think it's based if that happened.
specifically,
Specifically the bombing of New Jersey. That's fucking awesome. That's exactly how dude, as a New Yorker myself,
My ass
New
will be in that
Jersey getting
seat, yeah.
exploded. Yeah, I'm fucking there, dude. I'm sorry.
Finally, we'll get a New Jersey.
No, I
indeed,
was I was more so referring to like Deadpool, Wolverine, and the rest of the X-Men all destroy Sam Raimi's Spider-Man universe and kill Tobey Maguire.
Dude, that's great. That's awesome. They killed
So that-
immediately.
Yeah, that's like the first thing that happens apparently in the movie.
There goes my childhood.
I know, right?
So I what? Sometimes you just want to hold these people and say, "What the fuck are you thinking?"
Dude, on one hand, Tobey Maguire is gonna die. That was kind of
Like,
the main thing I wanted to see in the movie. But on the other hand, he takes New Jersey with him, so that's good.
Like, you know how everyone like really loved Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield in No Way Home,
so let's kill
and
them.
it made you a shit ton of money. Like, what are you smoking? What kind of crack are you smoking over there? What's your problem? Why would you do that? Who wanted this?
When you know what it'll be is like no, we'll bring him back like at the end of the movie or the next movie or whatever, and you're like, oh, okay.
Dude, Deadpool looks at the camera and goes, "Don't even ask me what he was doing to the budget," and they just kill him immediately. Oh, dude, I can't wait. It's gonna be so good.
It'll be the sloppiest slop that ever slopped. That movie. It's gonna be
Oh boy, will
the
it?
worst sludgy
It's gonna look
sludge.
indistinguishable from a weird AI edit.
Yeah.
probably.
It kind of is.
Yeah.
I do like how that's become like very just openly accepted as an insult to say that something is like AI. And that is an insulting thing. No, there's a lot of good memes now where people just post bad movies and say, you know,
I
with
made
only a
this with-
fraction of the
yeah.
time and budget, I made this with Sundance 3.1 and whatever. And it's just a scene from like Shang-Chi or
My
some
favorite
bullshit
was
movie. Yeah.
the Superman fight with all the goons where he kills them all because it really looks like AI. It totally is
Oh,
viable.
yeah.
And then when they all fall to the ground, they're all alive. They just are,
Yeah,
because
don't worry about
James
it.
Gunn wasn't interested in writing a story where he had to account for a hero who doesn't kill people. He's just like, no, they're just not dead. Because that's a real great sign of and the exciting that movie they're starting production on it real soon, aren't they?
Oh, nearly. Before we, I guess, start up, as well, because loads of people have been saying it. We were just talking, but hi, Rags. How are you?
Yeah,
sir?
hello,
Welcome.
hi. I'm doing all right. I realize that a lot of people have been worried and concerned, and a lot of people have been messaging me, and I've read I've read a lot of the messages, and I apologize for not responding to everybody, but if you messaged me, I did read it, and I really do appreciate it. So I want to, I guess, catch up everybody without getting too, I guess, specific about things that are going on. But essentially, I just a lot of stuff's been happening IRL, sort of behind the scenes. A lot of stuff has really been taken away, a lot of my attention and a lot of my time, and I've had to, just take care of a bunch of stuff in that regard. And at least for the foreseeable future, my Saturday availability and some other days, but my Saturday availability is pretty inconsistent, and there's going to be a lot of things that I'll be kind of needed for, or I'll be needed to be around for. So I'll be on the episodes that I can be on, and hopefully things like completely clear up and I'll be available as normally. But if not, I guess we'll kind of play it by ear a bit. We'll see what happens. But I guess no one like worry or anything. I'm okay. Things are all right. No one's been horrifically killed, so things are So I appreciate a lot of everyone. It's kind of humbling in a way. The outpouring of support that I've gotten. I like to keep my personal life and stuff like that kind of compartmentalized with online stuff and everything, and a lot of things you keep close to your chest. So I again, I really do appreciate it, but there's nothing to really like worry about. So I'll be here when I can, and thanks again. So I'm free, I'm here, I'm available, and so here I'm on EFAP, and we're gonna have a good time, and that'll be great. So thanks again, everyone, and don't worry, I'm not disappearing either way. Like unless I get hit by an asteroid or something, I will be around in one capacity or another. So we'll just kind of see how things play out. But I'm here. I am
How would you
here.
get hit by an
It's good
asteroid?
to be
We
here.
got Quib Gift or whatever, the astral projection
Quib
defensive.
Gift is amazing. All right, Quib Gift will make a return in Avengers Endgame.
Dude, if you do get hit by an asteroid, I'll pay a VTuber to be like, Imp's friend got detonated by an asteroid.
Why would you make such a niche reference? Like, 99% of chat would be like, what the fuck is he talking about? But the ones who get it, they're having fun.
Well, a lot of people won't even fucking know what Quib Gift is because
That's
we haven't
true.
done that thing in a while.
Well,
Quib Gift is...
Who's the
Quib
person we
Gift
had
is
on
an
who thought
old
Quib Gift was real
reference.
or something? Did we?
Fuck, who was that? Was it like... Was it John CJG or something like that?
Somebody
or
thought...
Cap?
Yeah, somebody thought it was real as M.
Oh, yeah,
I
'cause-
can't... Was it M?
It might have been Moriarty. It might have been him. Because, yeah, and that wasn't the first time I think we talked about Quib Gift, but I think I just made it up on the spot.
Yeah, it's
and
just
talked about Quib
nonsense.
Gift. It made absolutely no sense, and because it was it's the thing where it's like a loot box, right? That's what it was based off of, the loot crate.
That's, yeah.
Right. I think it's called Loot Crate, and so we came up with one called Quib Gift.
Nothing'll beat Joe and Honey.
Joe and Honey was insanely good. Joe.
He's just like sinking
Joe and
below the
Honey.
honey. Yes.
A terrible way to die, to drown in honey.
But I guess we sold Quib Gift or noob or whatever the fuck so hard that the people who were like, is that like a real thing? I don't want to interrupt. Like,
Noom. No, Noom is real.
oh wait, no,
That's a
Noom is
real
real.
one.
We were just
Noom
making
is
fun
real.
of Noom. Yeah.
We bamboozled ourselves.
My God, we're just too good at
But
this.
Noom is real. But Quibgift is, and it's real in our hearts.
It sure is. And what better way than to celebrate you being with us today than a sequel episode? Who doesn't love sequels? Right?
I love sequels. I can't get enough of sequels, which means that I was born in the correct timeline.
If I may, chat, audience, and the cast, right now, I wish to take you back to a time in which we were talking about Predator Badlands, a film.
That's the film that brought Predator back. It's back. I have it on good authority that it's never a better time to be a Predator and an Alien.
The fans have spoken, Rags.
Yes, they did. The fans have spoken.
They sure did.
They made their position clear. So it's kind of funny in retrospect because at the time we obviously talked about how awful it was. We talked about projections as well as like the initial weekend and everything, and it just looked like a miserable death for Predator as an IP, which has experienced more than one at this point. But plenty of people would have you believe it was not only an amazing movie, but that it was rocking the box office. It was blowing it up. I mean, we're probably going to talk about this a little bit later, but it failed. It flopped miserably, quite significantly. It lost a lot of money.
I think it lost at least $80 million.
Yeah, I think that's like conservative, honestly, as an estimate.
Yeah,
but that's fine. You know,
that's just going by their numbers.
Yeah. In any case, obviously we covered some videos that were very mad at Critical Drinker for saying the film wasn't very good. And among the incredible stars that came at him, we covered a lad who has since gotten in some interesting developments. And what I've devised for the people here and you at home listening right now is a little story. And chapter 1 is almost like chapter 0. We're going to have to go back, especially for Nick. He's got to see what this was like when we first encountered this man, all right? Or this otter. And so let us begin. I have appropriately put us in the past in black and white, because the last thing I need is for chat to be confused.
The past is in black and white.
Since they're both Disney movies that take a classic 80s IP that has a very distinct formula to it, and take that formula in a completely different direction while still staying very faithful to the original films.
You described Tron...
It skipped a little.
And this is all chopped. Tron Ares and Predator Badlands is respecting the originals.
He had some interesting things to say, and bravo for him for thinking these things and putting them out on the internet publicly for everyone to enjoy.
Oh, chat! Look how young you are there. So old now. The times have changed. But then again, in black and white, you appear older. I think so. Is that what's the word on that? Do you think you're older in black and white or younger?
I think that you are. I think you're younger in black and white because people associate black and white with the past, and you were younger in the past.
But the image is older. That's what I'm thinking. I think that's where I'm getting my wires crossed. An old period of time.
Okay.
I knew Platoon would like that. Tron Ares really does stay faithful to it. It's really the soul of Tron that it's able to just keep,
It's more that I'm just kind of
of.
shocked, and I'm almost admiring.
Like, Nick, so that I can translate this to you, it's like saying new iDubbbz is respectful to old iDubbbz.
It's like saying new Marvel is respectful to old Marvel. There's a lot of it's basically a cultural trend at this point.
Any
really,
IP,
it's kind of everything.
applies,
Yeah, Star Wars, Marvel, Lord of the Rings, just everything.
Because he already had a difficult job convincing me that Predator Badlands was good and defensible, but trying to defend Predator Badlands and Tron at the same time that's
a tough one.
Good luck.
Predator Badlands seems to have really taken off. It really seems a lot of people like this movie, and rightfully so.
It needs to take off far more than it is
It
taking
needs to
off.
do a lot of taking off. It's still in.
But of course, now time has
She's a
Time
cruel
has
mistress.
vindicated us.
Time is a cruel mistress.
Some would say that time has vindicated us once again with a ridiculous amount of frequency. It's a little crazy. We must know the writers of every season of EFAP, and they tell us they give us all the spoilers, so we know what to say.
It's not like it's some sort of like it's not like the like the KFC like secret fucking recipe. It's just like all you need to do is essentially just do a little bit of basic maths in your head, and you'll be surprised by how accurately you can predict the future for a lot of these film franchises.
No, this one nearly broke me.
Whether or not they made money.
We had so many of these conversations. This one, I couldn't believe it because like the numbers were so obvious. Like it was fucked. This film was so fucked.
Oh yeah, this was fucked.
And
This has become my go-to. Predator Badlands has for like psychosis, mass delusion when it comes to like box office and earnings, because they would correctly report the numbers that we were all just like told, but then they would say it's breaking all of these records. Look at all the money it's make. The franchise is back. This is actually really good news.
Yeah, you know, people
and
saying it's like
just
Predator's
obviously told an opposite story.
Predator's healthier than ever, and it's like, no, it ain't.
It's me when I lie.
Remember, this movie made $180 million. That's how much it
I'm
got
about
at
to
the
throw
box
up the
office.
just the basic
In the
stats.
process
in a
of
sec. We will.
it is still on the runway.
Yeah,
It
we'll keep an eye on its
needs
legs.
to gather up a lot of speed.
So budget estimated 105, which the usual is just double it. It's like almost like a 2.5 at this point.
2.5, yeah.
And so if it got 185 million, then it's like, oh, so estimated loss of 80 million. But I think we could safely say it's lost more than that even.
Probably. And I mean, you know, another thing that's indicative of it is it's not like a sequel has been rapidly greenlit.
Nope.
Like the sort of the place it's in right now is, oh yeah, we're talking about what's his name? Trachtenberg. Yo, we're talking about, you know, we're discussing the future. It's like, ooh, that's okay. So it doesn't seem like it's dead.
No, discussing the future is always a bad thing to do.
Discussing the future, whether it'll happen.
I guess it's funny because it's in a different place. Whereas Tron is like, yeah, Tron's dead. Like they basically just said,
You will.
Yeah,
Tron goes into the box where Indiana Jones is, and some other guys where you'll see him in a decade, maybe 20 years for the reboot that happens. You know, He-Man was in that box for a while, I suppose. There's other franchises in that box, and that's where Tron is.
I don't really mean, right, but like, you know, Jurassic Park eventually died. It's like a corpse, and then they reanimate it, and it comes like really strong, and it's sprinting.
Dramatic.
And then it's slowing down, and it's probably 1 or 2 films away from going back in the ice. But Tron is like, you know, it gets up and then falls over straight away, reanimates, it's like, then falls over straight away, and then they reanimate again, and it does the exact same thing. And there's just this smelly corpse, like, we can't do anything with this. We're going to have to put it away.
I saw someone in chat say, so 210 million on marketing. No, so it's the simple math is you got the production budget, then you got marketing, which is usually more ambiguous, but then you've just got fundamentally the movie studio doesn't collect 100% of the box office.
Nope.
The cinema takes a considerable cut.
Yep.
So, you know,
Like
whenever you
30,
see these
40%.
tweets, it's like whenever you see these tweets that say this film has made this much, budget was this, it's like, it's kind of like incomplete information. It's like kind of obviously, and in the way that a lot of people interpret it, which is, oh, as soon as it crosses whatever the budget was, it's successful. Pretty stupid way of thinking, honestly. Like, I mean, obviously you should know that. And then that's just putting to one side. You think that these studios just want to break even? You think that's their goal, is to just make their money back? They want to make lots of money off of these movies.
As much as they can.
So even if
the
the movie
opportunity
just
cost, right?
breaks even. Exactly.
So like all of those years they spend and all of the thousands of people they employed making something that made nothing, that is time and people they could have put to making something that brought in profit. So the opportunity cost is also, and it's almost impossible to put a numerical value on that, but it is another consideration.
To give people an idea, right? Everyone agrees Multiverse of Madness is one of the bigger, amazing draws of box office success in that era of Marvel. Most other stuff failing around it. And then you're like, oh yeah, 955 million. It nearly hit 1 billion. My God, how much money did it make by the time you get to the end? It's like about 280 million. Ultimately, that's what it made. It's like, oh, yeah, these films are ridiculously expensive, so that even what appear to be the hyper successes still don't make anywhere near as much as you'd expect. And so with that in mind, right? Hence the conversation on Superman, which is going to get really funny in a handful of months, I believe, is when we get our final information on that.
Superman.
Oh,
in terms of the earnings of the movie, like all the... Okay, I got
because we only know that about Multiverse of Madness way later. Everyone assumed that film was way more profitable, but then we got the actual like down-to-earth numbers, and it's like, oh, that That's way less. The Ant-Man ones were the funniest ones, where it was like it made, what was it, like $50,000,
Like 10, yeah,
something like
it's
that.
just like it made like a Toyota Camry. Like that's
And
what it made.
and then you got to bear in mind too that this is from sources that seem to be somewhat inclined to still buff these numbers up as best they can. So, you know, I don't know why it's taken so long for people to understand this, but it's, you know, this is a great example. Predator Badlands was a soul-crushing conversation to be had publicly because nobody was being reasonable, at least on the end of, no, this film's doing amazing. But I wouldn't be hopeful that this movie's going to be making a significant profit. I would put that in the very unlikely category.
The exact same things that he tried to knock the Prey trailer for and call it woke propaganda as a result of are actually the exact.
Not only incredibly generic and lame voice, but the clipping of the audio, man. Like, you gotta chill out. Like,
Well,
peeking,
it is something
peeking
that
the microphone there.
it is something that people who do a lot of streaming need to take note of. Harmful opinions. That when you have loud volume and stuff, and your mic peaks and everything, it's very unpleasant. You should know better, and I will waggle my finger at you.
That was
Fix
like
your
an earlier
microphone.
meme for us on EFAP, I think. Some videos we cover where people would include like a sudden loud noise to jump scare or whatever, and every time we'd be
Yeah,
like,
or for humor.
yeah,
Isn't
it's like,
it
you can
funny
do
I
that,
just got loud.
but it just pisses us off as audience members. So, you know,
Well, the
be
thing
careful.
is that when you make a loud, sudden noise, it's like, yeah, you don't want to make a loud, sudden noise that actually might hurt someone's ears. It's like, all right, careful.
Yeah, I really can't really dive in on this one. I'm a bit of a hypocrite in that regard.
Yeah, I've already turned you down, Nick. I've turned you down by a bit. And
It would have been way funner if you were just like, I agree.
Yeah, I actually
same.
think that making loud noises for financial gain are terrible, and you should never do it.
I will say, I was, because it's now brought my mind to the fucking doorbell fucking guy, and I think I said to Waller that I find something really funny about when a microphone, like, it's peaking. It feels like there's something existential about it. It's like the technology isn't powerful enough to capture the extremes of the human experience.
A peaking microphone isn't necessarily painful to listen to. It depends on how it's contextualized, right? Because you can reduce him down, and it sounds fucking hilarious. The doorbell guy, otherwise known as Harry Dresden, as he identifies himself. I will end you, motherfucker.
Yeah, that is enhanced by it. That is
No, it's
enhanced.
great. It is great.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, it feels like yeah, the technology can't keep up with how extreme humans can be, you know?
one day the microphones might be so good that they never peak. They just automatically do some leveling, whatever, and we'll just lose them. So who knows?
The exact same things that he gave praise to the 1988 Mulan film for when he was reviewing the live-action version.
I can fucking guarantee you that Drinker would never have said that the reasons why Mulan, the original film, are good, or why Prey is bad, or whatever the fuck logic you had there.
Animated Mulan wasn't particularly.
All right, so keep in mind when you're listening to this, this is the Otterly guy proving that whereas Drinker would praise Mulan for something, he would use the exact same argument and then use it as criticism for Prey, and this is his citation, okay? Logic you had there.
Animated Mulan wasn't particularly big or strong or good at fighting because that wouldn't be realistic given her background. She was actually kind of clumsy and unsure of herself, and she had to work extra hard just to keep up with her male counterparts. But the difference here is that Prey is a prequel, you see. A prequel about a young Native American girl who has to defy her tribal traditions in order to take on a nearly invincible hunter from another world. Because, you know, if elite special forces operatives, hard-boiled detectives, and entire squads of specially trained government agents can't stop these things, then a 100-pound teenage girl is definitely going to make the difference.
Corporate needs you to find the differences.
Those aren't the same thing, even remotely.
That's not the same thing.
It's insane to compare those. Like, a girl
It
who's
is.
trying
It's not
her
a
best
dichotomy
to
anyway.
keep up with male counterparts versus a girl who's trying to take out an interdimensional fucking, well, interstellar being that has previously killed Earth's greatest warriors. Like,
Yeah.
slightly different experiences there. You would have thought it'd be obvious.
There's a weakness of Prey is that they did not do a good job at all selling that she could that she could defeat and defeated that predator.
Yeah, I don't
Those are
even know
complete-
why.
No, and that's one of the bigger problems with Prey. How she defeats it ultimately was like lame.
Yeah, it's stupid.
yeah.
Yeah, it sucked. completely different scenarios in virtually every regard. There's basically nothing about them that's
He's doing
even really
you fool, Rags. They're both women, so really it's the same
two
thing.
things. Yeah, two concepts that have a woman involved are basically the same thing as each other.
Oh,
yeah.
so you're okay with Ripley defeating the alien, but you're not okay with every other woman fighting everything. I see.
Comparable?
Do you not
Yes.
remember in the original Mulan where Mulan fights a predator?
This is the same
well.
picture meme. That was
It
not
was a
the same
Chinese
picture.
predator too.
They're the same picture.
Mulan is a fucking great film. Like,
Phenomenal.
man, go watch our EFAP movies on it. Oh, what a great movie.
I've actually seen that one.
It's really good.
Have you?
The movie and the EFAP
yeah.
movies. Very fun. It's a rare time we watch us all having loads of fun. But to be fair, we just put out The Little Mermaid, which you get to watch us have fun with the original on that as well. You know.
Not a fan of the new one.
No, crazily enough, the new
not
one was
great.
not as good as the old one.
Yeah, shocker.
Prey, I like things in Prey, but let's calm down. let's
The things that are good in Prey have virtually nothing to do with the protagonist of Prey.
So he tries to knock
Really
one
bad
film
editing.
for the exact same kinds of things that he praises another film for.
Yeah, nah, it's
No, that's not what you compared. That's not what you
Yeah.
showed.
not the clips.
Completely
No.
How can you
incomparable.
not see that that's not what you showed?
I guess he broadened it out to woman defies expectations. Like, same
That
movie.
does seem to be it. Yeah.
I mean, if we want to be that reductive, sure, but you can do that for a whole bunch of stories that aren't even remotely similar.
The hypocrisy is very blatant with someone like Drinker, and he can't ever keep his talking points straight, and really just isn't a real critic whatsoever.
He's not real.
He's not real. This does imply that he's imaginary. Yeah, he's in a dream. Dreams. He's like Freddy Krueger. He gets
He's
you in your
made of moonlight.
Drink is not real.
dreams.
To completely miss the point of so many things at every turn, and also shows a real lack of media literacy.
Hey.
Hey, take a
Quickly,
drink.
yeah, media literacy is.
Video literacy.
Oof.
Take a drink.
You're not allowed to use that word anymore. Words, rather.
They ruined it. It's not our fault. They
It's,
ruined it.
It's almost like if you choose to say it, earnestly, it's like you're choosing to not want to be listened to. You want to let everyone know you should be ignored.
Fucking video literacy.
You love to see it.
Predator Badlands isn't actually a goofy buddy comedy complete with cute animal sidekicks, an insecure protagonist with daddy issues who has to learn to connect with his emotions.
Wow, so right off the bat, that was a pretty convenient way of oversimplifying and also straight up misrepresenting just about everything.
You oversimplified that Mulan and Prey are the same.
Yeah.
Let's start with the fact that Drinker calls this film a buddy comedy.
Are you dumb?
I think anyone with just a passing knowledge of the Predator franchise as a whole can very easily tell you this is not a buddy comedy franchise. Toy Story is
yeah,
a
he
buddy
did
comedy. Blades
say
of
that.
Glory is a buddy.
What the fuck is
That would be the
happening?
problem,
I
right?
think you could also say there's definitely some element
Yeah, you just let this part play out a little bit. It's just letting all the context in, because I'm sure everyone's already spotted the problem.
of horror in the Predator films as well, although it's not as prevalent as something like Alien, which I would consider.
What is
No,
happening?
he's lost his mind.
He just said it's not a buddy comedy franchise,
But that's
as though he thinks that that's what the claim was.
yeah. What the fuck's that got to do with what Drinker said? I don't
But
understand.
nothing at all, and especially given everybody else praises the movie, and this guy probably would as well, for being a new direction for the franchise. Yeah, it's perfectly possible for this movie to be a buddy comedy, while no previous Predator movie has been a buddy comedy.
Like, I've not really seen that before, where someone says this movie is X genre, and then you go, yeah, well, the franchise isn't. Okay.
Like, thank you for that non
Wow,
sequitur.
you
That's really good
demonstrated your
information.
media literacy. What an idiot! What an idiot!
Which is the way-
Saying this
If-
thing.
If only you were argument literate.
The weirdest part is that it not only doesn't counter, but it kind of supports Drinker's point. Like, yeah, that's what he's
Yeah,
going for.
Yeah, it's like this
Yeah,
film is
it would
out of place
counter-
in this series.
Yeah, it's an odd one out in that regard, which is not necessarily bad. It's not necessarily good. If it was done really well, if the comedy was just ace and their
Yeah.
chemistry was amazing, you know what? It's nice to get something fresh.
Predator tends to fall under the category of action thriller for a lot of people since it focuses more on action and spectacle rather than suspense and
Why does
It's so funny listening to him explain why the franchise broadly is considered action thriller. It's like, thank you.
It feels a little AI generated in a way.
Yeah.
It's like the Predator franchise is like it kind of goes on its own little tangent instead of just answering the question.
And the annoying thing is you've seen it hallucinate in the first instance, and then you're just watching it spiel off this text, which has nothing to do with the question that you asked.
The explaining this like
I don't
nobody
know.
knows this?
I don't know what's going on. I'm waiting for it to come back to drink it.
As you know.
But I don't think anyone would tell you these movies are buddy comedies, and that
Nor would Drinker. What are you talking about? What's happening?
I guess the first half of Predator 2 is kind of a buddy comedy movie in a way. So I guess that's probably the closest it gets.
There's like elements
in a good way.
Well, that's the thing. I think we did when we were talking about Predator Badlands. There is no Predator film that's like any other Predator film, really. They're all very different.
Yeah, they are very different. It is. You get a lot of variety with those.
he refers to the Predator in this film, whose name is Dak, as an insecure protagonist with daddy issues. Gee, that's a pretty convenient and very simplistic way of boiling down Dak's entire character arc, where he sees his brother die due to.
You can see your brother die and also be insecure. Those actually aren't contradictory. If anything, watching your brother get killed might make you more insecure.
You know,
we don't
Drinker also didn't lay out the relationship with the android. He also didn't go into depth about the little alien creature in that sentence you're picking apart. It's like, yeah, he didn't do a lot of things because it's a summary. It's a flippant summary of what he thinks of the film overall.
Funny you quite literally left all of that out in that very telling synopsis of yours there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you made that.
There's like this weird shit where if someone said, because they hated Lord of the Rings, like, it's just about a fucking bunch of people trying to carry some jewelry to a mountain, that sort of thing. If your response, instead of saying, like, you know, oh, come on, it's way better than that. If your response was like, convenient that you left out Gollum, you'd be like, what are you talking about? And it's like, how convenient that you avoid talking about Theoden's arc. Like, I don't think that's. I think they're trying to make fun of the film. They probably left out almost everything on purpose as one of those kinds of insults, you know.
You made all
You
that
can
up.
still hold them to it insofar as, like, is the summary accurate or not? I mean, never mind it just being an expression of their opinion. If somebody were to say that about the Lord of the Rings, you could still say, okay, I mean, I get you're trying to summarize it, so you haven't included all of those things, but like the summary doesn't seem to include those in its thought process, so it's still wrong.
You see how, though,
you don't have to account for all of them in every single sentence that you make because they would never stop.
Yeah, do you see the difference between, like, you're reducing so many of the events in the film as well as misrepresenting the overall one in simplest way, as opposed to, like, trying to say, like, how convenient you didn't mention this specific element. It's like, what? No, thousands of elements haven't been mentioned. It's kind of on purpose.
Also,
I
that's
enjoy
not
this.
the
It's
film.
like, it's funny how you didn't describe the whole movie. Curious. I wonder what.
Like we would do this with all kinds of movies that we think are really, really bad. And obviously, in this case,
we think are good because it's a synopsis.
Well, I what I mean specifically is, like, you know, describe it as like Dak is dealing with daddy issues in the film, and if someone said, like, it's much more complicated than that, you could be like, well,
Yeah.
Like,
Sure.
but
We're
do
being
you
a
think
little
that
bit-
maybe I'm
little
indicating
mockery
that I
there.
don't
Yeah.
think much of it.
yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
getting at. It's like
we're obviously
I said it that way
belittling
on
it a bit.
purpose.
Yeah. Yes.
Or ulterior motives are here, you bastard.
Also, I assume
Griftly
Drinker
bear.
would have talked at some point
Griftling
about parts of the story.
Probably.
Like, the entire video is not Drinker just saying Deck is an insecure protagonist. There's more to the video than that. So address the point specifically, maybe.
Drinker. This is pretty par for the course with all grifters, however. Rather than actually going into detail about the film, Drinker would much rather give you this incredibly short and honestly very narrow-minded look at what Predator Badlands is in his opinion in order to sell his.
You mean like calling Mulan the same as Prey?
All of these very different channels in every single video they've ever made ever, and I don't need to explain or elaborate further. This is just what grifters are. Ironically, that's what a grifter does.
Yeah.
But these people are anti-grifters, so they can't possibly be a grifter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
'cause
hunting.
Harumph. I wonder if I put that in there because one thing I forgot to edit in was like the bwam sound, and then the word foreshadowing flies at the screen. We'll have to leave that for now. Don't worry about it.
Griffly bears. He isn't a Griffly bear.
All Drinker has done so far that we got a clip for was summarize the movie in an insulting way. I will concede he was mean. How could he?
Wow.
But obviously he doesn't think the movie's very good, so that's probably why he's attaching the connotations that he is. And you have managed to not counter it at all, and then you've run out this screed about, like, anti-woke people saying anti-woke, and it's just like what Platoon was just saying. It's like you were just waiting to say this because it's what you say. It reminds me of Xanderhall. The you know, he's
That's not a
born
good
of
sign.
like the birth of bread tube, right? Like he's like, oh, they're great, and I'm going to do what they do, and he just has the same script every single time. So, you know, the one time I don't remember why he'd heard of me, but he like threw all of the normal shit you throw at right-wingers at me. And I was just like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you even referencing?
The famous right-winger that you are.
Actually doesn't
Yeah, they have
correspond to any.
they have like one script, and it applies to like any piece of media, YouTuber content they're gonna cover.
It's
Like
'cause
they
they've
already
seen it
know all
work,
their
right?
talking points.
Like-
Yeah, they're just looking to see how can we categorize this person as like the Discord talk, like the Discord debate bro talking point dialogue tree.
And yes, this is black and white mode, guys. You're still in the past. I'm getting you all caught up. Don't worry. We're getting to there's plenty of present and future.
Anything ever in my videos ever. I get the same thing in comment sections when people will say, usually they'll do what this guy does and say, you're just another like long list of completely different creators who are different from each other, never mind me. And all you do is bang on about woke. And it's like, one time I did actually go and check, because, I've got all my scripts in Google Docs. It's like, when did I last use the word woke? And it turns out it's in all the scripts I've written, which it probably is into the millions of words at this point. In the last 3 years, the word woke has appeared twice. One of those was in the sentence, and he woke up. And the other one was criticizing an anti-woke talking point. So, like, it's not actually corresponding. It's just, you are doing the grifting thing, but you think you're virtuous and that you're not grifting. But you are just grifting. You are the grifter in this situation.
Well, I hate to tell you, Drinker, but it looks like the audience has already spoken for you.
This is
it's gonna be awkward.
So this is one of the.
I love it. It's so much fun in retrospect because the film failed so miserably. You gotta be careful pulling this kind of victory early. You gotta wait. You can't be saying shit like this because now it flips. It's like, wait, so what does that mean then?
Those that you never know.
By the way, these are the same people who will be like, the box office is irrelevant. But then they'll also, when they think they've got it, be like, the box office proves the fans were interested. It's like, so what does it prove now?
The truth is, of course it's relevant. It determines which movies get made. Of course it matters, and it should matter to you as well.
Very important. Yep. The time, if this is going to be a good call or a bad call to put in. And so far,
I think it was
looking like in hindsight.
It was a bad call, even when it did better than its projections. It's like, oh, it made 40 million domestic, and the budget is 105 million. I don't know why anybody would be particularly confident with those numbers, but that's because a lot of people don't really like understand how like the film industry works.
But also, like, I don't understand what he thinks Drinker would say to this. It's like, ha, loser, it's doing well at the box office. Drinker would be like, okay.
Well, yes, that's a relevant point as well. Why would that matter when he's making his review of the film and what he thinks of the movie?
Remember, a lot of people with Badlands in particular, they do this with other things, but they will tie the financial success of a film to its quality. They'll say the fans have spoken, look at how well it's doing, oh, look at how successful it is. So they will be the ones to tie those two together. They will step into that arena, which is not one that we're in, but we're saying, well, we'll go, hey, if that's what you guys want to say, if that's the metric you want to use, then,
You're happy to argue box office is important, but not on that front. Though you can
money doesn't mean good.
In certain circumstances, perhaps draw a correlation. It's really difficult to prove, right? But it would be like maybe if the film were better, it would have done better in the box office. You can make sort of claims like that, but simultaneously, we know masterpieces fail at the box office. It happens.
Yeah.
We can, like I said, I think we were harsher on it than Drinker was. So it's like, so what do you guys have to say? I should be like, it's unfortunate. I don't want really bad stories to be successful. However, if they are, so be it.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the Lilo and Stitch remake made $1 billion, so I guess this guy would be like, ha, well, joke's on you.
The fans have spoken. they want more of that.
EFAP, look at how much money it made.
Yep. People are very clearly going to see this movie.
This is going to be funny if it fails, man.
Partly because of early reviews from intellectual giants like Grace Randolph, who boldly gushed over the film's humanization of the Predator and a possible romantic relationship with a f***ing android.
Yeah.
Yeah, where did that come from?
I don't know. She talked
Grace
about
is
this one's important for you to see, Nick, okay? So you just saw that, right? Drinker referenced something Grace Randolph said that was insane. You saw that.
Yes.
Watch what happens next. She's not the only one.
This is what makes her such a fascinating character.
I was gonna
She'll
say,
just come out with shit that you would never expect.
Stuff like this is why women's fiction should be banned.
So, I'll let you take a guess here. Do you think the Predator actually gets into a romantic relationship with Elle Fanning's android character in this film? If you said no, then ding
Doesn't
ding
even
ding,
have a lower
you're
half.
correct. And unfortunately, Drinker inevitably is very wrong.
But that's not what Drinker
That's what he
said.
said.
Drinker was saying that he
Drinker is wrong for having quoted and made fun of Grace Randolph's quote. By the
He
way,
doesn't know
smart
any of
man.
the content. He's just not aware of what he's.
he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, but it's funny
He's just
because
stupid.
one would have assumed and concluded, which we do. We covered 3 dudes, all that covered Drinker, and what was notable is how many
3 or 4, yeah.
points that crossed over. In a sense, one could have assumed that maybe one of these guys maybe had copied some points from the others.
What?
No. I probably not. I'm sure they all came to the same wrong
possibly,
points
yeah.
themselves. It's all good.
That's a wild accusation.
He was
Reporting-
turned off from it originally by people who did say that, and those people were Grace Randolph. He's
Yeah,
not
he-
agreeing
Yes,
with
but he-
that.
he
he's
was
saying this
just-
is what Grace Randolph said.
He didn't just quote her, he made fun of her intelligence. Drinker is specifically
Yeah.
saying what she said was stupid. He played the clip of Drinker quoting someone, and then he attributes the quote to Drinker.
No, the Predator does not get into a relationship with an android in this movie.
Yeah, it's almost like that was the point Drinker was making.
that'd
Isn't that
be
crazy?
Really weird. That'd be really crazy.
I don't
He
know where
said
he
that.
got this from, but
He literally just
Grace
said
Randolph.
it. I don't know where he got this from. It's so... Oh, it's beautiful.
Where
He got it from Grace
You played the
Randolph.
clip, bro.
He put a picture of her on the screen.
Come on.
The Griftly bear was in the mirror all along.
Oh,
Oh no!
an interesting thought there, Fringy.
The Griftly bear outsmarted
How do you?
me.
But dude, he grifted himself. He's fucked himself.
Maybe I'm the Griftly bear.
Maybe.
The Griftly bear is me.
it's a media literacy behind that skull of his whatsoever.
Anyway, this is where
Damn, media literacy
media
referenced
literacy.
again.
Literacy.
Fucking hell,
when
man.
did media literacy become such an overused term?
When
Within
it's
minutes.
it's a thought terminating phrase that you can say to
Yeah,
call people stupid when it comes to story. You can just say, "Oh, you don't have media literacy." If you did, then you would have the correct answer, like I have.
It's thought terminating, as Rag says, and it's also just ego boosting for people who basically
I
have
think so,
nothing
yeah.
going on in their lives.
I just
Oh
enjoy
my
the.
god.
I mean, I don't blame him, right? The fucking references we keep getting are from people who aren't paying any fucking attention themselves.
No, it's just funny. It just felt like that came from your soul, like from the depths of your soul. First speaking.
She's using her universal translator function as an android to be able to communicate with Deck and be able to be understood by him. The movie literally has her say this up front, where you're just not paying
This is exactly the fucking same as the other dude. You just weren't watching the movie, man. And it's funny to accuse
Yeah, you
Drinker
just
of it. We had huge problems with this. The Universal Translator worked like magic in the movie, but no one seemed to pick this up. Only a few people who were critical in the sense of actually listening to the specifics and watching how it unfolds, how language works. But everyone was told, Universal Translator, I guess, moving on. And so they all like shit on Drinker for this point when he was right. It's and it's in the same vein how we talked about it. And
Accept it,
simultaneously
you don't
miss the scene. Like,
By the way, Nick, I think your microphone is picking up the sound of the video.
Oh shit! Really? What the fuck?
I think
Alright,
so.
Oh,
yeah,
I don't think I hear it, but I'll.
No,
I will-
I'm pretty sure your circle's been like green basically every time the video starts playing, and I could hear
Oh,
like
no.
a faint echo.
All right, I got it lower.
wait.
Nick, how could you?
Okay.
And also, just I think it's the same. Everyone's got the same problem. They've seen too many movies with universal translators or microbes or whatever have you. They've assumed that's what Badlands did. It's not what it did. What they did was fucking magic. We've been over this, but for some reason nobody's picking it up. This is your chance
your
to win. All right, Mr. Otterman. All you have to do is. Oh, so context. This is where Drinker says. It was extremely convenient for Deck to have landed on the one part of the planet that leads him right into both the little baby alien and both the android as well.
Just
Yeah,
correct.
incredible.
This is the
Totally
easiest
correct.
win for anyone covering someone like Critical Drinker or us or anyone else. Be more like us in the sense of you go, that's a good point. You got one there. Thumbs up. That's all you got to
yeah.
do. All you got to do. Say, you know what, Drinker? That's a fair point. And you know what else? It shows you watched the movie. You got me on that one. Not a grifty bear on this one. That's fair. And then move on. That's all you got to do. Let's see if you can pass the test, buddy.
to be and not just immediately kill her.
This is legit just nitpicking. Drinker knows he doesn't actually have anything to criticize or deconstruct about this film, so he's
Oh my god! So I
Kill
love
me,
the
kill me,
tone
kill
here
me, kill me,
because
kill me.
You know, the tone here is that this is a problem. He doesn't
just
have
nitpicking.
anything to really criticize, so he's going to pick on this thing. the tone is very much, oh shit, he's got a point.
All he had to do was say fair. He could have just said, yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, just say yeah. They could have tightened that up in the script. They could have narratively had a reason why they landed in the same area or done something with the structure.
Man, like,
it's okay, man.
You know, because everyone would accuse Drinker of this. They'd be like, yeah, you have to run a narrative and you can't entertain anything else about it. It's just like, but this is precisely the problem. You can't entertain that Drinker made a good point. You can't.
Can they hope to take down the most powerful killing machine in the universe so that he can finally confront his toxically masculine dad? Is quirky android lady hiding a secret from Lumpy? And what became of her sister Tessa, who also went missing during the expedition? The answer, of course, is who the cares?
I mean, the movie does explain exactly all of those points that you just mentioned. They do explain.
Well, that
he's saying.
Yeah, he's not saying it doesn't.
What?
Drinker says he doesn't care, and then the guy's like, but they do explain it.
It's like, I'm sure they try their hardest, yes. He's not saying these are unanswered. He says who fucking cares.
You're destroying my mind. He's like, here's all these mysteries. The answer, who gives a shit? Well, the film actually does provide the answers to these mysteries.
Bad, got him. He nailed it, dude.
Honestly, go watch the original Predator, then skip straight to this thing and just think about what you've witnessed. The difference in tone, style, and intent is more jarring than taking an F1 car to 200 miles per hour and throwing it into reverse. It's insane to think these two movies even belong to the same franchise.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. It's almost like those films were made by two different directors and also came.
That's obviously not what he's fucking talking about. Holy shit. Just like there's a difference in artists, that's all.
Hey, Drinker, did you realize that the reason why the films are different is because different people made them? Did you know that?
Bet he didn't know that there's a different director, different actors,
Also
different technology, different era, different
Completely
stories.
different companies that own them.
Drinker has yet to understand is difference of directorial intent. Two different directors can make two different films.
It's almost like that's his point, if anything, that they've gone so far away from the original intent, it's no longer a part of the franchise.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
Like that's his entire point, actually. But you know, sure, go for it.
Treated very fairly, of course. And don't worry, the history lesson is coming to an end soon.
Funny that South Park did Tourette's far better than the Predator 2018 did. Also,
why is that funny? That's just to be expected.
It is pretty funny that he's showing the visual of the guy going, "Yes, coming from my ass." He's like, "Yeah, this is a really very."
That's one of my favorite episodes of South
It's
Park.
funny as fuck, but
it's
the
great.
idea that it's like, that's a more respectful portrayal. It's like, okay.
Our South Park jar is pretty much way there. I had to cut out
my ass.
I think
Like, why would you choose that moment as being like Tourette's is better represented here? You're like, nobody asked you to bring in South Park. Like, you didn't have to.
Why on earth would you program a
So
synth
who
for a
knew
high
Tourette's was going to be such a big news story?
I know.
In a couple of months of this.
priority mission like this?
Don't do it. Don't tell me they did it on purpose. Don't. You can be better. Be better.
To act like some ditzy bimbo with Tourette's.
You can do it, Noah.
I do find it funny that Drinker makes it very obvious that he doesn't actually know what Tourette's is whatsoever. Tourette's is not a condition that causes people to talk incessantly.
Oh, you are not serious. Do you remember he called her a ditzy bimbo with Tourette's to insult her? And then Ottilie is like, let me explain to you what Tourette's is using South Park.
Yeah.
It is the most like misread of a social cue ever. It's so fucking good.
Well, he is autistic, so
I know, that is
he's
that
in character.
yeah.
Are you speeding that up, or is that part of the video?
By the way, I am speeding this up. I'm the one speeding this up.
I thought that was part of the video for a second. I would be like,
I couldn't remember if I deleted this section or just sped it the fuck up. But I just thought it was funny either way.
You see, Drinker, you have actually misrepresented Tourette's in your quick joke there where you flippantly described her. So it's time for me to lecture you on Tourette's.
It is kind of, unfortunately, it is stereotypically Tismic behavior. Is that you don't pick up on social cues like comedy. And so...
Oh, man.
Associated with having uncontrollable tics. Some common ones are cracking your neck or cracking your knuckles or snapping your fingers constantly. There may be vocal stims too, such as constantly.
This is insane.
I'm sorry, I can't understand a word he's fucking saying.
You don't need to. You can pick up the little thing. Like, we know what's happening. We can move right past this.
Condition that causes people to talk incessantly or swear constantly. Even today's day and age, a lot of people still don't really seem to understand that about Tourette's. And apparently
I can't believe that South Park is his go-to representation. That's insanity, man.
those people too. But even outside of the blatant mischaracterization of Tourette's, Drinker doesn't.
outside of the blatant mischaracterization.
How could you, Drinker? How fucking could you?
The more I think about it, the more I realise this is literally a Disney-fied version of the Predator, neutered and toothless, with all the tropes and cliches you expect from a Disney movie.
Oh, really? So you're trying to claim that Disney totally neutered the Predator franchise and made it completely safe and overly marketable? Well,
Yeah.
I think both Prey and Predator Killers have a lot to say.
Oh, why
Why do they do
again?
this
again?
He's talking
What?
about
I
Predator
can't they listen?
Badlands.
Trigger's like, this movie does this thing, and that's bad. And then they're like, oh yeah? What about the other movies?
Have a lot to
Good
say
point.
to you there, buddy.
Gee, it's almost like he wasn't talking about this movie.
Yeah. Look.
This is bizarre, talking about the difference in maturity ratings and how they've changed the blood's color and context, and he didn't understand that at all.
Yeah,
But
especially
again,
Badlands.
it's contradicted. Like his response seems to be, "Oh well, you say that Predator Badlands is just Disney slop, but these other two movies, and I'm now going to show you clips of things which are nothing like Predator Badlands,
Yes.
prove that they did it already. Like apparently this is the kind of Disneyfication we're talking about, even though actually what we're talking about is the absence of this in
Well,
Badlands.
What you've highlighted, they know what Drinker's saying, but they're like, nah, there's other stuff though, there's other stuff. It's like, okay, but you're saying it in contrast to what? To the highly marketable Disney slop, the PG-13 Predator slop.
And while Predator Badlands is rated PG-13, a lot of that is simply because the violence in this film is between aliens and...
Holy you
No.
chicken egg motherfucker, why do you think that's the case? It's the PG-13, they're trying to get the PG-13 so it can be marketed to a bigger audience. That's the whole point.
It's just a creative decision purely that all the Wayland Yutani people are not even people. They're robots that you could slice and dice to heart's content like battle droids.
Matt, he's saying it like they intended to just make an R-rated film. They were like, oh, whoops, we made all the enemies aliens and all their blood is green.
Right.
A Critical Drinker is a pretty blatant hypocrite, and
All right, that's your history lesson, which takes us into what you could call... I was about to make the difference between like the past, the present, and the future, but that wouldn't make any sense. All of this now is more the present. It's still kind of the past. Technically, all of this is the past.
Recent.
Gosh darn it. Yes, more recent.
Recenter.
So, what we're going to be checking out now is there's a video called Anti-Woke Criticism is Fine, Debunking Otterly Noah from Callisto, which is like 2.5 hours. I've got it linked in the description. Though, I've just been updated by Dark Hour that video is apparently being hit with a copyright removal request, and it's going to have 7 days before it's taken down because it has used content that is described as PNG of Otterly Noah. That is what it's being hit for.
No way.
What?
No.
Wait, what?
Dark
Man.
Hour, message me on Discord this information.
I've got the image. I think he said I could share it. Hang on.
Okay. If so, holy. Callisto, due to a copyright removal request to receive your video will be taken down in YouTube in 7 days.
Content found
Content
in
you
custom
PNG
thumbnail.
It literally says content used PNG of utterly. This is like 2012 shit.
Wait, did the edit? Is that the artist striking it for using?
Well, so
the
it says
art that was
Deus
drawn?
Marionette. I don't know if that's the artist that made the
That's
image.
Mario, right?
That doesn't even matter because someone. By the way, someone tried to pull this with me before in the past with like my Fallout 76 review years ago, and I told them to fuck off, and they did. So.
Oh yeah, you definitely could
Deus
just. This is
Marionette.
insanity that you could take
Oh,
down a
this
whole
is
video
nonsense, yeah.
for a
Because
PNG.
yeah, you're completely covered.
It's a freelance
Which,
artist, and yeah.
So what would he
Oh,
do
yeah.
if he changed the thumbnail? Would the video still go down in 7 days if you remove the thumbnail?
I'm not actually sure
Also,
what the request is asking exactly. Like any PNG of
Yeah.
Otterly Noah has to go? Is that what it's saying? Because that's insane.
Well, there are some people who I guess who are like profoundly retarded or don't know how the world works or anything that if like they don't think fair use exists or whatnot. I drew this for Otterly, so therefore, if you use that picture I drew for him while you're talking about him, then I can copyright strike your video. Obvious nonsense, doesn't even require explanation. Callisto, if you're listening, give him the finger, say fuck you, and keep your video. Because this is nonsense. It is obviously nonsense. Deus Marionette. What a fucker. What
I
a piece
read it.
of
I'm
shit.
shocked at like every line because it's like for a PNG of the character, like that's insane. In the thumbnail, like, are you serious? What?
So if you review a movie, you are not allowed to have any scenes or stills or snapshots or the logo of the movie in your review.
Or if you respond to a content creator, you can't picture the content creator in the thumbnail of the person you're responding to, which is like all of React's streamers ever. So goodbye.
Goodbye YouTube, pretty much. Man, this is notably relevant considering everything we're about to cover and the things that have been happening lately with certain someone abusing the shit out of. I was about to say copyright, but no, it would be abusing community guideline strikes, I guess, on YouTube. This what a fucking mess of a platform that desperately is held together by people not breaking a bunch of bro code rules, basically.
If you just had a little honor, then you wouldn't have to worry about this.
I know, right?
But I guess some people, that's too much of an ask for some people.
Yeah, how was everybody's weekend?
Whoa, buddy. Why don't we just? But if I get any updates on that, I'll let everyone know. I suppose.
Well, maybe just appeals it, and then if it,
I don't know what they could do.
Counter notification. Well, appeal, and then depending on if they press the point, counter notification.
What, are they going to take him to court over having a PNG and a thumbnail? Like,
well, that's sort of the point. You have to like game theory them. You just say, well, fuck it. Like, this is point of principle. You're obviously wrong, and it would be proven as such. So, go to the appeal. If they uphold the strike, which they might not even do, then counter notification, because then the next step after counter notification kind of is the threat of, I'll take this to court. I used a custom PNG of an autistic otter in my thumbnail. Sue me.
Sue me.
Yeah, that's insane.
Well, I mean, his image is going to come up throughout this stream, so I guess we'll get sued to oblivion because that's even more than
we're
thumbnail.
ethical. We didn't use the artist's work. We hired AI to recreate it.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, she's changed the. Yeah, because this is. I guess YouTube still has the old thumbnail that kind of pops up. I think this is the previous thumbnail.
Well, wait, so
because it shows like a little snapshot of it at the beginning.
Are you saying this is the one they've gotten in trouble for?
Molly,
I think it might be
putting it on the screen. That's the sacred PNG. You can't put that on the screen.
I'm just amazed by
Molly.
like it's obscured as well. Like, are you know?
Well, no, that's a screenshot from in the video. So he probably
that's like when you click on it. Like the first frame it shows you like what it is, and even there it says the 6 chapters, and when you mouse over it, it shows like when you mouse over it, it shows the original. By the way, Callisto, do not change your thumbnail. You tell them to go fuck themselves. You are well within your rights to do this. They have no grounds to do this. Do not kowtow to this empty nonsense threat of theirs. Don't do it.
And to be fair, we have no idea exactly who's behind this because it says it's requested by Deus Marionette. I don't know what that means exactly.
Well, Deus Marionette, I googled it, is just a freelance artist. So I assume the artist who created the thumbnail. It would be speculation. But if you commission a thumbnail from someone, you probably know them. So I wouldn't be surprised if it were the case that the two of them got together and had a little chat, and he said, "Hey, can you issue
that would be
this
the
request 'cause
assumption,
it's
yeah.
alright?"
We don't know for sure, but that does seem like the most likely thing that's happened here, which is insane. And it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Like, why do you want to attack this video so hard?
You didn't attack us for the PNG, just saying.
Yeah, we did a whole stream
the big
about
channels.
You and your friendos, but this one, because obviously I was about to introduce this one, I've cut up as a series, because it's 2.5 hours, we weren't going to cover the whole thing. In fact, it's linked for now in the description. I hope it stays up, obviously. It's a video that goes over just everything that Ottolino has done. The idea is to cover the stuff in a synthetic man sort of way. We're covering his talents as the job that he purports to perform, and then we'll get into some other stuff as this progresses. So first of all, we're going to check out kind of how he does his job, which is why we gave the history lesson. You've already seen he's really bad at it, but hey, that was just on Drinker. Let's see how he does with some other people. Obviously including Drinker as well, because he's the main
Drinker
one.
was a one-off. Maybe that was just he had a bad day. You know, we all have bad days.
Also just a grifter trying to push his own beliefs onto others in the guise of a very negative movie review. And unfortunately, it does.
I do already enjoy that. Like, somebody trying to push their opinions on other people. You mean literally anybody who offers comments on anything ever?
That's
bad.
That,
like,
if
it's
you
a
want,
sinister thing. To
that's not the
believe
point
you're
of
right and to
communication.
express that opinion. This is the point of anybody doing any commentary. Otherwise, you wouldn't say anything.
No,
imagine
me
the point
personally,
of language.
I don't
as
want
a
anybody
concept.
to learn from or adopt any of my ideas. I only present them because, I just
you enjoy the sound specifically
Yes.
that emanate. Not what meaning they carry, just like, ooh, that's a nice sound. Ooh, haha, ooh, yeah, that makes me feel good.
To be clear, I do believe all my positions are correct, and so do you. That's why we have them. That's why they're our positions, and I would like more people to adopt them because I think they're right.
I deliberately
Duh.
hold
That's how it
all of my
works.
opinions because I know they're wrong. That is why I hold them. So, wrong, Rags. In fact,
Uber contrarian.
you hold that opinion and it's wrong, so there you go.
Dang.
Has worked in a lot of ways, since there are a lot of people he's convinced that Hollywood is being ruined because it's too quote-unquote woke, when in reality, there's a lot of other, more nuanced issues with Hollywood that you could say is ruining it. It doesn't just boil down to a...
I enjoy that your thing of nuanced is it's the CEO, at least by implication. Oh,
No,
it's the CEO that's ruining it.
But of course, this video is about to go over it, but as someone who's talked to him several times, and you guys have, Drinker talks about a lot of stuff.
It's crazy because people always say it's like, oh, it's just the anti-woke thing. It's like, dude, I don't. It's funny given the criticism of he doesn't watch the movies. Like, do you guys watch the videos?
No, they don't. That's the big. They proudly announce that they don't. They'll say like, oh, he said this. They're like, oh, where did he say that? It's like, I don't know. I don't watch his fucking videos.
I saw a comment somewhere or whatever. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he said it.
movie being woke or whatever. That's just dumb.
You know what's funny is that critical...
So this is the voice of Callisto, by the way, who we'll have to keep an eye on, see how things go.
Drinker does talk about these things.
But one of the biggest overriding factors in all of this is a financial one. Put simply, movies are too damn expensive these days. The production budgets for mainstream Hollywood films have been steadily rising since the 1990s, but the process has accelerated out of control over the past few years.
Wow, this is crazy. This must be AI, because he doesn't talk about this ever.
That's right.
But inevitably, Drinker is not the only film critic to constantly try and push this agenda. Enter Nerdrotic, a channel that pretty much does the same
I know him.
thing as Drinker, but like 10 times more aggressive. There's a video he did where he tries to claim that Marvel is failing post-Endgame because they all got woke, quote-unquote. He lists a bunch of examples of failed Marvel projects post-2020, but interestingly enough, one he brings up is both Loki Season 1 and Season 2.
And of the 9 live-action D+ series, only 1 has gotten a second season, and it was awful. We're not going to allow that cope here.
Which is kind of funny, because if you look at that, those are actually 2 of the most highly acclaimed Marvel projects from the last 5 years. And it also just...
Those are people who watch Disney shows on
It's also some
He doesn't know what Gary meant.
Yeah,
this is just great shit.
How is this point even remotely relevant?
No,
like, what we saw there was Gary saying that the only one that got a second season was Loki, which sucks. And then his response is, Loki was popular and it got a second season.
A lot of people like it.
Yeah.
Or
God
enough
damn.
people liked it.
They're like,
You know,
they're
a lot of people like
disconnected replies.
Badlands.
Gary didn't make a point about it. Well, aside from the fact that it got a second season, which by implication you could say that it was successful enough. And then he said that he didn't like it. Like, the retort to that of other people did. It's like, yeah, I'm sure other people like any movie. Like, like anything that you could conceivably think of. Doesn't change that he's allowed to say that he didn't like it. Which he's correct to not like it, because it's fucking hideous.
So
It's a terrible show.
to have a pretty diverse cast. Huh, funny how that is, isn't it?
This is not even a refutation. Nerdrotic made the claim that none of the MCU shows outside of Loki were successful, given that Loki was the only MCU show to receive a second season, which you didn't contest. And then Nerdrotic said that Loki was awful, so as refutation you showed the IMDb score?
Yeah, so basically, yeah.
It's just repeated. It's just like, all right, good stuff.
It's
that's what we said, yeah.
Yeah.
This is not an argument. Did Nerdrotic say the consensus was that Loki was awful? Or, most likely, it's his belief that the show is awful, which is not really a matter of fact-checking. If in response to my defense of Bourne Legacy you throw up the IMDb score, that's not a refutation either.
Most of these anti-woke grifter channels come off like this anyway. Most of them try to take the tiniest thing and make a big deal out of it to make it seem like diversity is ruining Hollywood. Their motto is go woke, go broke, and to them that means if a film has a diverse cast, then it's gonna flop.
Why this game on screen?
I don't know.
Why
couldn't it have been Sonic? I always like it when it's Sonic.
Is Okami
blue hedgehogs in my platformer?
I know.
This one is a white head. This is a white wolf, right? So what is?
I'm sure it's just
maybe it's
B-roll.
representative of a lack of diversity. But there's another straw man going on there, which is that I don't think either Drinker or Gary or anyone here would say if a movie has a diverse cast, it's going to fail. That's not anyone's claim. It's the way it's done.
A weird claim.
Either will make it good or bad.
Well, no, the
it's
thing
not
is
the
that
mere existence of black people means it's doomed to fail. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Well, the argument is that like you're just hiding your power level. The thing you're really mad about is just the black people in the movies and stuff like that. And I'm not going to try to prove it because everybody already knows. That's what the genre is.
Yeah, and then
None of these
everyone
people would
broadly.
say, no one on the FNT, EFAP, general sphere, whatever you'd want to call it, no one would say that this rule is like 100% accurate constantly. They would probably say like it's a general trend, or it can be a really negative influence.
You might think,
factor.
Rex, there's thousands of hours of discussion regarding these cultural topics from all of the people in the sphere you just mentioned. Who could say? Who could know? It's really simply
who
said.
could know? I think that information is just not accessible to us. There's no way to find out.
Then it's gonna flop.
But that's not what they say. Typically, the anger against diversity is when it makes no sense. It is often the inclusion of diversity when it doesn't fit with the story being told, often ignoring source material, lore, or history. Pushing back against forced diversity in this sense is fine.
It's weird that a Battlefield 5 thing pops up. I was in a call with some friends last night, and we were talking about like fallen franchises and stuff, and we were kind of reminiscing a bit about Battlefield, and it shouldn't be controversial, I guess it is, but like Battlefield 5 is my favorite Battlefield in terms of like the mechanics and how fucking robust they are and all the great details and things. And I will never forgive DICE for, after the immense success and praise that Battlefield 1 got, having them come out with that fucking trailer and saying the things that they said to completely cripple at the knees from the launch of the game, Battlefield 5, when it eventually shaped up to be like an insanely good, awesome
It was
Battlefield
a wacky
game.
trailer.
Oh god, man. I'll never forgive them.
That was really wacky.
Am I thinking of the right
Weird
one? Because I'm not as into Battlefield.
It's the big one take shot where they're like leaping through windows and hitting each other with baseball bats and stuff.
Oh god, yeah.
That was the woman with the prosthetic arm.
It's a case of tone. You know, like there's a certain tone that you probably want to be evoking if you're doing a World War II game. And I don't know that you would want to be doing a tone like what's presented in that trailer. That would be my suggestion generally, but you know.
Then they came out and said,
like Vanguard had the same problem.
Yeah, if you don't like it, don't buy it. This is what we're doing. Fuck you guys. I know you're all complaining that this is a wacky, crazy, obviously alt history, women on the front lines with prosthetic arms and British soldiers with katanas on their backs kind of thing. If you don't like the game, don't buy it. And a lot of people didn't, and it just... I cannot fucking believe.
No, I guess what's funny is you say Fallen franchise. Battlefield 6 outsold Call of Duty this year, didn't it? Last year,
that is true. However,
but that's because Black Ops 7. I mean, what a great idea that
Black Ops 7.
Wow. Yeah.
I think I checked. 50,000 people on Steam were playing Battlefield 6, but it's still going definitely. I stopped playing it a while ago.
You know,
it is clearly it has turned into something that isn't what I liked about Battlefield. It's just kind of turned into generic shootery kinds of games. And when I hear people talk, I don't really hear anyone talking about it anymore, other than that the weird season passes and things they do for it are just like weird.
Have they you got Modern Warfare 1, 2, 3, and then the reboot 1, 2. They've done they've remade them into 1, 2, 3 already, right?
3.
Yeah.
And 4 is next. 4 is coming.
Have they speculated about doing that with Black Ops since they're at 7?
Oh, what, reboot? No, I don't know. It seems like because bear in mind, the more recent Black Ops, because it's funny, because it's me trying to piece together games that I'm very familiar with games that I'm not so much, because World at War, Black Ops, and Black Ops 2, I often think of it just as a trilogy in my head, because I don't really care for anything that came. Black Ops 3 was way further in the future. I think 4 didn't have a campaign, And then the 5th one was Cold War, which was like in between Black Ops 1 and 2's like past story. And then Black Ops 6 was like after Black Ops 2's past campaign, but before the modern campaign, which was in 2025. And then Black Ops 7 is a direct sequel to Black Ops 2.
Well,
I think they're just committed to being like this with Black Ops, just keep running it forever and cannibalizing like the remnants of the past games that people actually like.
Seems to me a reboot of Black Ops would be a desperate move that makes sense for them. Because I think that would
Yes,
grab our
I guess
attention a
so.
little bit, wouldn't it, if they were to do that?
Because then it's like, yeah, Black Ops 1 again, and we're going back to Vietnam.
Yeah. I mean, I doubt they do World at War reboot. Seems unlikely.
I don't think they're interested in doing something like that. Like World at War is like really edgy. Like,
really fucking
like,
good.
in the sense of it, no, of course it's just that it's a little bit too daring, I would say, as a video game from modern Call of Duty. I mean, could you imagine, right, if you had a campaign that was like that, and then you jump over to multiplayer and all these wacky costumes that everybody's wearing? It'd just be jarring as hell.
And I don't think
plus, they seem to be doing this new thing with a lot of these games now, where like the single player campaign starts to bleed into some sort of persistent multiplayer story that comes afterward. So it's like your ending can't be a proper ending anyway. It's like your ending needs to sort of leave the door open for some weird, maybe canon, maybe not, like story that continues over the next year. To the point that I don't think that there's really much of an interest in continuity at all when it comes to these games.
When playing the multiplayer, I had a friend who fucking hated anybody who used Bouncing Betties just at all. And I remember he'd been playing the game for ages. And I'd only just started on like ranked and stuff or whatever, and I was gradually getting levels. And when I unlocked them, I was like, surely I can just use them to see what they're like. And he was like, yeah, fine, okay, that's fair. Yeah, you can check them out. And then like I just remember having this memory of joining a party, and I had a loadout that had the Bouncing Betties in it. And he saw me put them down. And he was like, what the fuck? And I was like, oh, I left it on. I was like, don't worry about it. I would never use these.
The thing is that self-policing on these it's like martyrdom. Like, you really not going to use that? Like, that shit could just get you a free kill, like, easily.
Yeah.
And it costs you nothing. Then in Modern Warfare 2, getting really insane. Like, did anybody not use Commando? That shit would send you fucking flying at people. Like,
it's Commando, like Commando Pro would like double your knife distance, and then you could have like a tactical knife for your pistols, so you could do it really. Oh.
And then care package.
Fuck that game.
The glitch.
Oh
with,
care package, super useful.
You were literally diving over the course of like whole rooms, and people are like, "What the fuck is going on?" And it's like, yeah.
Good at the end of but yes, there will never be that. You will never get World at War again. That was one and done. You should not expect that in a AAA video game at this point.
Whether a film is diverse or not does not determine whether it's going to be a flop or not. It's the film itself. In order to properly criticize a film, you have to look at the fundamentals of what makes a film a film. You have to look at
story. You know what's funny? Whether or not a film is a flop sometimes has nothing to do with what's in the film.
Absolutely. I wish that it kind of was a bit more. I wish there was more of a correlation between quality and success. No. But
that's not true. I mean, need we remind you? I mean, the go-to example, Blade Runner, failed at the box office.
I would more so be picking something like like The Flash. It's like, could The Flash have been anything that would have saved it? It's like not clear. It's like there's a couple of these superhero movies that are so fucking expensive.
They're like doomed. Yeah, they're doomed. It's like you're dealing with a case where it doesn't even really matter if it's the best thing ever. The character's obscurity.
Furiosa would be one. Like that movie was fucked.
That'd be. It's like, dude, there's no way. There's no way. Not with how expensive it was and the character that you're dealing with. There's no way. It doesn't matter how good it is.
What was the budget for Running Man?
Oh, it's like $100 million or something. Yeah, I think crazy high.
Yeah, 110. So that's one of those ones where you're just like, I think you're fucked already. You can't make it that expensive. Yeah. You can't do that.
Well, I mean, Blade Runner 2049, right? Like, regardless of the quality discussion that could be had about it, that film cost like $150 million or something crazy. It's like, dude, that's so much fucking money. Like, I don't think you got a chance.
Killing cinematography.
It's popped up in conversation recently because the next Godzilla movie's coming out, but Godzilla -1, I think the director basically said, I wish we had a $15 million budget for that movie, and it looks phenomenally good and it's excellent. It was my favorite movie that year. So it's like it's kind of actually insane that they were able to make that movie for such a small budget when over here it's just regular to have 100, 200 million dollar movies. It's just absurd. Where does the money go?
Acting, pacing, dialogue, all.
I do enjoy that all of the visuals he's used are films that didn't do well. I think they had Shang-Chi, which I think we can all see now. It's like, well, how could it have been successful? Like $150, $200 million budget. I think it made $400 million at the box office. There has not been a sequel. Doesn't that tell you something? And then I think that was like G.I. Joe Snake Eyes, which did anybody watch that movie at all? And now we got Fantastic Four. I was like, yeah, Fantastic Four.
About it for the first time.
Made less money than Superman did. It was like $500 million on a $200 million budget. It was like, yeah, so I don't know
Superman
if these
didn't do
examples
well.
were chosen for any particular reason, but I feel like that's worth noting that these films that have been selected did not do as well as they needed to. Some of them were just outright failures.
These things that are fundamental aspects
Oh,
of
well,
a
not
film.
this.
You
This
can't
is,
just.
I don't know, this was successful. This one
yeah.
wasn't on my screen when I...
Yeah, it was.
This one wasn't on my screen when I was saying all of that. Never mind.
Well, this is a series
this-
anyway, Netflix show.
Yeah, this is I think it's the anthology Predator or Killers. Is that what
No, this is Blue Eye Samurai.
No, this is Blue Eye
Oh,
Samurai.
okay. Oh, gotcha. I've heard
Take
it
a
was good,
superficial
but-
look at something and call it woke and call it a day. That's not.
And now
real
we're back to
criticism.
Okami, which I'm pretty sure definitely didn't do. But I assume this is not.
I think
this
it's
is
B-roll.
not our,
It's just, you know.
I think this is our sort of baseline visual, but I'm pretty sure Okami is a cult classic.
Yeah.
These critics do like diverse things. However, if you hone in on the parts where they take issue with race bending a character, say they feel that way about all characters of color, and then go on to ignore the sections where they do talk about the things you just stated, well, then it's fairly easy to paint the narrative you want.
I'm talking about none other than anti-woke television critics who are very, very not happy with Andor, believe it or not. Oh boy.
Now, this could be an editing mistake.
I think of the two people he showed, Gary.
Well, wait for it.
Utterly
all right.
Noah is flashing up images of YouTubers who enjoyed the show while stating they didn't, which would be another blip.
It feels very baity to throw in that Drinker would hate Andor because Star Wars, Kathleen Kennedy, blah blah. And it's like, nah, he praised it significantly.
It's really, yeah, he speaks very highly of it, as do we. We thought that shit was
Look at that!
gold.
Look at that video. We'll never get Star Wars this good again.
Yeah, he doesn't like it though.
It's like,
It's pretty bad. Yeah.
Lie. There is a possibility that he got lazy and decided to just throw up a smattering of broadly anti-woke critics for the visual. However, if this is the case, it's lazy and irresponsible, or he's just lying again. That's also a possibility.
The argument a lot of people are making is that it's a real show, it's for adults, and I'm like, do you need to see that for it to be a real show? You need to see that for it to be an adult show. Listen, we all have experiences with, unfortunately, SA. I don't want to see it in my Star Wars. Look, Sopranos is my favorite show in the entire world. There's a very real scene with that in there. It fits the show. It fits that world. It fits that real world on Earth. This never been done in Star Wars, doesn't need to be there. There's a lot of people that have a problem with it. I have a problem with it. I don't need to see that.
But the thing is, that scene also fits.
no.
I don't think we agree with
No,
Star Wars theories.
but
This
section is going to be.
We are not.
The section's going to be interesting because if you remember all the turn of events, it's kind of why I find the refutation boring from Artley. It's so late in the game. Theory was on the podcast for Open Bar having these discussions pretty blatantly with everyone there, and then his audience desperately wanted him to complete the season to see if it changed his mind. He did, and then he did. He released a video saying it recontextualized in some ways that scene for him. And he was really into the scene as the season as it progressed, which we talked about the first arc in season 2. It's a rocky start for a lot of people.
Yeah, but I will say I'm not. The problem is season 1 is fucking excellent. So if you've gotten through season 1 and then you get to that, and it almost feels like how are we not acknowledging that season 1 was awesome already anyway.
Well, yeah, you're not going to hear that from me, but I will say that we got worried with that first arc. We were concerned.
Well, certainly, we got worried, but I'd say that the nature of our worry was very unique. It was after. Bear in mind, guys, this was after Arcane season 2.
Oh God.
We were in a very scary place
precarious
in terms of sort of the expectations for the future.
And it seemed to be really reacting to the main criticism of season 1, which was that season 1 was too boring and needed more dumb, stupid action stuff for the sake of dumb, stupid action stuff. So of course you get a pretty janky action sequence in the first episode of season 2. To think, shit, they didn't listen to them, did they? It turns out that they didn't, so that's good.
No.
Andor just as much as it fits The Sopranos. As stated before, Andor is a much more realistic, hardened look at what the Empire does when it's in control of an entire galaxy.
Okay, so here's the annoying thing. Like, I'm not even remotely on board with the sort of the arguments that Theory was putting out there. But like, what your response is not going to be compelling to that argument. Because the argument was, this shouldn't be in Star Wars. So the response being, yeah, but it's a serious show. It's like, well, that's... Like, it's something that I'm struck by in this. It's like, dude, if you want to have these fights, like, with some of these positions, you got to be, like, more prepared to actually, like...
Yeah, you might
understand what
you might have assumed
yeah, like,
that if he has 5 arguments and 3 of them are just so terrible that you wonder how you'd be that, like, idiotic to have come up with them, and maybe the other 2 are, like, pinpoint accurate good. It's like, that's weird. I wonder how that happened. I'm not saying that for any reason whatsoever.
Of an entire galaxy. It's a really introspective look at what life under a fascist regime looks like.
Regime.
And the truth is, in a fascist regime, stuff like this would
Oh god, he keeps saying it. Regime? What the hell?
Surely he would notice that this sounds just like that other word that I keep hearing constantly, and it's pronounced a little bit different. Huh.
And happen a lot, especially by those in power.
Especially.
It's fine.
And in command in a scenario like this. So really, no matter what Star Wars Theory tries to say here, it actually does fit the world of Andor really well.
Again, you can check out Theory's got a video about what he thinks of Andor Season 2 after having watched all of it. It's a lot different than what he said at first, but at the same time, this was addressed by the people that he's criticizing, so it's kind of annoying.
I've seen a few people in chat say, do not regime, which is very funny.
Do not regime!
Do not regime! Do not redeem the jobs! Do not redeem
Man,
the
combo up
jobs!
do not redeem with him banging on the door.
I don't agree with the criticism that this scene was misplaced. In fact, you know who else disagreed? The very anti-woke critics you have been flashing up in the first place.
It's not for me that happened, and she does kill him.
Yeah, but even it being implied to the point where, you know, he's like got her from behind and being aggressive and hating her, I didn't feel like it belonged in Star Wars.
I think it paints a perfect picture of the Empire, though, and I'm going to give my 2 cents here, and then I'll shut up about this whole thing, but I think it reflects really well in painting a picture of the true horrors of the Empire, because if we're going to sit here and paint pictures of the bureaucracy of essentially space, fascism, right, and we're going to go through all these people and their terrible mission and all that stuff, it makes perfect sense to me that you would have Imperials that are essentially working almost unchecked, because somebody like Palpatine and Vader is not directly overseeing what Joe Schmo is doing on this planet to these people, right? So it makes sense to me that it happens. If we're talking about making an adult show that is for adults about Star Wars, it has a Star Wars label on it, but it's meant for an adult audience, that is something that happens. People that are power hungry and cruel commit acts like murdering children, like blowing up planets, and therefore forcing themselves on women that they see as basically inhuman is not out of the question.
Like I said, if this was like a Game of Thrones level type of scene, I could understand why there's some like backlash and outrage, but to me, it wasn't even, it was kind of like a big nothing burger.
Yeah.
Because we saw an Imperial officer attempting to force himself on someone, and he got killed for it.
Yet, Otterly Noah was perfectly okay with making vast generalizations about the entire group. Again, I do agree with Otterly Noah that this scene was fine, and getting upset at the events when just as worse, if not worse things have occurred in Star Wars doesn't make sense. But you can find people like the Critical Drinker or...
And there'll be way better conversations about this topic back then than you'll find in this video where he's just like, well, it belongs in Andor no less than it belongs in The Sopranos.
Because it did discomfort quite a lot of people. And I remember having a bunch of these like variations of this argument with lots of those people.
Yeah.
And I think that's a sign of how successful the scene is, because it actually challenges you and what you think you knew about the thing that you like. And it's supposed to unsettle you and evidently succeeded. But then you kind of realize how much of it is not a thought out position, it's just an emotional reaction by the lack of real argument against it, I suppose I'd say. Beyond the sense that it made me feel uncomfortable. I heard loads of people say, like, oh, this Star Wars has never shown anything like this before. I even actually pulled up a little montage of clips of, like kids dying in Star Wars just to refute the point. But like, that's almost not even the strongest argument in favor of the scene. It's correct to point out that the Empire would logically include this as an aspect, but it's also not a rebuttal to the idea that you don't need to show it to get that point across. The strongest part of that scene for me is the character stuff, because Bix has been kind of the powerless victim of a different form of rape before, and here she is fighting back and, in a sense, reclaiming the agency that she lost at the end of season 1. Like, it's an important character scene as well as an important world-building scene. Like, all of that stuff makes that scene very important, and not just we're being edgy for edgy's sake.
Well, and I think as well, if something like Empire were more recent in the, fucking series of the saga of Star Wars, the violence in that is a lot more stark or rough. But in the same vein, Star Wars, seeing Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru as skeletons having been like burned or whatever happened to them specifically. Yeah. Point being, we've had so much like soft Star Wars for so long now that I feel like if we had the 6 films and then this, I feel like people would have been much more willing to come to terms with it. I think we even said, right, if it came out right after Rogue One, I think it probably would have been accepted a lot more as part of it. But
yeah,
having seen so many, like Mandalorian, it is, I think Gary's described it as like it's just a live action cartoon in the sense of nothing feels like it has weight in it, like a bad cartoon, obviously. It's very soft, very friendly, very chill. Nothing. No, the stakes never really get any higher than anything you could imagine. Like, and he's always like, "Oh boy, here comes Gus Fring, and he's got all these things. Ah, we got him." And 3 times, he's like Team Rocket in that series.
Sure is.
And so, yeah, when you're dealing with that for so long, I think seeing something like that in Andor comes as actually even more shocking than it would have anyway. Because you're like, "Oh shit."
Snarky J, who enjoyed Andor.
One such revival is actually a movie called The Legend of Aang: The Last Airbender, which is set to come out in theaters in 2026 and serve as a sequel to the original series. But you know who's not excited for this film? None other than Rev Says Desu, who made a whole video saying that this movie
Well, I think you know about this part, Nick, is to do with the voice actors.
He is woke. Apparently he's very upset that this film is not bringing back the cast of the original cartoon, so let's see what he had to say on that.
But if you scroll down here, you also notice she has some upcoming projects like The Legend of Aang, The Last Airbender, and that is something that is mired in some controversy because that is supposed to be a part of 3 films that are basically continuing on where the series left off, and I think it's focusing more on their adulthood adventures, and there's something odd about it. The entire original cast is gone in terms of the voice actors, and that's a mistake and makes people kind of scratch their heads because they had very iconic performances that a lot of people really cherish when they look back at them.
So the thing about that is that this film is actually supposed to feature Team Avatar in their early to mid-20s, and Aang is actually supposed to be 25 in this film. So I really don't think it would make sense to cast the same voice actor that did the kid version of Aang in the original show.
So help me out here, because I'm so beyond context on this. Wouldn't it make sense to hire the same voice actors because they are now old enough to play those versions?
They sound older, right? Yeah.
I think with the character who played Aang specifically, that guy just quit acting in general after the show. So that one makes a little bit of sense. But that's not the reason why they're doing it. They've explicitly stated the reason why they're doing it is to bring in more like ethnically diverse characters. But this also is like a fake world too, so they're not like bound to the race of Earth.
Well, but it's voice acting.
Well,
so,
yeah,
like,
there's so many like I said, I was lost. Once again, so Otterly's first counter is their voices, they'd be too young to be playing older versions. It's like, this show is old, man. They are now older. What do you mean?
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? Like, of all the counters you could come up with, this one is just crap.
And also, voice acting, you have a lot of leeway with the ages you can voice, too.
But also, like, if they're actors, like, surely they would be able to act or to put on a voice that sounds older if for some reason they can't do that.
Most voice actors can affect older voices.
In the case of Korra, they were really aged up, like, long time aged up. Like, it wouldn't have made sense. But in the case of, like, this movie, they're not really that far up. Like, I don't think if I heard Katara's voice being similar to the actual show, just an older actress doing it. Also, they're fucking voice actors. Can't they make their voice sound a little... I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean,
but then it's kind of what you said. Apparently, explicitly, the reason was not
it was coming.
Because, like, oh, well, yeah, okay.
It's supposed to be an older take on the character, so I honestly think it makes more sense to cast a voice actor who's going to be able to do an older version of Aang for this movie.
Like him saying this makes me think, like, he does know when the show originally came out, right? And that the people who did those voices would now be older,
Came out 20
right?
years ago, didn't it?
This is what I'm saying. It's like, why is he saying this as though it came out yesterday and that you can't have the kid voices play the adult voices?
This casting director would respond, saying this: I told Mike and Brian that I understood how important it was to get this right for them and for the fans, because I'm a fan too, also my favorite IP.
By the way, it went past race, right? They had to hire a blind person to play Toph.
That's what I've heard, yeah. But again, I'm not as plugged into this one. Yeah, they switched out the actress because she wasn't blind playing a blind person, which is... I'm sorry, that's just really funny. Like, you need to be blind to be able to voice
what
act.
What you're saying is that it is currently unethical for Charlie Cox to be playing Daredevil. Like, that is right now unethical.
Even though his blindness isn't even a blindness that exists in the real world.
Radioactive sludge.
Did you hear the casting drama in... You can go first, Rex.
Because I don't... With the Matt Murdock thing, I don't think that there should be a problem at all, because I haven't heard one blind person say that he doesn't look like he's actually blind. So I don't think that should be an issue at all.
He's done the work because he's an actor. He is a person who acts.
Where he makes himself look like he's blind, like with the way that he uses his eyeballs in the show, even though he's not. That's crazy, man.
Do you see the interview where he said he had to do a fight scene without his glasses? I forget when it is in the show. But without his glasses or a mask cover, but he was saying like it was so nightmarish to film because he needed to simultaneously remember and perform all of the choreography and the steps, but not look to anything. Like he
look
needed
straight ahead, yeah.
Which is so intuitive. That's got to be a nightmare.
I'm sure it was.
Like
what
right now, they're getting mad about
they're letting him down.
Yep.
They're getting mad about the casting in The Last of Us season 3 because they brought on the actress who's going to be playing Lev. Is a girl, but like Lev in the game is like a trans guy, right? But like in that universe, they wouldn't have access to gender affirming care, so it would kind of make sense to cast the way that they did, but that's still not good enough.
Dude, no one's gonna watch that season. They're insane.
It's kind of crazy. It's like it's this show that it's Dead Man Walking, you know, like
they really.
Season 3.
Oh yeah, they really did kind of have a chance to right the ship, so to speak, after the first season was generally positively well received, and then they're just like, you know what, we're doing Last of Us 2. Again, we're gonna go through the same controversies. We're just gonna do the shit thing again on the screen.
Dude, they're like, yo, you're taking jobs away from trans actors. Like, oh, I didn't realize there was like a huge like line of trans children from China who are acting and ready for a Hollywood like
just in,
production.
Somebody point out, so because Charlie Cox is on our minds in the Expedition 33. They're all French, right? So should they be voiced by French people?
You know, they might have opted for grabbing actors that can do the job as opposed to making sure they were French, I guess.
I don't know. It's just, especially when it comes to voice acting, when the whole thing is anybody can be anything. This just feels so anti the spirit of voice acting as a discipline.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as we point to, Kratos is voiced by a black guy. Yzma was voiced by a black woman.
I mean,
there are many
instances of this being the case, and everybody's on board with it because these people that they tend to get for these roles have awesome voices. Like Phil, I'm forgetting his name. God damn it, he does lots of voices. He played one of the Green Lanterns. He played like Jon Stewart in the animated. No. It's Phil something. I don't know why his name
Lamar?
is. Yeah, that's the guy. For example, right, amongst many other. I don't know. It's just all of this it just seems so anti the spirit of voice acting, like this sort of position.
Show was released, there's been more emphasis in voiceover to match actors' ethnic/racial background to the characters they're portraying.
He did Samurai Jack.
Samurai Jack.
Yeah.
He was Samurai. Yeah, Samurai Jack was.
Nah, sorry, can't do that. Not allowed.
You know, people consider that fucking Apu documentary to be the patient zero of this insanity. Remember that? The one.
Yeah, I mean, it probably was. That was like big, and then it's like, oh, cool. So just now, and now Apu's just not on the show, right?
That's such a fantastic explanation of how awful this point of attack is.
Can you imagine if we didn't have him in the whole show? We don't have the episodes. Like
complete backfire.
It's just gone.
Well, and most people would say it's like this is a very big tell if you have or have not watched Simpsons. But Apu is one of the better characters morally. Like he's just one of the best people in Springfield.
He's a great guy. Yeah, he's maybe not Ned Flanders.
No,
great, but he's up. on the spectrum, you know, compared to someone like Krusty, for instance, or Mo.
He's a hardworking family man, you know, and he owns his own
Who needs
business.
the quickie mod? I do.
And he can sing and dance. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
ATLA is a fictional world, but there are cultural influences for each nation/kingdom, and we wanted to explore the talent from those groups. It's about providing.
You say ETLA?
ATLA.
He said ETLA, which caught me off guard. I was like, is this like a sequel I didn't know about? But
providing a good.
He couldn't say ATLA. He misspelled ATLA.
Voice for a character, and all of this nonsense about having to understand the background of these characters in order to give a proper performance is totally ridiculous. It's one of those things, it's meant to be so progressive, and yet it is so regressive, and all it does is segregate people based on the color of their skin and limit their opportunities based on the color of their skin. It's ridiculous.
I had to rewrite and re-record this section because I did not realize how misleading this motherfucker is. Sure, based on how utterly Noah presents Rev's arguments and the casting situation in general, it seems reasonable. Given that the characters have aged, the voice actors who played these characters originally as kids may not be best for the role now. It could be that other voice...
I mean, maybe, but it wouldn't be because of their age. It would just be their ability
You'd
at
have
that
to
point.
try, yeah. You would have... And wouldn't you, like, you'd bring him in?
I would have thought
And
so,
you
and their
try?
age might be a boon. Like, it might be perfect. You never know.
voice actors...
Maybe the whole
could better
point that they don't sound the same is... Yeah, that's kind of the point. They don't sound like they used to. They're older now.
inhabit the characters in their older versions in this new film. Thus, why the original cast is not assembled for this new movie. The issue is that this is not at all the reason that was given from the casting director in charge of the new movie.
Where you see this Ask Me Anything being hosted by this casting director named Jenny Jouet. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but she is someone who, if you look at her resume, she's very accomplished as a casting director. She did films like Snowpiercer, Inglourious Bastards, Avatar: The Last Airbender Season 2, but if you scroll down here, you also notice she has some upcoming projects like The Legend of Aang, The Last Airbender, and that is something that is mired in some controversy, and that was something asked in the Ask Me Anything, where this person said, is there any reason why you guys decided not to bring the original cast back for the ultimate nostalgia trip? The characters' voices are just so iconic and distinct, I find it hard to really accept anyone else in their roles, plus promoting the movie with the original actors coming back would break.
By the way, that's like a pragmatic reason why you might want to consider that,
Yeah.
because the voice of a character is like significantly important, you know, in
Yeah,
terms
it's
of
tied to their
an
identity a
element to
lot,
latch
and-
onto. It's,
Yeah, absolutely.
You should be careful when you
I would
recast.
say
Well, that's
every
happened with
argument
Simpsons, right, and stuff
is
like
in
that.
favor of bringing back those actors. Like every argument you could construct,
Seems
be it
that way to me. Yeah.
It seems like the show is purpose built for you to do that.
The internet and truly feel like the original show is back. And I agree 100% with some of these claims that are being made here.
Because it's funny, right? The whole, you got to be in tune with the cultural background in order to play the character properly. It's like, do you know who's really in tune with Aang's background? The guy who fucking voiced him in that whole show, I think. So you probably just opt for him, actually.
But this casting director would respond, saying this. I told Mike and Brian that I understood how important it was to get this right for them and for the fans, because I'm a fan too, also my favorite IP. Since the original show was released, there's been more emphasis in voiceover to match actors' ethnic/racial background to the characters they're portraying. ATLA is a fictional world, but there are cultural
Like, this to me is pretty fair. Like, if you wanted to counter this argument as being like, the reason is because the characters wouldn't be suitable, and it's like, well, this is the casting director saying this, so this is the reason.
influences for each nation/kingdom, and we wanted to explore the talent from those groups.
The reason the casting director gave was that many of the original voice actors did not match the ethnicity of the characters they were playing. This is why they were not brought back as stated explicitly by the casting director. Because of new industry standards and trends that demanded more quote-unquote authentic casting. Meaning that today's standards of casting voice actors would prohibit many of the voice actors from playing the characters if the last...
Many such cases, by the way, to absurdity. I remember we checked out one of the newer episodes of Simpsons, and Carl's voice is all fucked up now. It's just like...
Yeah, people mention it when voice actors change and they're just not able to, It's a big deal once you hear it. I'm like, that's not that person's voice.
Airbender was...
Yeah, to quote Grandpa, it'll happen to you, regarding something you like.
made today. Critical Drinker complains that the Loki you see in the show is a worse, toned-down, pussified version of the God of Mischief.
Correct.
True.
This hurts the show, along with introducing a superior female version of the character contributing to its low quality. Utterly Noah's response is to state that the Loki from the show is actually the same Loki you see post-Avengers. Noah further states that Loki and Sylvie work well together and the show is not putting her above him due to some of the fights that Loki and Sylvie have together, where they perform equally. The issue...
But then you have to ignore the times when she always wins against him.
Yeah,
I mean, fuck,
she's
even in
just
season
better.
2. In season 2, he goes back in time over and over and over again and fails.
Yeah.
He can't beat her. So, I don't know, the impression you get is like, oh man, so it's just like, it's something that we see a lot when it comes to essentially bad YouTube like videos on media. It's just like kind of what it is, like whatever the circumstance is, whatever the writing is, whatever the choices behind it are, they're just like, the fact that they are what you've got means that they're like correct, basically, and you have to kind of argue in favor of them. Like, these are all of the choices that were made in the show, therefore, like, I have to fight for all of the choices that were made in the show. There's, like, no attempt to sort of independently assess whether or not each of these individual choices were, in your view, the correct choice. It's like, well, this is what's there, so it's good.
You know, saying, like, Loki is completely fucked up in the show, he's a pussy, he's this, he's that, he's the other. To then counter with, actually, this is the one from Avengers. Is like,
I mean, when he was at his most evil.
Well,
yeah.
the point, like describing how the show begins, you're like, yeah, I know that.
I know,
you know,
I
like,
watched it. It's not a refutation.
No.
You're just like kind of repeating. There's no analysis going on. You're just like telling me what is, not why it is.
The
Even
issue...
then, they show him the little video montage of the stuff that the character that isn't him got up to in order to make him the same character as the character that isn't the Loki at the beginning. It's a fucking mess, but it's also not quite even as simple as saying, well, it's the Loki from the end of Avengers.
It's about to come up.
Noah's response is it's blatantly untrue. This is not the same Loki post-Avengers. The show very quickly introduces a scene with the sole purpose to fundamentally change the character of Loki.
Yeah, as fast as possible. It is the most pathetic thing I'd seen up to that point until, I guess, the Memory Store, which is the same thing, and they're both Michael Waldron.
Same writer, same man responsible for both.
The scene where he watches all of his pats and...
I'm just even remembering this, like, you watch your own character arc, and then you have it. Like, what are you talking about? That's not how that works.
Failure is shown to justify the significant change his character makes. Loki is not trying to actively work against or backstab individuals in the TVA who are his friends throughout the show. He actually starts a genuine friendship with Mobius. The scene is so explicit in its nature and purpose,
He fucking cries. It's so absurd.
No idea how utterly Noah failed to consider it. If you don't want to take my word for it, you can take the showrunners.
For Loki to see how his life and death plays out, we talked about how in Toy Story, Buzz Lightyear finally learns and...
Yeah.
I didn't know about
By the way,
this.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, if you're going to do a text-to-speech voice, do one of these. That's obviously a text-to-speech voice instead of the weird, uncanny ones that we have now.
I hate the... God,
I didn't realize that.
Uncanny AI that say, like, sure, man, I didn't realize. 1 sec, or I hear ya. Give me a sec. It's like, shut. I way prefer this.
Yeah,
one.
like the Alexa
I am reminded of Guilfoyle in Silicon Valley. It's like, you know, it's bad enough talking about a smart fridge. Does it need fake vocal tics like, you know, like, why do we need to make it like a person? Why
it's
do we
horrible.
Need to do that?
But yes, I used this voice, or one of these types, in the Ahsoka video. I remember a lot of people being like, that voice is annoying, and I was like, good. I'm glad.
I prefer these, yeah, because I know that it's a robot voice. It's not trying to be human. I think it was
It's like Arby and the Chief.
Yeah.
It's like I like that it's Microsoft Mike and Sam, and the fact
Yeah,
that they're so
Mike and
obviously
Sam.
not human.
Yes.
comes to grips with the fact that he is, in fact, a toy when he sees the commercial, and just what a humbling experience that is, explained Waldron in an interview with IGN.
Oh,
and that's the thing that can finally take the bluster out of
That's a
Loki.
dumb man right there. You can tell. You just see it. Look at
No
that.
thoughts.
Oh, his writing. It's just so
Oh,
horrendous.
God.
Of Loki realizing, wow, I was never actually in control the way that I thought I was. That's why we wanted Loki to see that, and I think we also knew it would be really emotional and impactful, and Tom Hiddleston would do a great job with it.
Well, we know that. He'll do a great job with literally
Of course,
anything.
He does a great job with, I mean, he does a great
very
job with the
talented
material
actor.
of this show, which is
Mhm.
horrendous.
As for the action, for the most part, Loki just sucks at fighting the TVA, while...
Yeah, it's like the first thing you see him do is fail.
And he is a god.
He's a god who can command illusions. It's not fair to just have him beaten like that. It's so pathetic.
Just a regular person.
Sylvie is very good. He glazes her multiple times for this very fact. For Utterly Noah to get such things wrong about a show and still cite media literacy is hilarious.
She's had all the help from
Now over to Az and Ironheart.
Wakanda. She's had the Stark.
Oh man, just
Yeah,
you
I
saying
know.
Ironheart. But I had flushed
look at the thumbnail.
completely from my mind.
You got thief, murderer, criminal, trash, and it's like, yeah, that's all fair.
True. Yes.
Internship or whatever.
So the thing is, Riri actually.
Oh, I'll rewind that just so we got context.
What's wrong about a show and still cite media literacy is hilarious.
She's had all the help from Wakanda. She's had the Stark internship or whatever.
So the thing is, Riri actually never had a Stark internship, even though Heel tries to claim that here. In the show, she mentions having an internship abroad, which is actually just referring to what she did in Black Panther Wakanda Forever. There's nothing at all about her in the MCU interning.
Wait, hold on. Is he forgotten that she was at like MIT?
Yeah,
she was at
so
the university. Yeah.
what was it called?
They were paying for
Foundation.
They were paying for like all her stuff.
She had some kind of
Grant. It was like a grant. Yeah.
It's the
There was
Stark
some-
Something
Enough
Foundation,
money-
I think. I think he puts
Yeah,
it on
it
the
was-
screen.
She got enough money to basically build the suit that she uses
Yeah.
for the
Well,
majority of
she
the
was going to
show.
a crazy expensive university. Like there was something. Like
Yeah.
there
That's
was
what Az is
no
talking
Wakanda,
about.
and it was-
And
I assume that's what he was talking about because he just watched the show.
yeah.
Yeah.
At Stark Industries, so I'm not really sure what Heel was talking about here.
No, you do know what he's talking about, you're just intentionally being obtuse. Riri has a Stark Fellowship.
September Grant Foundation, that's what it's called, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
September Grant.
Okay.
I remember because she bitches about how it doesn't pay her enough money and this is why she steals stuff.
As says an internship or whatever, leaving open the possibility.
Yeah, he said all whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like, all right, you didn't get the word specific enough as, therefore,
Well,
you'll
it's just
try to
you
be
being
a griftly
jackass,
bear.
You being a dick. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah,
Like,
even
that's
though
what's
it's
happening.
covered perfectly by the whatever that he's saying.
Yeah.
No, he didn't say the word specifically. Yeah.
That it was something different than he recalled. The Fellowship is still a massive advantage and opportunity, so I don't know why you pretend that he has no idea what he's talking about. Why lie like this?
She doesn't have the cash dollar money because the only reason that Tony Stark got to where he was because he was a billionaire. Yeah, I don't think the person that made this watched Iron Man.
Tony Stark was able to build this in
Such an iconic clip. I love it.
It is. It's a great meme template too. You see people referencing.
I wonder if that's going to be in an upcoming Mutually video.
It probably might just make it in.
with a bunch of scraps.
And I don't think you paid attention to that scene at all, Heel, because that's actually not what happens here. In this scene, Riri is discussing how she needs funds to pull off the ideas and inventions that she wants. She mentions that because Tony Stark was a billionaire who inherited his fortune from his father, he was able to make the inventions that he wanted to. She's
I don't remember that being the case. I feel like everybody criticized Riri for her comments regarding Iron Man, so we have to. Maybe we were all wrong.
not trying to say at all that Tony Stark doesn't do work just because he's a billionaire. He still made all his own inventions. And him being a billionaire just happened to aid him with that, so she wants money to be able to do the same thing. That's really all there is here, and it's pretty easy to see, but it looks like Heel missed that. Or probably the more likely answer, he knew this was the case, but he wanted to try and mislead his audience.
No, that's not true.
Do you think Tony Stark would be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire?
What's the point of like
Rest in
misleading
peace.
his audience? Oh no, you're trying to make them like dislike a bad show, like the Malice.
This is
Well,
where
the
the
Malice
Chuds-
is third.
The
I'm not even
Chuds don't
kidding.
like Ironheart, which means you have to defend it. That's literally the beginning and end point of their thought process.
But
That's
also,
it.
Nick, you have to understand, you come from a world where the worst things that happen is actually destroying people's lives. Like literally and actually doing that.
Yeah.
In our world, they will say, like, you misrepresented the Lego movie, you should go to prison. You're like, what? And they're very serious about this. They'll often get to the point of saying, like, you're the worst thing on planet Earth. You need to be removed. Like, the world would be made better if you could stop talking about Marvel movies. You're like, wow.
Wasn't there that campaign? I can't remember. Was it around the time of The Acolyte when a bunch of people got together and started trying to get like a whole bunch of signatures trying to pressure YouTube to get deplatformed anyone who dared to point out that The Acolyte was shit? Like, these are people who would actually happily destroy your life for disagreeing on a show.
Oh yeah, Disney adults is scary. Like everything, they need this. It makes their worlds continue turning. So threatening it is rude.
No shade. It's just
I don't know, an FNT yesterday, someone had mentioned which is worse, Disney adults or Nintendo adults?
Oh,
It's gotta
Disney
be Disney
adults.
adults.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's gotta be Disney adults. No contest.
It's just gotta be.
the way the world works.
Riri Williams said that Tony Stark would not be Tony Stark if he was not a billionaire, essentially meaning that without the resources of a billionaire, he would not be who he is.
Hence the counter with he did this in a cave with a box of scraps,
Okay,
i.e. the billionaire
didn't have
part of
his
him
money.
didn't play into that moment that where he became Iron Man.
Exactly.
Remember, it's one of the
She
counter
didn't
criticisms
say-
of her character is that like she has the same skill set, arguably more, because she's just amazing in absolutely everything. She can build stuff that would make her so much money and sell it, but she
Yeah.
doesn't do that. She would rather steal stuff.
Which of
The
course
issue-
speaks to another problem. But yeah, I mean,
Yes.
this is pretty funny. It's like, oh, yeah, Riri's point was, well, Tony Stark wouldn't have been able to achieve absolutely every single thing he wanted if he didn't have, sufficient capital to invest in these projects. It's like, it's just funny how that's like not even remotely. It's like, yeah, he wouldn't be the person that he is if he didn't have money. Like his very being
Yeah.
is the consequence of money.
That this very sentiment is in direct conflict with what we see of the character, where in various situations, devoid of the resources of a billionaire, he is still able to find inventive solutions to problems, making him who he is. It's not actually about the suit of armor. There's an entire film and dialogue dedicated to
Listen, I don't really like that film, but I do concede that's what it's trying to do, all right?
this. You could maybe argue that Riri Williams would not know this. However, Tony Stark is one of the most, if not the most outward public-facing Avenger, almost.
I mean, if he's supposed to be like her role model / inspiration or anything like that, you think she'd know more than anyone
You'd think
else.
she'd know.
Almost to his detriment, so there is no excuse. There is even a documentary about his life within the MCU. Listen, if Riri
I'm sure the box of scraps is even in there. They had to let everyone know.
Williams is supposed to be an unlikable character, that's fine. But then don't be upset when nobody likes
She's supposed to be unlikable, that's fine. Is like, yeah, that's the show, unfortunately. She's just a cunt.
Yeah,
for
she's
every
one of the
episode.
worst. And it's shocking. The first, like, what is it, 10 minutes? You're already just like, wow, you made her one of the
I
worst
hate
characters
you.
ever.
her, which was probably not the showrunner and writer's intent.
I also find it funny that literally every single anti-woke grifter that has talked about this show always
Literally, he said literally every single one. Right?
uses that clip of Obadiah Stane from the first Iron Man movie. It's like these guys always play a giant game of telephone whenever making these videos, and
Ah, I see. It's not for any other reason, but it's just an interesting thought. You know,
A
like
game
the
of telephone.
like the idea of having a network of people that you kind of take ideas from or something. Like that would be
I
crazy.
mean, that's good though, to get inspiration and to get good ideas from people to expand your own knowledge pool. I mean, that sounds like a positive thing. You know, you could learn from other people.
Yeah, I guess
That
that's the
sounds good.
nice version of it. Maybe there's a negative one. though.
figure out what clips they do and don't want to use when making these videos, since they want to figure out.
By the way, I just want to. What he's saying is that, like, Drake, myself, Gary, some others, we all get into a call. We all agree on what clips we're allowed to use. You could use the box of scraps clip from Iron Man 1. Okay, everybody. Like, gotcha.
Can you imagine how few friends you would have if you called them up and said, "Hey, so I need 50,000 clip decisions for this video. Gonna go through them one by one."
Man, what would the allowance for me be exactly? It's like, well, you gotta stop using so many clips. It's like, nah, I need them. I gotta do it. I need more clips.
What will help them best project this message to their audience.
It is kind of mad though that you get three people back to back, making all of the same points, but the overarching points being, Drinker is a lying grifter who doesn't watch the movies he makes videos on, he doesn't care about them, and he doesn't want things to get better. And this has been made by three people who evidently haven't watched the video he made, don't much care about their own video production, and are doing it in defense of the way things currently are. So by virtually every metric, they are representing the thing they accuse him of being. They're like the goth kids of the internet. It's like stressing their individuality by all saying and wearing exactly the same thing.
What's
So
the
they're
fucking
very individual.
Monty Python meme, right?
all individuals. Yes, we're all individuals.
I'm not. Such a fucking good joke.
Life of Brian it's often overshadowed by Holy Grail. The Life of Brian's just like as good, at least, if not better.
Oh, so much fun. But no, it's just interesting because our conclusion before any of this stuff was seen from past EFAP was, wow, it's weird how much these guys all stand in line, all have the same structure and responses, all have the same answers. It's like they're copying each other's homework. But no, apparently as, nerdrotic myself, we're all doing that.
I also find it funny that literally every single anti-woke grifter that has talked about this show always uses that clip of Obadiah Stane from the first Iron Man movie. It's like these guys always play a giant game of telephone whenever making these videos and figure out what clips they do and don't want to use when making these videos, since they want to figure out what will help them best project this message to their audience.
As for everyone using the same clip, it's most likely because of how famous it was originally and how effective of a refutation it is of Riri's statements.
No, that doesn't make any sense, dude. They wouldn't pick a clip that's iconic and also count as the point. Why would they ever do that? That makes no sense.
Nah.
Dude, everything that's similar ever is coordinated. We can't possibly have any other excuse for it.
No.
In a relatively short time frame. Like how almost everybody going after the drinker will use the same talking point about Glass Onion.
Ooh, we remember this one. I don't think we get to it yet, but we're coming.
Which we'll get to later.
Yeah.
Did you guys all hang out in the same Discord or something?
It doesn't matter if you're Thor or Captain America, where you can actually take a hit like this. If you're a 4'11",
So this is unbelievable to me. All Az is saying here, right, is she's lost most of the suit and she crashes into concrete. He's basically saying she's dead. I'm sure we made the same point when we were covering it. He's obviously just clarifying if you're the Hulk, if you're Cap, and then Thor, yeah, you survive it, but not when you're a normal person. That's all Az is saying, okay? This is a classic example of, okay, fair. Yeah, she probably shouldn't have survived that. That's all you gotta do.
90-pound tiny woman with barely any armor on whatsoever, and you smack into that concrete at 100+ miles an hour, you'll be fine.
Oh, right, because in a universe where Kate Bishop falls off a very tall building and survives, in a universe where...
That's stupid. Yeah, but this fucking
this is
Hawkeye.
like
the starters, and it's not even the same context.
No, it's not the same kind. Like, yeah, it's dumb and it's Hawkeye, but like the clip he showed quite clearly shows her getting snagged to arrest momentum on the way down. It's obviously not the same thing.
This is a tough bit because he cites, I think, 3 examples, and all of them are actually horrible. Because one, as you just said with Hawkeye, Az doesn't fucking like Hawkeye. He would obviously be critical if it had the exact same problem. It's like, what are you suggesting? And then 2, as you said, the fall isn't even the same from the clip you showed us.
Oh no, he's not going to use the Black Widow one, is he? I've just seen someone in chat mention the Black Widow clip. You remember the part where
man.
Yeah, the dumpster down the...
I will say, that feels cosmically fun, because that is number 3. Number 2, however...
You smack into that concrete at 100+ miles an hour, you'll be fine.
Oh, right, because in a universe where Kate Bishop falls off a very tall building and survives, in a universe where Star-Lord gets sent into space and somehow survives
that was horrible.
So
but he's he's not human.
No. Well, that would be the answer for the first Guardians, but he loses his abilities from Ego, right? I think at the end of 2.
Right.
Yeah.
So technically in the third one, and the thing people pointed out with the third one is they fucking baited the deaths of main characters like 7 times in that movie.
Over and over again.
It was crazy.
That movie sucked.
And then, of course, to cap it all off, he cites the Black Widow
Somehow
film.
a universe where Black Widow manages to walk off everything in her own movie, Riri Williams falling out of the
not
sky.
even gonna show you.
He didn't even show
You
it.
can't show it, can you? You can't show it.
To remind people of the clip, she hits she hits an air duct and then like another air duct and then lands on like a roof and hits the ground, falling about like I want to say like 20 meters.
It's hilarious.
It's ridiculous.
It's so fucking
You're gonna
funny.
be walking away from that, if at all, with a lot of damage. The film, that's the kind of fall where the film has to account for it.
And so...
Yeah, but it doesn't. She's okay.
The hilarious fucking context here, it's just like, what have we got? The classic, you think this is bad? Well, everything else you like is bad. And then you're like, I don't even like those things. What are you saying?
There's a weird refutation.
Yeah.
Is clearly the most unrealistic thing ever. Also need to remind you, this is the same series where a
Oh,
giant
wow,
alien...
nice. Yeah, good job. You're very You're a smart person. Wow, you think that's unrealistic? There's a big purple alien.
What's the meme?
Yeah,
the Lord of the Rings meme with the car. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah, the BMW. Yeah. Let me just
You can accept dragons, elves, and talking trees, but you can't accept a 2021 BMW 5 Series 530i with optional heated seating. Why are you so bigoted?
I'm telling you, get a lot of mileage
It's
out of
such
that
a
meme.
good
Holy
meme.
fuck,
That's a good one, yeah. That's a good
You know what's so
meme.
good about it is it short circuits right into the point. You don't need to even address anything else. It's like, yep, you know what you're saying. We're good. But yes, no, big purple man means that nothing can make sense anymore.
The reason wiped out half of all existence. I don't think realism is really a thing to peg out here, heel.
Peg out?
Wait, what does...
Was that Freudian right there, or what?
Peg out?
Not the
like,
thing
like
to
you're
peg
not
out.
Totally
you're,
fine, you know?
Like you're
But-
knocking a peg out of a hole? Peg out? I've never heard this before.
You know,
Is this
it's
some
fine.
sort of a malapropism? Is that what they're called? When you mix your metaphors and things?
I find it ironic that the people who often cite media literacy will turn around and make the dumbest arguments, like, oh, it's all made up, why do you care? Or, are you asking for realism in a superhero story? In this case, we are talking about immersion.
It's like, yeah, that's the only stories they're making these days. So, I mean, that would be pretty nice if they had some realism in there.
Sometimes I wish you could hit the little, like you had a little remote and you could press the button that like forces people to have to make an argument when they say one of those things.
Yeah.
They do the realism thing and you're like, boop. And then they have to be like, no, you have to engage. I've hit the button where you have to engage with what I'm saying. You got to say something else.
Have different powers, abilities, and durability. Whereas Thor could tank a star, other characters like Hawkeye would not be able to. And the argument that a purple man collected rock candy to incinerate half of the universe is not an argument. Immersion is a factor that makes the stories compelling, as is pointing out that Riri falling on concrete at high speeds with a mechanically compromised suit and walking away with no injuries breaks immersion. Your argument...
This is what I mean about these guys. Just like, you can just give them the win on that one, okay? You can just be like,
Yeah, it's
that's
like,
fair.
yeah, they should have...
Well, yeah, it's sort of an overarching problem like that I'm noticing with this video. It's like, do you actually believe that the arguments you're making are going to convince people who disagree with you? That is the
It's
relevant
only
part,
ever going to
because I
convince
agree
people
with
who
you.
already agree.
But then, like, what's the point of any of this then? What's
Yeah.
your goal? What's the aim? Aren't you trying to convince people? Don't you think this is
You're not-
important? Because
You're not implying he's a Griftly bear, are you? Because
I'm
would
just
be...
saying, like, where is the effort to make arguments that are actually going to convince people who maybe don't 100% agree with you? In which case, like, what is even the point of this as like
He's
an
not
exercise?
allowed by his own rules. You can't force your opinions on other people, so of course
Oh,
he's
that's
not allowed to
true,
say anything
yeah.
offensive. It
Yeah,
does get
that
a
would
bit
be
more
bad.
damning as well, because the other question you have when people consistently make points like this is like, do you even like the thing you're defending? Because it kind of sounds like you don't. Like, why are you defending this by saying, "Oh, Avengers was always dumb shit and unrealistic"? Kind of makes
Yeah.
it sound like you don't like it. How is it that critics have higher standards than people who claim that they are fans of the thing?
I think a huge chunk of it is... I think it is like, oh, they hate this thing, I have to defend it because they're the enemy. I
Then it's like-
legitimately
it's like
think
you
100%
just
that's the
move one
case.
step down. It's like, so what? Because again, if this is like a broader political thing, and that's like it's like, well, achieving some sort of broader political objective is more important than being accurate or even giving a shit about what I'm talking about. I don't know, like if it was that important and you thought it was that relevant to making the world a better place, wouldn't you be doing something a little bit more like important, than this?
Maybe.
Like making response videos on fucking movie criticism.
And of stating that there's other unrealistic things in the MCU is not valid. Even in the Black Widow scenario, I would still take issue with some of the injuries.
Oh my god, look at...
Luckily, the metal dumpster breaks her fall. So she should be okay there
She
at the
walks
bottom.
off, and the story's weak attempt to explain
She
it
lads standing. My god.
away with
It's all the
Advil
Black Widow
was
training.
not nearly enough. When Rhodey took a horrific crash, the film didn't just say, oh,
No, I remember when this happened, everyone criticized Civil War for having... It was too realistic. It's like, why would you do this in a thing that has a purple monster in it? Why would you have this? That's what everyone said, because everyone's very consistent on this point.
he walked it off. He actually suffered.
Oh no, scroll! Look out!
Oh, you're right. Oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, no. Oh, no.
legitimate
the
injuries
alien.
because of it.
If I really wanted to be a grifter, I wouldn't be giving something like Pixar's Elio a good review. And
What? What are you?
What?
If I were a grifter, I would
can't
be.
a grifter. I like this movie.
I like Elio, so I can't be.
the video to itself. If you look at the most
It's so fucking funny with what's gonna happen that he's like, I couldn't possibly be a grifter. Like,
viewed videos on Elio from the time it came out, especially from those that are generally seen as grifters from the majority of perspectives.
Generally seen as grifters from the majority of perspectives. My friend, you're in a narrow bubble.
Yep.
That's
man.
slightly delusional, isn't it? Really.
Little bit.
When you have like, I think you need to realize when F&T goes live and has like 10,000+ people watching, or whatever. When you have Drinker who puts out a video that gets 500,000 views, like this is not like those are people. That's a lot of people watching.
I think
These
there's
are
so
not
much
weird
like again.
fringe
It's bringing
takes.
back to the point. It's like, dude, like you need like if you're actually interested in convincing people, which I don't even know why you would want to be doing anything other than trying to do that. Like you need to kind of like try harder because like it's actually you can't be this lazy and expect that the results are going to be like great for you, you know? Like you need to be like ready to actually like fight for whatever your positions are, assuming that you have any.
It's the thing, it goes all the way back, I think it was No Bullshit who said, described you, Rags, as known leftist? It can't just be left, it can't be an insult, it's known
leftist.
Like everyone agrees
I'm a
with me
leftist
on
and
this.
everyone knows it. Yeah, you know.
Everyone
You just
knows,
know.
See that the videos that went all in on bashing Elio got a lot of
That guy
viewership.
was
Bashing-
retarded.
Yes, he
No
was.
bullshit.
Yes,
He
he
was.
was. He was to this day.
That guy was retarded.
Yes, he was.
Did he have like a weird obsession with the fact that he went to university?
I think he would often bring that up as an argument from authority. Like, I went to university, but yeah, that is a thing that he would do, yeah.
He's an immense
He's the
character.
first person I knew who would just literally lie about knowing who you are. And it's so funny because that's like Hassan Piker's.
That's Hassan's
his
like,
model.
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
this the
yeah.
guy- isn't that the guy who? It's funny. The horseshoe theory is so. Holy shit, man! Like whoever came up with that, which is like, I'm just gonna come up with something that's just fucking true completely today. That's what I'm coming up with.
Gary's just letting me know he's got to give me a call so he can approve some clips. We'll do that later. We'll do it in the meeting, the clip meeting.
You weren't meant to post it in the public
Yeah,
chat.
idiot.
Delete it. In editing, we'll take that out.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, my phone's ringing. I just got the message.
Oh no.
The problem is though, like Ottolino is the kind of person who would look at this stream and see that and say it confirms that his theory was
I
correct.
knew it.
Yeah.
Will not
I knew
understand
it.
that
Yeah,
this is a joke.
see? Nicholas was so stupid for saying that on stream that he got
Let it
the
go.
group invite.
If you look at the most viewed videos on Elio from the time it came out, especially from those that are generally seen as grifters from the majority of perspectives out there, you can see that the video.
I
okay,
see. So
yeah.
the logic is all of the videos that have lots of views on Elio say
Are
that it's
negative,
shit. So
and they're all
why
from
would I make a
grifters.
video saying?
And
so
they
why
don't
would I
believe
make
it.
a video
They're
saying
seen
it's
as
good unless
grifters.
I wasn't a griftly bear?
Well, but it contradicts it. So they're seen as grifters from the majority of perspectives, which is why their videos get so many more
Yeah,
views than my video on an autistic perspective of Elio. It's like,
Yeah, it doesn't really
if
match,
they're
does
seen as
it?
grifters from the majority of perspectives, why are they more successful from a majority of perspectives?
What's that thing that the list of like fascism where it's like the enemy is simultaneously
Umberto
weak, but
Eco,
also
I think
all
is the
powerful?
name.
Dude, that shit is crazy. It's talking of another thing. It's just like, holy shit. I don't know about the rest of the points, but that one, god damn.
Yeah, your extremely unpopular and pathetic views are bad because of just how popular they are. Like, wait a minute.
Videos that went all in on bashing Elio got a lot of viewership. Bashing Elio superficially without really dissecting what may or may not have worked about the film is something that was sold very easily by a lot of grifters around this time.
And these
Is that what all of these videos did?
These are all grifters, yes. Known grifter
None
Chris
of them
Gore
believe
and
it.
Alan Ing here talking about Elio. So let's see what they have to say in this clip.
professional Disney
Okay.
photographers, the guy who took Michael Eisner's board pictures, taught us how to take pictures the Disney way, but it's called the rule of thirds. While watching Elio, I couldn't help but notice throughout 80% of the movie, all the action was in the dead center of the screen. Would you concur with that, Chris?
Yes.
And it just seems like Elio and Pixar and Disney, especially with Wish, they decide that they are going to take their movie and just violate all the rules of art.
Now, it is one thing to make a film that isn't well written and is not interesting, but what I want to talk about first is the animation. Now, I heard a review going into this video that also called Elio the worst Pixar movie ever made, and that video really just narrowed in on the animation and how this movie completely abandons basic animation and filmmaking principles. Then you will know this very...
Now, pause just to make sure you all understand. It is utterly Noah who's played the clip of Chris Gore and Alan Ing, and then this clip, and he's saying that this girl is parroting them. And obviously, the first thing that should come to mind when you see this is, well, but wait, but she cited them.
Noticed the same
She mentioned
thing.
the video.
She cited them.
When she heard it. Yeah, that's...
There's nothing wrong with that. Like like we do that all the time. Everyone should do that. If you heard something that you think is very fair, and you cite the person, like, yeah, that's totally fine.
Such this thing. Yeah.
Basic rule. The rule of thirds. What is the rule of thirds? It's that you should position your character, your subject, your action in the either left or right third of the screen. Why? Because it forces the audience's eye to...
Do you know, random fun fact that I stumbled across? Not in any way related to any of this. It was Jeffrey Rush playing Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean 1, and I think the rest of them, but certainly for 1. When he was doing the film, he kind of insisted, wherever he could, to be on the left side of any given conversation. And he said the reason was he wanted to make more of an impact, and he believed that the viewer scans the screen from left to right first. And so that they would see him first.
That's typically true.
Is
yes.
that universally true, or does that
I
depend
don't
on
know, and I think he even said he wasn't like 100% sure, but he was going with it for that, and I was just like, huh, interesting.
I've
that is interesting.
Next time,
but, yeah.
next time it might be a cultural thing because we read generally left to right.
There are other,
but
left to right, and there are others that are up to down principally before. Wait, no, I'm mixing. Yeah, the left to right to left. You're right.
So I think I mentioned this a while back where I've played a lot of DayZ, and you're out in the wilderness or in urban areas, and players can be hard to see because they're not like highlighted. There's no name tags or anything. It's very, very diegetic kind of game, very in universe. So one of the pieces of advice I heard was scan your environment from right to left. Because if you go left to right, that feels very normal and natural, and you'll skip over things because you'll do it too quickly. If you scan things from right to left, typically, it's a little bit less intuitive for you to do that. So you'll kind of stop and catch yourself and like really make sure to catch the details, and it helps you to make out more of the little, environmental stuff like that. So I have heard this before, where the left gets the focus first before right. And it might be language thing. So
well, I mean, I assume it is language because, yeah, I imagine that because in Japanese is right to left, right? Arabic is right to left, and I don't know if there are any other ones.
Didn't you say this before, Max?
Huttese.
Yes, that's why I started with,
is that right to left as well? Or?
I don't know.
Well, it's probably because I would imagine that the reason most languages go left to right, or at least up to down, is because up to down because of gravity is kind of like a natural ingrained part of our like existence. But also most people, like 80% of people, are right-handed, so you don't want to smudge what you've just written. So it's left to right is.
I mean, I'm not sure. I guess because to me, left to right, obviously that makes sense to me, and I think it reflects in a lot of things. Like in movie posters, obviously the most top billing is left to right. A lot of the time, when you look at movie posters and the attempts to give character significance left to right, I feel like Endgame might be a good poster that shows that because Robert Downey Jr. is like in the top left. He's not in the center. I think Chris Evans is in the center, but I think top left is still better. It's better to be there. There and bigger than somebody who's smaller and in the center. And then on the right, it's like, oh yeah, on the right, oh you've disappeared off there to the side. In fact, you know what? I think another one that's coming to mind, the first Mario Brothers movie, I think Mario is on the left and slightly bigger. And it's like, see, look at that. Wow. Yeah, look at how important Mario
language
is. He's there on the left.
in cinema.
Yeah, even though obviously in this case it's like, for boring generic movie posters, like, yeah, I assume there are rules about this. I assume it is a science.
To move to that angle. It forces them to move to whatever off-center angle it is and continuously engage with the action. Because yes, everything in Elio is portrayed dead center in the film, to a distracting level, to an almost comical level.
I find it so funny that Film Threat initially brings up the supposed criticism of Elio by talking about the rule of thirds, even though that really has nothing to do with the quality of the film or the story, since a lot of it
Well, of course, it has something to do with the quality of the
yeah,
film. If you're making a qualitative
what you're
argument
looking
about
at.
it from like
It's
from visual storytelling.
Yeah, he even referenced
it's the visuals of a movie.
It is the DNA of Pixar. See,
Yeah,
this is what bothers me too. Everyone's welcome to have an opinion, of course, but like listening to Alan Ing reference the actual artists and history of Pixar, and then talking about this, and then versus guy who says that's irrelevant to the quality. Like,
So
thanks,
sure
man.
didn't think it was.
That's what I'm saying.
But
Like,
you know
what a worthless fucking response. It's like, cool. The other person makes me think for a bit about like why that might be important and why they would have changed it, why they implemented it, versus you that just says, "Don't think about that." Like, oh, okay, cool.
Acclaimed Pixar films actually break this rule as well, and then of course.
So, if you remember, Alan Ing actually said around 80% of the visuals were centered, which is obviously referencing.
Pixar breaks the rule because there's occasionally shots where they have the focus of the shot in the center of the screen. Got you. Like,
see,
like do you
this is a
seriously
group.
think? Do you really truly believe that anybody would advocate that you should never put something in the center of the screen?
This is what I'm saying, man. Like, you're just not even listening.
Jester Bell decides to go ahead and try to parrot this talking point that doesn't make any sense to begin with. Really,
She tries to parrot it by citing it and then explaining it for her own audience. What a psycho.
it just shows a lot about how these guys really think about criticism.
You know,
and like this is supposed to be a fucking reference to how they're like, oh, it's all mirrored. It's just like she specifically said she'd listened to them and then wanted to talk about it. There's nothing wrong with that.
even after I think I'm done and I have everything wrapped up, I find new objections constantly and other ways Otterly Noah has lied. The clip Otterly Noah played of Film Threat is not their actual review. This video that he's playing is not their actual review. Their actual review is a separate video, which he conveniently didn't mention. The video he's playing is a specific rant that one of the writers at Film Threat made, specifically only talking about the rule of thirds.
Wait,
the
what?
reason Otterly
Well, so
we
like,
just completely
this is what I mean. Like,
misrepresented it.
That's misleading.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Noah didn't mention their actual review was because in that video, they actually break down the film from a myriad of perspectives and state for them why it didn't work.
Elio takes place in space. Somehow Pixar managed to make space look boring.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
it's like,
No, that was Bethesda and Starfield. Get your facts straight.
True.
you know, if I were to imagine Pixar doing space, you would see galaxies, you'd see.
You don't have to imagine.
Well, Wally, you don't have to imagine. that there.
Listen, it's impossible for me and
Space was
Freaking
not
not to be
boring
like,
in that movie.
listen, Wally, fuck, space is so
Noise.
gorgeous in that movie. Jesus.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
Stars, it would feel three-dimensional. It would feel crisp and clean, meaning you could see every star, every singular star. But in this one, it just felt like something that you get out of a children's textbook or something like that.
As for Jester Bell, just quote-unquote parroting the talking points, you know what? At least she mentioned that she noticed this from another video. She referenced the video she got it from, which is far more than I can say for you, Noah.
Oh,
which
no.
we'll get to
Oh,
later.
no.
That's the biggest
What
foreshadowing
does
we're
he
gonna get.
mean?
All right, we're not
What
there
does he
yet.
mean?
Still not there. Still not there yet. We're getting
The
there.
majority
What a
of the
strange thing to say.
We gotta do Glass Onion first.
content made on Elio from
Oh,
these
no.
people, even the ones that were phrased as actual reviews, didn't
Even the ones that were phrased as actual reviews shows Real BBC, in which I am there, and I can tell you, I've not seen that fucking movie, and we never reviewed it. Like, so, I don't know what the fuck you've got our visual up on there for.
really come off as real
Yeah.
reviews at all. Rather than
They don't come across as reviews at all. It's like,
Well,
it's not a
Nerdrotic, when he
review.
makes a review, it's like a video that says review on it, typically.
actually looking at Elio as a film and talking about the things that really matter when reviewing a film, such as storytelling, pacing, characterization, and things like that. They were just talking about things like box office numbers and the fact
Oh, why were we talking about things like box office, I wonder? Probably because we were talking about the box office.
that the film
Yeah,
previously
it's
had
important
queer
to the
themes in it
industry.
that they didn't like. If I'd really wanted to be a grifter, I probably would have done the same thing here, but I personally liked Elio.
Yeah, man, you're not a grifter. We got it. 100%. Definitely not.
Yeah.
You're such a good person.
Has he ever-
Full integrity.
I wonder if he's ever defined grifter. Like if he's ever actually said what he means
Disagree
by
with
that.
him, I think, is how it is.
Yeah, that's
shoved.
that's what he really means. But what would he purport it to mean when he says it? You know?
You follow anti-woke talking points for clicks, and therefore you make money. That's the usual definition that they give.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wonder
so
if
I
we could
give it
give
a-
an example of a grifter on the left.
good review and left it at that.
Phrasing in
This is not a
general,
review.
like
This
slop,
is a-
grifter, fuck, like it's just they're all encompassing terms of things I don't like. That's what they. That's
Well,
what they are.
the term thought termination came up earlier, right? It's not to say that we've never ever used a buzzword. It happens. It's the nature of conversation, but you don't want to get caught up in such a way that you use it because you can't be asked to think anymore. You just
Yeah, they're
go,
crutch
fuck it.
terms for
Yeah.
people.
Film previously had queer themes in it that they didn't like. If I'd really wanted to be a grifter, I probably would have done the same thing here, but I personally liked Elio, and so I gave it a good review and left.
Okay.
Scripting for the other side. That's all. We can just play this game all day.
Yeah, you could easily make the argument the only reason he liked it was to be like, I'm different from all those right-wing grifters, those evil, propagandists.
Did at that.
Well, that does seem to be what it is, because he said the things that really matter to a movie are things like story and pacing, but he's shown no knowledge of those. He's relied on them for none of his arguments, and to the extent he's tried, he's failed.
Whoa.
Like, we've seen that
you
over
saw
and
him
over again.
You saw him defend Predator Badlands. He had a great grasp of storytelling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a clip from the pop culture news podcast, The Real BBC. They are reviewing and giving commentary over an article. In fact, most of the examples you gave are not even reviews of the film. Critical Drinker does not have a review on Elio. Neurotic does not have a review of Elio. He again has a
I don't think Az does either. I don't remember that happening, and then I don't.
clip from his
I don't think X-Ray Girl does.
podcast where he discusses the film's box office. You know why they don't have these points in their review? Because they never reviewed the film in the first place.
It's also this constant seeking for mass attention and wanting to have the biggest platform possible to push their own agenda that leads them to not even cover any classic or underrated cinema.
Life of Chuck.
You only ever see these guys cover current popular American mainstream movies rather than things that could be more niche and more interesting to talk about and highlight. This is something that I, and a lot of others, routinely...
Steins Gate is niche.
Oh man, I just love to. It's just like, I'm actually really awesome on this front while everyone else is terrible. Also, I'm not a grifter, and I have lots of integrity, and I'm quite intelligent when it comes to breaking down movies. Just wanted you to know. Like, oh, sweet.
Steins Gate. Okay.
make a point of doing. As someone who just loves film, I would like more people.
Man, he just loves film, you know. he just heckin' loves it. What a great film is.
Yes, that
Taxi
niche
Driver.
Martin
I don't know if you've heard of it.
Who is Martin Scorsese? He's this up-and-coming director.
Invested
You
into
might have heard of
lesser-known
him.
projects.
No.
Ultimately, the grifters won't do that because, let's face it, that's not something that would get them clicks. Constantly talking about mainstream American films is the easiest way for them to get instant clicks and continue to sell this lie to their audience.
And now we just continue
So
to lie.
what is the lie?
The lie.
I'm still...
Yeah, because we've covered this
lie?
before. You're allowed to only cover high-budget American films. That's something you can do if you want. You can do whatever the fuck you want. The idea that that would make you a liar, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Also, if you want to say focus on bad writing or good writing or writing tips or things like that, like trying to get that to the most people possible usually involves like meeting the audience where the audience is. There's nothing disreputable or dishonest about saying this movie's doing really well at the moment and everyone's interested in it, therefore it's a good vehicle to explore things I'm interested in. That's just basic good business sense. And it is annoying to be told that it's not. It's like it's somehow more virtuous if you get 0 views on your video and therefore reach no one and make no point and convince no one than it is if you gain 500,000 views talking about a popular movie where you make the same points you would have made reviewing a smaller, less notable thing.
Wait, hold on. You act like you're a movie critic, but you haven't seen the niche indie film Blah, which was only shown to 5 people in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
I personally prefer the sequel.
What 2?
That's the English translation. It takes a few minutes to pronounce in its native language.
The image Utterly Noah put up as grifters who don't review anything outside of the mainstream. Let's take a look at their channels. A 2-second glance at Aaron Underwood's channel shows someone who has reviewed all types of media. Going to Critical Drinker's channel, you can see he reviews all types of media.
One of the reasons I started the Extra Shots series was to draw attention to older, more offbeat and inventive movies that perhaps didn't get the...
This must be AI.
Oh no!
This is AI. I think this is AI.
This isn't this is a
Must be
trick.
AI.
I'm being bamboozled.
There's a crazy level of lying they got going here.
The Otterman wouldn't just lie to me.
They deserved.
In fact, a YouTuber,
Uh-oh.
YMS, called Drinker out for the same thing Otterly Noah did on a live stream. He later went on to EFAP.
Oh, I know those guys.
Podcast hosted by
bunch of
Mahler,
bricks.
Fringy, and Rags. When confronted on his statements about Drinker, YMS had to walk back his claims.
When I made this video, I was under the impression that like his recommendations were purely limited to the ones with recommends in the title, and then between you messaging me and me being on this stream, I'd scroll down the channel a bit, trying to see if I can maybe get in like one or two more videos before having this conversation. And I noticed that there's other videos where he's like recommending other films that are just not, I scrolled down the list using the search term recommends because I thought that that's how he categorized his videos, but
to me, this view of Drinker that he, one, doesn't watch any of the films he reviews, but simultaneously only watches Disney or anything that's above like 150 million, it could only come from someone who just has no idea what he does. And it's kind of just annoying. And it's a huge sort of crippling effect on his critics, those ones anyway, because it just shuts you out. Like, if you open your conversation with those kinds of facts, like anybody who watches his channel is going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
or a bunch more. And also, I will also say this. I read the title of Boiling Point, but I got it confused with the movie Hard Boiled. And Boiling Point is a lesser-known movie that I haven't seen yet, that I would like to.
Excellent movie, by the way, that I recommended him, because I saw by chance on
Boiling
Netflix.
Point's ace.
Very good movie.
You know, but yeah, I mean, like I said at the beginning of the stream, that was one of my misconceptions that I can easily give you a point on. He recommended a lot more things than what I scrolled through because it was categorized under a different title.
Okay,
so
cool.
I'm not going to try to argue that like he doesn't check out things that are, you know, against the grain or you know, smaller films that aren't explicitly Disney films. That was a misconception on my part. So, man, like,
isn't that like a slightly underhanded way of putting it anyway? So I'm not going to try to argue, but you did. You did try to argue
Platoon.
it. You did in fact argue it. And
Isn't
then
that a
you were
slightly
refuted.
underhanded way of putting it as a way to summarize everything he said on that stream? Let's be honest.
True what he's saying, but it reflects like a very narrow media diet. You know, it reflects a very
a birth of a meme.
He said yay! He did it. Yay! I was there.
Narrow consumption of films, which is always like that's like most of the issue I have with, like, you know, the types of reviews that the critical drinker makes are kind of like the types of reviews that like Ben Shapiro makes, where it's like,
yeah, man. Yeah. Totally.
You're subjecting yourself to like very few films in a year. Like, of course you're gonna be mad at them. And
that's when you... Do you feel the same way about it, or did you say that you...
No, I concede he exposes himself to more films than I previously thought.
All it takes is a simple look at Drinker's main and second channel to find a plethora of reviews and breakdowns of non-current mainstream media. But I guess it's just easier to lie.
Much like all these grifters, Drinker always hits the same talking points and keeps hitting the same stone over and over, like trying to crap on the same people constantly, like Brie Larson or Rachel Ziegler, and probably his favorite one, Daisy Ridley.
Once upon a time, pointing out like certain people doing a billion videos on Brie Larson or whatever, it's like that was absolutely like a hilarious observation and easily provable. But like, you understand, if you don't get new talking points, the same, you become that person. Your thing is pointing this out over and over and over again. Like, oh, Drinker can't stop talking about Brie Larson. It's like, does he? What was the last video you had like that was entirely focused on Brie Larson? Did he do a crash and burn on her at some point? I think, but you know, I talk to the guy a lot, and Brie Larson doesn't come up as much as you'd imagine, and it kind of gets like awkward in terms of, you know, he kind of has issues with plenty of people, not just Brie Larson. Okay.
He even reviewed a rather obscure movie of hers from earlier this year that was basically a Die Hard clone.
Rather obscure. Yeah. I thought he wasn't allowed to do that. Like, he was.
Oh.
Oh no.
With her having an autistic brother in it. Of course, the fact that there was an autistic person in this movie is the reason why I personally went to see it. And
I had to see if my people were represented.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
What? There's an autistic person in it. I need to see it.
Why does he look so fucking smug when he says something so stupid?
I don't know.
Actually, I'm autistic.
I gotta see the Die Hard knockoff starring Daisy Ridley because autism is in it. Like, what?
I was the only one in the theater. But inevitably, Drinker will just go to see any movie that happens to have Daisy Ridley in it to try to find a way to crap on it.
See, you don't even need to see the citations to be like, obviously he fucking hasn't seen all the movies she's been in. Are you crazy?
Wow.
Did Drinker do a review of that one where she was a swimmer or something?
Well, let's let him roll it out.
You fucking liar. Since Rise of Skywalker, Daisy Ridley has been in a number of films. Drinker has not reviewed the vast majority of them, but it's easier to lie to sell your narrative about a reviewer you disagree with than honestly contend with their work. Drinker did not review Sometimes I Think About Dying, The Marsh King's Daughter, Young Woman and the Sea, and finally We Buried the Dead. The Cleaners seems to be a fairly stupid Die Hard clone, and the Drinker thought it would be a good bit of fun to review the film.
Isn't it crazy, out of all those examples, Drinker ended up going for the one that was like a Die Hard clone? That makes no sense at all, does it?
Yeah, because he loves Die Hard, and Die Hard's amazing.
It's not like Die Hard's one of his favorite films of all time or anything. Don't worry about that.
Like if something was trying to be Lord of the Rings, we would want to check it out because we love Lord of the Rings, and it would be amusing to see
starring Gal Gadot,
people attempt to do it. Yeah, my ass would be in that seat the day it came out.
As if he has been constantly hounding Daisy Ridley in all of her roles since The Rise of Skywalker.
One thing I want to do here, though, is take a look at one of his most notorious reviews, that being his review of Glass Onion. For those unaware, Drinker made a notoriously very bad faith review of Glass Onion simply because he doesn't like Rian Johnson.
It's very notoriously bad, notoriously, okay? It's a very notoriously known, notoriously bad video.
Yeah, everyone just knows it.
Man who directed this film.
Oh no, Glass Onion. Okay.
Also, for those somehow not in the know, Rian Johnson directed The Last Jedi, which is basically every anti-woke grifter's favorite punching bag. So, of course,
it's just a shit film, mate.
It kind of like it kind of destroyed Star Wars.
I think that this guy
they didn't know it at the time, but
he would have to accept that it has.
They're gonna we're near 2027, Fringy. They're all gonna have to come to Jesus on how much damage TLJ did. Even if they think it's a masterpiece, they have to concede it destroyed Star Wars.
Even if they think it's wrong, they have to point out that it did. Yes.
Therein lies the motivation for Drinker to basically bash any film that Rian Johnson directs. He also did the same thing with the first Knives Out as well. However,
doesn't everybody speak glowingly positively of Ozymandias?
Yes.
Because I haven't even seen like the show, but even I know that everyone speaks very highly of
Well, and you find that people disagree on whether Looper is bad or not.
Yes, and then of course when it comes to Rian Johnson's like abilities in the Knives Out trilogy, we are often, you can watch our videos, we often say visually he gets some good shit going. He knows what he's doing with his eye every once in a while. He's just a shit writer.
It was his Glass Onion review that gained a lot of notoriety for him just straight up lying about different scenes in order to sell this idea that Rian Johnson is consistently a terrible filmmaker.
But he is. But hey, you know what? It's okay.
He does this all throughout this review, but one of the most notable examples is where he's talking about the scene where Blanc spots Dave Bautista's character seeing his girlfriend in an affair.
You guys remember this? The classic. We're going back, baby.
Yeah.
Don't worry, this is rather exhaustive. It'll make sure everything's covered.
With Miles. In particular, he tries to claim that Ryan rewrote this scene because he's a bad filmmaker and a total hack. When in actuality, if you play these scenes with the sound on, which mysteriously enough, when Drinker decided to talk about this, he muted these clips, you can actually see...
Mysteriously, Drinker wasn't playing the audio from the film when he was reviewing it with his voice over the film clips. What a psycho. Once again, making these horrifying decisions
Who would ever
that
do
he
that?
does with everything he does in his videos.
Exactly why it shows up like this.
You absolute fucking liar. I am sick and tired of this idiot blindly repeating talking points, which is what seems like an absolute dereliction of scrutiny. Actually, scratch that. By now I am positive Utterly Noah does
I like that phrase, dereliction of scrutiny. I like that.
not even have the intellectual capacity to think his words through. Essentially, Utterly Noah is repeating a criticism originally made by Pillar of Garbage.
Oh yes, we're familiar.
Oh, yeah.
A particularly shit
don't
point.
worry.
It is shit collection, a shit berg, if you will.
As I said in a previous video in which I responded to another YouTuber recycling Pillar of Garbage's video, Critical Drinker did not mute the audio. He has replaced the film's audio with his own voice recording to
I can't believe you have to explain this. Like the clips he shows does not have the film audio.
From a review, you should just have the audio in there. So when you're cutting between scenes of characters talking or where loud music is playing, you should just have that running as you're talking so that nobody can understand what the fuck you're saying.
It's kind of weird that this is what 100% of film reviewers do, and yes, it's being pointed out as a crazy bad thing.
You're over-exaggerating.
I don't know. We might be talking about literally 100%.
There's gonna be one
There might
retard who leaves the sound on, okay?
by accident.
Of the scene.
Like this scene where Batista's watching his girlfriend supposedly having an affair with Miles only to be observed by Blanc. Now look at the later version of this exact same scene. Notice how Helen's been added in here when she totally should have been...
And just because it's not included, I'll do it quickly here for chat. So the reason why we hated this and Drinker hates it too is because when you have person's dead on the floor, loads of stab wounds, guy is standing there with a knife in his hand, and the film is like, what do you think happened? And you think about it and you're like, well, I don't know. And then right at the end of the film, the camera does a flashback to that moment, pans to the right, and there's another dude with another knife, and it's like, I did it. You're like, oh, well, yeah, I couldn't have known that, so that's cool.
You just lied to me.
It's a worthless fucking endeavor for your brain. You're just waiting for Ryan to be like, whoa, this is what happened. And he did the funniest one. Turns out there was a twin the whole time. It's a joke. Like, and yes, it's pathetic, and all of the scenes in which she's in it, you're just like, oh, okay, I guess that's what happened.
Visible before.
With this logic, he has manipulated every other scene he has discussed in his review. Hell,
yeah, that's actually another really good point. Exactly. He muted all of them, dude, so the whole movie, every video he's ever made, actually, Drinker, how could you?
Everyone is manipulating footage with this logic. And we are talking about a twig snap audio cue that takes place 1 hour apart, a fairly easy detail to miss. Now, this is where I owe my viewers an apology. I strive to be accurate in my videos and to generate well thought out arguments. Unfortunately, when I previously discussed this same topic, I made a mistake. I stated that Pillar of Garbage was correct and the Critical Drinker made a mistake. It is then in my comment section that someone directed me to a video by Fair's Fair. Please check out his channel as he does excellent work.
This video is also linked in the description from Fair's Fair. I can't remember if we ever showed this before, but if we had it, we haven't shown it again now because this is important context. But
I feel like I'd remember those eyes.
When you have an autism war, the details will win. And obviously it starts with like the film, and then you could argue that Drinker and us came at it on the autistic sort of nitpicking of these two scenes don't match. And then someone else comes back with, oh yeah, well if you actually put them together and listen closely for the twig snap, they match in such a way that they wouldn't have shown what you're saying they should have shown. So, you know, it's fine. I think our response to that was, it doesn't matter whether or not the clip was ahead or before. We're talking about the fact that he gave us completely different information in the two versions of the scene, so we couldn't possibly have done anything with that. It just feels like a betrayal of the whole genre, but this gets more interesting when you put even more autism into it.
In his video, he dives into the matter and actually is able to prove that the scene was manipulated and...
Also, I do agree. Mola complaining about there was a twin the whole time is funny. Yes, that is extremely ironic coming from me in a way, but you know the difference.
In a way, yeah, there's a huge difference between that and that.
A wonderful difference.
Obviously,
a glorious filmmaking difference that makes that film one of the best films ever.
The woman should have been visible partially when she was not.
So buckle your seatbelts and try to keep up. This is going to get confusing fast. Now, Drinker had shown Bugle Bros lean out on his own, then them leaning out together. But as laid out, the single lean happened after the stick sound, while the double lean happened before. This could have just been tricky editing. They cut the double lean out from scene A so that Ally wouldn't be there. This presumes that this bit of them both sticking out was simply not shown to us, and the film decided to purposefully remove a section of the timeline to mislead the audience. Though the end bit should have definitely had the Ally visible over the buff guy's shoulder, so Drinker could still be right, but he only showed the leaning discrepancy. But listen here to the snap that Mound of Refuse used to point out that the two leans were on either side of it. This snap is a unifying piece.
Yep, that's why they do this clap.
Well, it's he's about to point it out, but it's interesting because the snap, it's clearly when you show them, it's like there's something a bit off there, the comparison. What's going on?
But it's the timing on that snap in scene A that kills this debate. The snap sound plays while the camera is facing buff guy. But that sound was made by Ally moving to a new spot from behind this shrub, which means that we absolutely should have seen them leaning out and her moving behind him.
I'm afraid, Autism Bros, it's over. This is this is a deadlock.
Autism wins. Yeah.
Evidence
Can't
is
autism the tism lords or whatever.
irrefutable from the very media being discussed. There is now only one option, that the scene was altered to play out differently later, to gaslight the audience into believing events had happened in a different way that contradicts what actually did happen.
It turns out Utterly Noah is a plagiarist.
What?
What?
Do you think it's possible that you repeated like points from Pillar of Garbage for your "What is a Grifter" video?
What? Well, if you want to make a video on that,
he's got a Tron Legacy hat. That's
just to be clear, there's a reason why these events run this way, right? So the thing about this Glass Onion shit is that it's really interesting because Utterly Noah does the exact same thing Pillar of Garbage did, and it is very much intuitive to be like, do you happen to stumble across all of this as well? Or did you maybe snatch all of the structure and the points from someone else, I wonder? Now, we probably could have come across that ourselves, in the sense of, if we had covered Utterly Noah's video on Drinker, we'd have been like, wow, that's weird. This is like exactly the same as that other dude. And so we can somewhat move into the next section now.
In a different way that contradicts what actually did happen.
It turns out Utterly Noah is a plagiarist.
Do you think it's possible that you repeated like points from Pillar of Garbage for your "What is a Grifter" video?
What? Well, if you want to make a video on that, Kino, go ahead, buddy.
Isn't that an interesting response?
Yeah, it's a weird way to word that, I'd say.
Like, of all the things if someone accuses you of stealing someone's work, and the first thing you say is, if you want to make a video on that, go ahead.
You're basically going to call their bluff to put in the effort to do all that stuff, is what you're doing.
Like, most people would say
Whereas,
no.
No. Like, what? No? Is are you crazy?
I never said I'm going to make a video, but I'm just asking if it's possible.
You can, if you want to make a video.
Look, right, body language analysis is it is not a science. It is not a strict. It's a soft science, okay? But
harumph.
Video on that, go ahead.
Stroking the beard.
I say. Or like if that's, I honestly don't know because that video has come out so long ago now. But if I plagiarized him as well, I am more than happy to own up to that as well.
What a weird, what a bizarre, what an odd thing to say.
Holy shit.
What a strange thing to speak.
Which enters us into the third act now.
Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. The man who is calling other YouTubers out for making bad content has actually been ripping off other people's work this whole time.
Yeah, the first half or so of this video is pretty much just a fairly inaccurate plot recap, with some incidental lines.
This is the voice of Pillar of Garbage, if you're not familiar. He made his video on Glass Onion was fucking hilarious. Do you guys remember when Drinker said that basically everyone probably should have died when they exploded the entire facility? And then he shows the image of everything is exploded on fire and says, this isn't that bad. Like, it was the
yes.
it was one of the funniest things ever.
It sticks out in my mind as being like a notably bad video that we covered. Distinctly bad.
Really milking that one, huh?
But yeah, there's some Star Wars whinging.
Made by a man who gleefully set out to burn one of cinema's most beloved IPs to the ground. Tell me, how's that trilogy coming along, Ryan?
I just want to say, they hit Drinker for being like, wow, get over The Last Jedi, but he's hitting on Ryan for not getting the trilogy talked about forever. That's now aged even better because he still doesn't have it. Like, how is this not fair?
And this is the look. They said that they're still talking about it. Got you, Drinker.
Listen, the theory goes, why the fuck would you ever want to give him another Star Wars movie after what he did? And it feels like maybe Disney are aware of this to some extent. They keep saying it's like, no, scheduling. It's like, okay. I guess we'll see that trilogy any second now.
Also, for those somehow not in the know, Rian Johnson directed The Last Jedi, which is basically every anti-woke grifter's favorite punching bag.
Except, no, that isn't true. There's a reason the Drinker plays these clips on mute. Let me put the sound back.
Do you see, the point of these clips is just to show the structure is remarkable, how many different things are the same.
On for you.
Because this is Pillar Garbage's version now. And I'm sorry, I really do believe that it's unlikely that someone who's doing a casual response to defend Glass Onion just happened to do this exactly the same way, as opposed to he saw his video and then he copied it.
That was the first.
But you might think that's unfair. I guarantee you won't think that's unfair by the time we're through this video.
Time we see this. There's a close shot of Duke, then we hear the twig snap, and then we pull back to a shot revealing Blanc. Here's the scene as we're shown it later on. We start with this slightly...
Like, I truly believe Pillar of Garbage came up with this, and it's stupid. But, like, you know, it's his.
You gotta defend Ryan Johnson's steaming pile of shit movie.
Well, and I'm always going to prefer someone who comes up with their actual positions instead of copies them from someone else. Just saying.
A shot revealing Blanc and Helen. Then Helen leaves, causing that sound, and Duke turns round. This point is the moment we saw earlier on, and there's a very obvious, very obtrusive sound cue, the sole purpose of which is to communicate precisely this.
In particular, he tries to claim that Ryan rewrote this scene because he's a bad filmmaker and a total hack. When in actuality, if you play these scenes with the sound on, which mysteriously enough, when Drinker decided to talk about this, he muted these clips.
It's so cringy.
You can actually see exactly why it shows up like this. And didn't go back and rewrite anything here. He gave context to an earlier scene. When we first see this scene with Blanc spotting Dave Bautista's character seeing his girlfriend in an affair, we hear a twig snap. And at first, we're led to assume that it's Blanc that caused this twig to snap when he peeked out from the bush. Later, we're shown more of this scene, and we actually get to see that it was Helen who caused the twig to snap, and she was there watching with Blanc.
It's just weird, man. It's very similar. But hey, this is only one citation, so don't worry about it.
The idea that he could make video after video criticizing others while simultaneously plagiarizing other YouTubers so brazenly is beyond ironic. Just because, in this case, it's your sacred cow or favorite YouTuber does not mean he is above criticism or it can just be swept under the rug.
So, the video by this otter...
So this dude, I think he's called Nicholas Eats Oreos. That's what I've heard from Hassan.
What the fuck?
Is the
I can hear myself.
I will say, this shit is funny as hell because we'd obviously done the Utterly Noah EFAP, and then casually tuning in to Mr. Oreo, I don't even know what the broad subject was, but you were covering Utterly Noah. People were telling me about this, and I was like, what the fuck? Why are you covering him? Like, what's happened now? We got some context here.
Utterly Noah guy was this person bragging that they had the highest viewed video on Tectone. They were like the one who broke the mold and was calling him out from day one. Shamu comes up and says, highest viewed, and you clearly regurgitated significant portions of my video without taking credit and directly ripped the footage I edited. I asked him for credit in the description of the video, and then he left me a comment like he did me a favor. You didn't, you just plagiarized my work. So now we see the November 5th, 2025 message that Shamu sent to this Utterly Noah person saying, any chance I can get a source in the video description of your Tectone video? I really don't care when people use my stuff. Typically, I just ask for a source in the description. A lot of it is using the direct video I noticed when I watched it. And Utterly Noah said, I'm assuming you saw my video pushing more of your information on Tectone to a bigger audience. LMAO. It was very fun ripping.
Like, guys, you need to understand, the accusation is he's stolen a video's content, and his response is, are you mad because I got more views? Like,
I had a great time when I was stealing from you. I've known about this guy for quite a while. On Templar in that video also. I've known about this guy for a while. So it's like, hey. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Infamous plagiarist and liar, Utterly Noah, caught adding credits into their description on the fly and pretending it was there all along.
This is not good.
Oh, no.
this is bad.
No.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
So look at this. Tactical Templar and Andy Pants Gaming talk about whether or not that they're not real gaming critics and discuss
Andy Pants Gaming. I just pause. It's been
what real gaming criticisms look like. Credit goes to Shamu for the information on Tectone's allegations before his Christian grift. See his videos here. He is credited in the description, as you are, for the Shadman stuff. If you prefer to be shown on screen and credited there, that's completely fine.
Like, he's trying to recover right now. Is like, oh, it's in the description. Don't worry about it. But, you know, if you want to be on screen credit, sure. Coming from a person who you're about to find out just ripped their shit completely. It's kind of brazen.
It's not even just that. It's that he's acting like he was credited in the description, but
yeah,
that was added after everyone complained, and he's like, no, dude, I just took a look, and it seems like you're there. It's like, yeah, because you just put him there.
Just imagine what he might have been able to, spare himself of
Well,
later if
so-
he would have just said, "Oh, my bad. I didn't mean that. That was my
Yeah.
mistake. Absolutely, I'll put it there. Whoop, I meant to and I forgot to," or something like that.
He could
Nobody ever can.
he could stem the flow,
because
but he would still be going down rags. Because like
I was about
what's
to
about
say,
to
like, well,
happen
that's-
is kind of what I've tried to build here in this is that we had an assumption, and I played the clip of Platoon kind of saying it, that it felt like somebody's copying someone in the Predator Badlands ones. Because there was like a weird crossover of points. They felt borderline just identical, mirrored. And then we see this stuff with Glass Onion. It's like, oh wow, yeah, we covered when Pillar of Garbage did that, and it's like you've got 1-to-1 all of the exact same shit. That's weird. And then it's like, oh, he's just been hit for 2 different other people on 2 different other dramas, or I guess this is the same drama, but still.
Dude, we're cross genre
Uh-oh.
now. This guy's like a multi-YouTube problem.
Well,
He's a Renaissance man.
Bad
He's-
enough when
he's
it's
Mr. Universe.
one
The Renaissance
assumption
man coming to town.
versus like 2 suspicions, and now we've got like 4 significant citations, and it's not even the end of this yet.
I'm more than happy to put an on-screen blurb instead. I assume this is what you meant by not citing because you're in description and not on screen. And he literally just added it because they had a screenshot from earlier where that wasn't in there.
Eventually, a few more
Uh-oh.
people were discovered to already have come forward accusing Noah of plagiarism. On the same day, January 27th, a video released by Ryle Kinhouse documented more instances
That's linked in the description as well.
of Noah's
There's 2 of these videos. We're just seeing pieces of one of them.
plagiarism.
Otterly Noah is a prolific plagiarist.
Vasquez starts the shot as an amorphous.
This, and I've cited this video before on other streams, Neril, who we did cover, has a pretty bad video on Rise of Skywalker, but that's okay. His video on AI upscaling and ruining 4Ks in Aliens and True Lies is a very good video. And I've seen it, and I thought it was really good, and it made me really sad, because James Cameron should care more, but he doesn't about this now.
He should care about
I
his
don't
masterpiece.
think you're allowed to say that, though, because you disagree with him in other areas, and that makes him a grifter, so he can't possibly do good things.
Damn it. Well, unfortunately, he did. He got away with it. He made a good video. As far as I'm aware, he's made several good videos. I haven't watched all of them, but so he's made his video. It has a lot of detail in it, and just with you knowing that now, look at how this runs.
Eventually, a few more people were discovered to already have come forward accusing Noah of plagiarism. On the same day, January 27th, a video released by Ryle Kinhouse documented more instances of Noah's plagiarism.
Otterly Noah is a prolific plagiarist.
Vasquez starts the shot as an amorphous blob before the AI starts to put a mouth on her cheek.
In this shot here with Vasquez, it tries to read her face at first as an amorphous blob.
Oh my god.
He stole the visuals, and he stole the script. He edited maybe some words. That is fucking
It's a
blatant.
video on. Yeah, holy shit.
Nice.
Interesting.
Once might be an accident, as the saying goes, and then twice is could be coincidence, and 3 is a pattern.
3
It's
is a
like,
pattern,
If
yeah.
this was the only occasion, you'd be able to say, well, okay, I mean, amorphous blob, fair enough. I've heard that from several different people. It's not impossible. He came up with the same combination.
The same visual from the video, though.
So I would say I wouldn't need a single other citation than this one, where you have he stole the visual and he copied the script reference, the amorphous blob. I'd be like, oh.
Yeah. If it was literally just amorphous blob, I probably heard that someplace before, but the visuals make it like, nah, man.
Well, yeah, because it's the nature of, there's a conversation, people can simultaneously come up with the same idea. Like, that is entirely possible. That
You can
people can come
also-
up with even, like,
You could have an image someone else created and provide different commentary on it. Like, I'm totally on board with that. This is not the
Oh, yeah,
easiest
sure, there's that.
easiest thing ever to talk about, right? The nature of how you transform content. This, however, no citation, no reference, and then doing this is like, oh, you're stealing.
Well,
That's just
and of
stealing.
course, what is the spirit of why it's such a fucking bad thing to do? It's like, well, you're not doing the work, but you're presenting it like you've done the work. You're not generating the idea, but you're presenting it as if it was your idea.
Yeah.
You are profiting off of theft.
Because it doesn't recognize her face is a face.
In the same Otterly Noah video, they steal more from Narelle, taking the graphics and a snippet of the script.
And Tom Arnold, a spectacle to behold in his prime, looks to be in the early stages of Emperor Palpatineism.
This shot here makes Tom Arnold look like he's turning into an amalgamation of Emperor Palpatine and Donald Trump.
When you steal,
Oh wow!
No.
Oh, nice
Wow.
one, bro. Oh yeah! Wow.
And Donald Trump. Oh.
Definitely avoided, buddy. Wow.
Just got to make sure everyone understands. He copied the joke, but he added Trump on the end, so it's nice and original now.
Oh god.
And I cut this in. I think I sort of rushed this cut. It could have been better. So this is Nick seeing this, but then I'm going to cut in a bit from the future where he's asked to address this particular point, just so you can see what happens.
For the jokes, it makes it extremely obvious you lifted the content.
You're using the same wording, or there's the joke where it's like a joke about Palpatine.
Yeah, the Emperor Palpatine joke, right? I assumed since I, added in my own thing about it looking like Emperor Palpatine and Donald Trump instead of just saying like he's going like what did Neryl say? Like going through the stages of Emperor Palpatinism. I thought that was different enough to not be plagiarism.
Come on.
Literally telling us, because he's such a fucking idiot, how he steals and how he hopes to get away with it. Like, I looked at the script, I thought it was a good comment, I changed one of the words around. Isn't that good enough? It's kind of remarkable. It's like the most incompetent thief you've ever heard. You're just like, what are you doing?
It's just indicative of the whole outlook. You could have kept the exact same thing in and just said, as this guy said, and then tell the same joke. And it's like,
yeah, you could
at
do
least
that.
you're giving credit there, because then you're recognizing somebody else came up with something funny, which is also the most apt description. But to say, oh yeah, he phrased it that way and I liked it, so I added 2 words and didn't credit him. That's like, so you're stealing the joke, and you're making the joke worse, and you're not telling people you've stolen the joke. Well done.
That obviously wasn't the case.
Sure, but I suppose the thing is, it's like, well, in some ways, I don't know if that's better, because you're like, okay, cool, well, I like that line, so I need to change it just enough so it'll get past the audience. I mean, that's almost an acknowledgement that there's an...
But, yeah.
Is there a way I could show you like a live example that's not in any of this content? Like a really egregious one from his video? I don't know if I can screen share on this, but...
If it's on... Is it a video on YouTube? If so, you could put it in the watch together and we could...
I don't want to cuck your watch together.
Well, wait, because we've got
that
more
was
examples coming here. They're not over yet. How new is this one?
Like, I just found out about it in this moment from Nick Andros, who pointed it out, because it wasn't in their coverage.
Do you want to... If there's a YouTube form of it, we can check it out. I guess we could do it now, or we could do it any time, really. Do you want to check it on your end, get it ready, so to speak, and then we can do it?
Yeah.
All right.
Issue that, right?
But by the way, this guy just said, "Isn't that worse? Isn't it worse that you're stealing shit and changing 1 or 2 words to make it look like it's yours?"
That's definitely valid.
You mind?
And his response is just, "Yeah, that's valid."
Yeah, that's pretty heckin' Valerino.
Valid feels like another one of those words that needs to be like disqualified from vocabulary. Valid has been ruined.
Oh, fringy.
Valid
if you don't like valid.
It feels like it's one step removed, or from agree to disagree is what it has. Agree to disagree energy on it.
Well, when nothing happens.
If you don't like the word valid, then you're not gonna like Utterly Noah very much, because that's like his. I don't know if it's gonna be a part of this footage or not.
It comes up
that a lot.
Okay, maybe it's just I really get the sense from Valid, like, okay, I'm not gonna change anything though, based on what you said.
You are right
like,
that it has the agree to disagree.
It does not have
energy.
the same energy as I agree.
all the
it feels non-committal.
It's almost like you could say that as
I can't refute what you said, but I'm not going to change anything. I'm not going to incorporate it.
It's
I'm
an
just
attempt
going
to
or
avoid actually taking. There's a guy, I think Theodore Dalrymple, like he used to work in prisons, and he noted how people who were in prison, say for having stabbed someone, would often say, instead of "I stabbed the person," they would say something like "the knife went in." And it's like, what you're kind of removing yourself from the thing you've done wrong, and you're just acknowledging the general sense that perhaps conceptually the point might have validity to it, but I'm not ultimately responsible for the bad connotations of that point. People do this quite a lot. If he says, "That's valid," he's not saying, "You're right, I'm wrong, I apologize." He's just saying, "I can see why someone might have that vague concern."
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's a bit of a concern. 1 second, my PC's freezing in a way that'll recover. Trust me, don't worry. Just give you a second.
Oh, that's good.
All right. We believe in you, Molus computer.
Yeah, it's a
you
good
can
one.
do it. Hang in there.
It's certainly not as bad as the situation as. Do you remember when I believe it was when we were doing the Black Widow stream all the way back in the day?
Yes.
I said my PC is like, it's so hot. It was like, it's the hottest I'd ever been around a PC before. It was on its last legs, and I got it swapped out. But He was a trooper. I won't deny that. This one's still going fine, though. We all good.
I like that line, so I need to change it just enough so it'll get past the audience. I mean, that's almost an acknowledgement that there's an issue there, right?
That's definitely valid.
You mind all the footage. Wait, you mind all the footage of Tectone, including creative editing from Shamu's video on Tectone's abuse allegations, and then spent 30 minutes of your Christian grifter video covering.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it play a little bit in a minute.
Said allegations. You're collecting ad revenue, membership, Patreon bucks off of Shamu's work, and
it's one of the lowest of the low things you can do, because it's not you in any way, shape, or form, and you collect all the benefits as though you did it, and you make people believe you did it. So they believe you to be the person you're not, and it's not even that you, let's say, were kind of a lame amalgamation of a bunch of people's opinions that you kind of just burped out yourself without knowing really what they meant. You're just actually snatching it all one for one, and then hopefully changing enough that people can't tell it wasn't snatched, and then enjoying all of the benefits of it. It's like, oh, that makes you one of the worst. Like I said, I way prefer people who are really stupid, but, original. Way cooler.
Dared to fucking boast about having the highest viewed video about Tectone. You're a parasite. There's more examples of what I show in the footage, but Noah basically mined Shamu out of his own fucking video.
The lowest of the low, the worst of the worst.
And regurgitated all of his screenshots and research.
He might have mined him out of his own video, but at least he had fun doing it, and that's what really matters,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I just hope everyone has
more degenerate thing that he would
And obviously, this is to compare, just visually you can tell just how much he snatched.
say.
You're not aware of my first podcast with Techie. I showed you.
So it's literally just Shamu's edits that he ripped and put into the video?
What do you think about that? Do it again?
Yeah, Nick Andros fucking annihilates him.
Daddy issues? They all have daddy issues. Well, she has a facial expression.
So he did this shit, then tried to fake that he credited them publicly.
As if to say, hey, sailor, I like the little short dress. She looks like she works out. First thing he did was he put me into some kind of headset and costume and put me in this AI room. VR chat. Am I moving? Oh my God. Yeah, so that's chill. And that's but how?
There's going to be times where the same clips show up in the videos, but not in the same order, in the exact same cut, ripped and copy and pasted.
Oh Lord, have mercy. And so he's got me that I'm in there and I'm holding them on. It's getting bad. And, but I don't know if it's.
And the thing with this, as far as I'm concerned, is that it does get complicated in the nature of how does one, because transformative fair use versus referencing versus completely stealing versus all the the lines are very
compilations.
It's complicated. However, I think everyone intuitively sees Artelino doing this, and they're like, "Oh, you piece of shit! Like we know exactly what you've done." And I think that's part of how it works. You imagine. You saw the video.
You imagine what it looked like if you were almost like a fly on the wall, right, of how this video was made and just how little effort went into it.
He's cutting all the corners, but he's, you would take full advantage of any and all examples of people being like, no, this is fixed. He's providing commentary or whatever. Like any kind of argument you could possibly use. It's just like, we can see what you've done.
As dressed up as a girl.
Also, it had to be this clip, too. This whole clip is creepy as fuck.
Whether it's you dressed up as a girl.
Probably mostly.
Beyond just ripping Shamu's editing, Noah basically mined his video for all footage of Tectone.
He had 14 different documented cases of him assaulting women, including showing them pornography without their consent, and also...
So I think what he does as well is he'll cycle the full script and then just take what he wants, change words where he wants.
Maybe rearrange a bit. Yeah,
it's such a bad practice. It's unfucking believable. Like it's the when you want to be do research, meaning you go into not only sources but also people's coverage, perhaps sources, so you can collect other things that may be important. But typically, and I know this is asking a lot, when someone shows a thing as a source, it's like, can I find that source, or do they have where they got it from? And if not, then I guess I need to cite that I got it from them. Like, that's the most basic shit when you're trying to do.
You want to get as close to the original, a link to the original thing as you could possibly get.
Yeah.
Just straight up sexually harassing them.
Noah covers the same story, mines all of the clips from Shamu's video, and we're supposed to believe that he did all of this on his own?
No. Oh, can you see that?
It's the blur there.
Well, so he zoomed into the image to take out the subtitle.
Yeah, it's zoomed. Yeah.
In all of U.S. military history.
He didn't even bad job zooming. He didn't even zoom in enough.
Look at this one. This one's particularly funny.
Whole controversy over that. She basically...
If he would actually continue...
You see that?
That's the guy watching.
He cut the guy in half.
Canadian.
Oh, man. Wow.
Continued to do this on a Twitch stream later, poisoning the well by talking about Freem while not dropping her name at all.
You
And
little
funny
fucker.
What's
Like
crazy about this is like, why are you working so hard to avoid just being like, yeah, I got a lot of this from another YouTuber. You go check him out.
When he and Pink
I didn't pretend it was there all along. After Shamu made the tweet, I DM'd him asking if he would like to be credited in a specific way. He didn't
I didn't do it all along, just most of the log.
respond, so I added him to the description. I did not see his DM that he apparently sent in November either, although I wish I had now.
Oh yeah, the other option, by the way, someone just referenced, why wouldn't you just react to it on a stream if it's almost exactly what you were looking for? It's like, well, but then you don't get as much revenue, you don't get as much credit, you don't get as much of a reputation boost, the channel doesn't churn as much. Like,
Are you suggesting that he's grifting?
What?
He's a grifty bear.
Griftly
That can't
rat.
be possible. Because
Well,
he's told us
maybe
he's
it
not
would-
one.
Would have been a good idea to credit your source from now on, but it turns out both Nick and Shamu are full of shit here.
Ooh, so he's saying his accusers are full of shit now.
My videos don't count as
Oh.
plagiarism whatsoever.
My videos actually don't count as plagiarism whatsoever. That's a quote.
Don't count it. That's a weird. Don't count as it.
Unfortunately, I have
are
decided
not.
my video is
Yeah,
not plagiarized, so yeah, you've got
I don't know.
nothing
It
to
feels
worry
like
about.
don't count is nah. It's all good. It crosses a threshold, so you have to leave me alone. Rather
Yeah,
than no,
technically.
it's not. It's not at all.
Utterly Noah is engaged in a defamation campaign, claiming that I doxed him with zero evidence.
So this happened too. We're gonna get into more of this as well. So Oslino is like, "You're doxing me," which is like, what?
This is to cover up him plagiarizing me and multiple other creators. His evidence is one random commenter. By contrast, 3 credible creators have accused him, and he's admitted fault privately. Both Nick and Shamu have refused to properly speak to me. I have been made aware that Shamu has doxed me, which I'll be discussing today.
I've been made aware that Shamu
And
has
remember-
doxed me. This shit is, oh my god, the way this turns out.
And remember, everybody, if you do actually get doxxed, the first thing you should do is let everybody know that you have been doxxed and who did it. That's the first thing you should do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've received a raven that my address has been posted in a public message board.
I honestly feel really bad I made you or Nick Andros feel put off by not directly crediting you guys as sources. I actually respect both of you quite a bit as commentary creators.
Yes, you respect them so much, you stole their work. Like, it's very obvious.
Listen, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
That's what they say.
And I genuinely did not know that you felt this way. This is absolutely my bad. Looks like he wants to dox me. Whoa, Shamu is not happy.
This fucking guy, he's kind of hard to pin down on exactly just
A
how
little
much of a
shitter.
piece of shit he is. Yeah.
Already. I ain't afraid though.
I ain't afraid. Like, you stole people's work. What is this?
But looking forward to dunking on him and Nick Andros tomorrow. He's a coward.
Ooh.
Utterly Noah, who has 40,000 subscribers, can't even clarify if I've doxed him or want to dox him. He's using his clout to spread a baseless rumor to cover up him stealing my editing, scripting, and directly ripping my video. Nick basically went ahead and piggybacked off what Shamu initially tweeted, trying to claim that I plagiarized his video, which Shamu only tweeted after finding out about the anti-woke religious gamers video, and it had a lot of views. This video is also from 3
So
months.
another thing he keeps trying to push randomly is they're only mad at me because I get more views than them, which is so fucking amazing to see when it's like, with their work, dude.
Yes,
like
they might have a justified cause of being pissed off that you've made even more money from
Does
stuff
he,
you stole from them.
Does he apply this logic to like animators or artists
AI?
who get mad when they find out that like somebody has just basically reposted something that they made on Twitter or TikTok or YouTube that got like 1 billion more views? Or would it be like, ha, loser, you're just mad that they got more views than you, animator, artist, or whatever? Or would he find that a bit harder to deal with because people generally are more partial to artists and animators when it comes to, you know, like sympathy for them when when this happens to them?
Ago, mind you. This is also a lie. I DM'd Otter after I got many DMs about him ripping directly from my video back in November. These videos diving into religion and history are plagiarizing our tiny commentary channels.
They're plagiarizing our tiny commentary channels. Wah.
It doesn't matter if they have
What a
zero
cunt.
sounds. It doesn't,
What a cunt.
doesn't matter.
What a shitty fucking way of.
Remember, if you're
just,
fighting
like,
the good fight, that you can just steal
world.
whatever you want. You know,
No bad
You're fighting
tactics,
the-
man.
Yeah.
Well, he waited until the video had over 100,000 views, and Nick too. Well, time to pay off.
What does that even mean? He
Yep.
waited until it had more views. What? There's no
I mean,
time.
they
It's
would
not
wanna
okay
stop
for it to be
you-
said. What do you mean? Like you
Yeah,
waited
they would
until
wanna
I
stop
made
you as
money
soon as
before saying I
possible.
stole things from you.
So therefore, you're not allowed to take
Like,
issue
what
with
does
it
that
at all.
mean?
It's too late. Too late.
They
I got more
graciously,
views,
yeah,
so.
they graciously allowed me to make more money before trying to put a stop to it instead of stopping me immediately. What?
Time to pay up.
Vincent Pavarel had accused Otterly Noah of plagiarizing his video, The Worst Movie Take I've Ever Seen in 2025, back in December. Thankfully for us, Otterly Noah hasn't taken down his video at the time of editing this. It's called Debunking Jester Bell's Abysmal Anti-Woke Take on 2025 Movies.
Well, with everything we've seen thus far, maybe you're not convinced that he's a plagiarist. All right, so don't worry about it. Let's see if we've got any other citations.
4 weeks after Vincent's video, most of the plagiarism will be Otterly Noah stealing the script from Vincent's video with a slight remix. All clips will be in chronological order. I will provide timestamps in the description to verify yourself.
This year kicked off with Captain America: Brave New World.
No, this year kicked off with Companion, Better Man, and Dog Man.
This year kicked off with Captain America: Brave New World.
No, this year did not start off with Captain America: Brave New World. This year started off with Companion, Better Man, and Dog Man in January.
You suck. You fucking suck.
February of 2025.
Right, actually, out of curiosity, are those labeled that way because of alphabetical order? No, they're not. Oh, Companion Better. No, they're not alphabetical. Is that release date specifically?
Maybe, but
and also, I'm
Companion-
pretty sure it's technically wrong. I'm pretty sure Better Man is a 2024 movie.
I thought it was, but I didn't
January.
check.
Yeah, let me.
Or I thought it was
let me double check.
20. Yeah, but
It is considered a 2024 movie. It released in America on Christmas
January
and in Australia and the UK on the 26th on Boxing Day. So
It
so
says
you're wrong
January
as well.
10th.
But, you know,
Plagiarized a shit point.
Well,
Yeah, it says. Yeah, it says January 10th release in the
But
U.S.
that's-
here.
Wikipedia says, look, all right, my favorite Wikipedia says the 25th of December, and I'm confident it came out in 2024 in Australia. Lots of stuff comes
Okay.
out on Boxing Day over here, so. But I mean, beside the point, what the fuck? Look at that. He just listed the exact same list of films in the same order.
You'd think
And
he'd be
I'm ev-
smart enough to at least like leave one out or mix up the order
Mix the
at
order,
least.
yeah, but nah.
Like what
don't
kind of
even
a
know.
God? Every day I wake up and thank God that my enemies are retards.
Even skipping on a couple. One of them, Better Man, was a massive box office disaster. But let's not use box office as a metric to determine a film's quality for a moment.
Better Man was actually a pretty decent and unique music biopic about the British singer Robbie Williams that unfortunately ended up being a big flop for Paramount. But let's take a step back and not use box office to determine whether a film was actually
boring.
You know what's funny about this is, number one, fuck you, but number two, this contradicts how you tried to claim that Predator Badlands
Yeah.
was going to
True.
the audience was broken.
He
'Cause this is what
plagiarized
happens
from
when you-
someone who
well,
disagrees
well, this is the problem.
with
It's like, yeah, this is
him.
what happens when you don't have like a holistic worldview. You might start contradicting yourself in strange ways.
good or not, Jester Bell.
Snow White came out in March. So let's go to that specific month and see what were the notable titles that came out. We had Mickey 17, Novocaine, Black Bag, and Looney Tunes The Day the Earth Blew Up.
I'm the only person who saw that movie.
Is it good?
I liked it. Yeah, I thought it was alright, honestly. It was the main thing I was surprised by is that given the budget was quite low, I was surprised that the animation maintained like a pretty consistently high and detailed level of quality. It didn't come across as like compromised by its budget, but nobody watched it, so they won't make another one.
Which is really good and underrated, by the way. For those who love animation, I suggest you guys check it out.
So, you went out of your way once again to watch Snow White, a movie that already looked bad from the marketing, and instead of watching something like, I don't know, Looney Tunes The Day the Earth Blew Up, a much better movie
Do you like the I don't know? It's like, well, you do because you got the script from the other dude. So that's how you know.
that was also in theaters around this exact time.
And later, the Minecraft movie. Like,
It is a mid movie.
the Minecraft movie. Like,
It's terrible.
Even the films.
The Minecraft movie is mid, yes.
Oh, you couldn't even switch up the
Wow.
descriptor, man. Get it something else,
And it's
you know?
not mid.
No, it's not as good
It's
as mid.
terrible. It's disgusting. Yeah, it's
Way
rancid
worse.
garbage.
But you know what else came out in April that wasn't mid? Sinners. Alright, you don't care about it.
But again, that came out in April, and you know what else came out in April?
Oh
Sinners.
my god, you know what else came out in
The
April?
same order, too.
This is what I'm saying. I think he copies the full script, like gets it run out, and then he'll just run through it and just change some stuff, and delete some
Sporadically, He'll
sections.
change the words around, but and sometimes he'll just forget, and then it gets through, and he doesn't.
not
I don't
even
know how
smart
you
enough to do that well.
So I don't even like plagiarizing myself this much.
It's,
And, like, I
it's-
speak a lot. Sometimes there's a way I've said something before that I could just do it again, and I don't even like doing that. Never mind stuff that other people have said that I'm
No,
basically doing one for one.
I understand what you mean, where it's like, oh wait, I've said this point before on like a prior episode or on like a different podcast or something. How do I like remix this point that I want to say again because I don't want to just repeat it verbatim, and it's your own shit that you're allowed to repeat, you know, compared to this.
You yourself admitted you didn't see before.
Then there's still The Accountant 2 and Drop, both well received.
You could have gone to see The Accountant too.
Tron Ares did not have girl boss in the slightest.
Tron Ares didn't contain a girl boss.
Like, what the fuck?
I mean,
What are you doing?
It literally does.
Oh,
yeah,
literally.
It has a girl who is literally a
It has
boss.
girls
It is
who
a
are
literal
the
girl
boss of
boss.
the company. Yeah, literally it does.
At all.
So
I'm
once
not
again,
saying-
copying and then getting it wrong as well.
I
The
doubt
one,
he
two.
fucking. This is the thing. I'm starting to wonder if he knows anything about anything he's talking about.
Reda Lee's character was
Well, yeah,
written, but
because of course
not-
it invites the question of: have you watched some of these movies that you're saying that he should have watched instead?
Hmm.
Or sorry,
gone
she
to
should have
see
watched instead. Have you seen The Accountant 2 or The Day the Earth Blew Up? Like, have
Like,
you
dude,
actually seen these movies?
I just realized, like, debunking Jester Bell's abysmal anti-woke, and it's just like, you're a thief. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Accountant 2, which
Tron Ares did not have girl boss in the slightest.
Tron Ares didn't contain a girl boss at all.
I'm not saying Reda Lee's character was well written, but not once in the movie did she ever belittle the male characters around her.
Eve Kim may have not been the most compelling character ever, but
Like, what the
Holy
fuck,
shit.
man? What?
This is unreal.
Stop
This is
it.
actually insane. This is crazy.
Dang.
she wasn't a girl boss.
She literally spends a good chunk of the ending being trapped and eventually saved by Ares.
She spent most of the movie being trapped and had to be rescued by Ares.
Wow.
So,
Dude.
did you
Wow.
catch the mistake he made there? He didn't copy him properly. He said, because even I was like, wait, she spent the most of the movie? Dude, it's like, no, the first quote says she spent most of the ending captured, and then he copied that, but he removed the ending part. So he said she spent most of the movie captured. It's like, hang on.
The very end, in fact.
Noah was confident that he didn't do anything wrong. A live stream.
Can you imagine that? After all of this? Like, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm clean as a whistle. And I just, let's just say...
I suppose, unfortunately, I can, because it's just like, what configuration a person makes is possible? Well, selfish and stupid, which is not even that unusual.
Yeah.
Was soon set up to address
Like,
the allegations.
brain doesn't work very well, so you don't even really have a good understanding of why anybody would take an issue with it, why it's like a problem that you would do it, and then selfish being, yeah, but like this benefits me, and I like that. Like, I enjoy that I benefit from this course of action, so fuck it. It's an unfortunate explanation, I would imagine, but one that just bears true in many instances.
To the movie being trapped and had to be rescued by Ares at the very end, in fact.
Noah was confident that he didn't do anything wrong. A live stream was soon set up to address the allegations.
Take the L on
So
that.
you were like hopping on to like making.
I don't know the names of all these guys. I don't know if you do, Nick.
That is Wargad, Wardad Gaming.
Which one?
Up from the left to right.
That's
And then
Dickers on the
it's-
left, isn't it?
Eminent 777.
Dickers,
Dickers
then-
is on the left. Nick Andros is the bear.
Who's the cat?
Morale is
the
the
cat
cat.
is.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's Morale, isn't it?
Oh, I assumed he'd have like a profile pic on this channel because they all use their PNGs. Maybe it
He's a
is.
weirdo.
Well, he gets muted. So-
Yeah, I think because I think I was listening to some of this at the time. I think that is Morale.
Well, yeah, so like I said, the context is Noah thinks he's got this in the bag and he's about to humiliate these guys. Let's see how it goes.
Pedo claims on what basis?
That is that
You saw a video embed on Discord?
that is okay. That's completely valid here, but
Very
I
valid.
thought we were here to talk about me, supposedly plagiarizing Nick Andros and Shamu. So why don't we talk about that?
What do you think plagiarism means?
Oh yeah, I forgot that he opens it up by like saying someone here is like a pedo or whatever with no evidence or anything whatsoever. That was like, oh, that's a weird thing that you just like did when you're
he's
kind
a
of about
mess
to
of a
get
human being,
roasted.
dude. Just a complete fucking mess.
Plagiarism, to me anyway, is repeating what somebody says verbatim, right? Directly copying their text, what they said, word for word, without citing them.
Do you see how he thinks he's in the clear because he hasn't copied text one for one?
You know what? That's crazy.
He's
because
lying,
it feels
by
like
the way.
Well, it's either that or he is like. Well, no, he must be. He must be.
He's got to be. I think
like
that he is
a
lying and he
definition
is
that-
acting like that's what he believes it is.
This is like a definition that loses the spirit of like the problem, you know?
Well,
it's
so
like
he
you're
has
almost
to-
describing it on a foundational, like sort of on a technical level, rather than getting to the core of like, well, why is it a bad thing? Like, can you explain why it's a bad thing principally?
It's gotta be a thing he doesn't understand the spirit of because he's doing it. Like, he wouldn't know why you shouldn't plagiarize because he's doing it.
Yeah, because it's basically taking credit for other people's ideas and work. That's like what it describes. The idea, like
that's what I was taught it was
how
at
you
school.
go about it, exactly how you decide to go about it is various forms. We've kind of seen it in this video. There are various forms of doing it, but like it needs to speak like. It does come across almost like, oh, this definition that I've used, yeah, that gets me in the clear. You know, it's all good because as long as it doesn't match this very specific definition, then it's all right.
I think he knows that what he's doing is obviously plagiarism. He is acting like he thinks this is the definition to try and say, oh, well, if that's the real definition, then I was just misunderstanding. I just did a little whoopsie there. I just didn't quite understand what plagiarism really was. That's what his play is, because this is an adult man.
Oh, he's sneaky as well. Like, we've already seen he tried to
rat.
get one over on him with the whole like, oh, I had the credit in there, don't you worry. It's like, no, they've already snapped you like not having it, so shut the fuck up.
Which,
and then
by
of course,
the way, like that in and of itself doesn't necessarily save you. Like, oh well, I put the credit there. It's like that doesn't necessarily mean you're in the clear.
But then there's also just how blatant the stealing is. Like, you know what you'd have to do, like chat. You understand what you have to do that.
Yeah, the process.
And when
to
you're
do
doing
that
that,
would be,
when you take someone's video down, you chop it up, you copy the script, you take the video. Like, what are we pretending here? Like, he didn't know what he was doing? Come on.
Yeah, bullshit. You knew.
Okay, and you
That is-
understand
that
that
is not the
plagiarism is
meaning of
not
it.
just text, right? Plagiarism is doing anything.
Like visuals or edits, you mean, or something like that?
Plagiarism is
Like
plagiarism.
you mean edits?
Like visuals?
He already knows. He already
Yeah,
knows
what is
what's
that
up. Yeah,
bullshit? Could you
yeah, he knows
plagiarize a
what's up.
visual?
Is presenting someone else's work as your own, which, at the minimum is, using someone else's stuff, but not crediting them for it or indicating.
So,
to
for
the
example,
audience.
when you're using Shamu's edited segments that he edited, that he made, that he put together, researched, whatever, and you're taking his video, you're clipping it, you're putting it in your own, and then you're like zooming in on certain memes to hide watermarks or to hide text to present it as if you're the one who edited it. Most people
Here it is.
that would fall under plagiarism because you're taking someone else's work and presenting it as your own, right?
Okay, that's what I understand that for sure. Then I
Oh,
genuinely
come
did
on.
not think it.
Come
Yeah,
on,
he's a liar.
This is what I mean. It's like, why did he agree to have this conversation? He's just gonna get slaughtered.
He's gone out.
He's a retard. This
He
is the
doesn't seem
dumbest
very
idea
bright.
possible because he knows what he knows what he's done, right? Regardless of what is able to be proven or whatever, everything, he knows in his own mind that he has done this stuff, and he has still decided that I will allow myself to go and talk to these people live, being broadcast to people on the internet, to be recorded and saved, and then dispersed at will. I will put myself in this situation. You fucking idiot! What were you thinking would happen?
And done the legwork and done the research to be able to point out why these are relevant and to be able to collect them. Watch the archives that are on Plazuka's channel. I mean, you cut out the credit to Plazuka's as well, who's the guy who's archived a lot of this stuff already.
Oh, that's
so it feels
right.
Like
Like,
other
he's the
people are
only
doing the
guy that has
legwork
this.
for a lot of this content, and then you're swooping in at the end, watching Shamu's summarization, and then using that for the basis of yours, and not crediting any of the people along the way.
And I could understand that.
There's
can-
another one. That's another that's valid.
I can understand
I
that.
can see your points. I could understand that. Yep.
That's the whole problem. That's the whole problem with the not doing like the clear.
You know, I don't like to typically do the sort of comparing people negatively to animals because animals are super neat, but I feel like otters are very slippery, slippery critters. You know, like
slippery little otter.
I mean, otters belong to the weasel family. But again, I don't like these comparisons because I think there's a nobility to a lot of animals, including
a nobility that many humans lack.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, a wolverine is a weasel, but I think of a wolverine as a particularly brave and noble critter. I'd extend
Australian one specifically.
Well, remember, the Australian one is meant to be Canadian. I do enjoy that as a thing that happened. Did you see? Because it's the Zootopia thing where Wolverine is Canadian.
Well, like they're native of Canada.
Wolverine, the character from Marvel, is Canadian.
Oh, I thought you meant the animal, and I was like,
the animal is also from Canada, but it's from other places too. Like
I love
Alaska
that
and Russia
Nick shifted that without Rags realizing. Free followed, and then Rags got confused as fuck.
It does remind me though of that thing where it was Zootopia had like it was something like Dead Mule and Wolverine. Because they were turning him into animals, seemingly forgetting that the Wolverine is an actual animal and not like it's got to the point that a lot of people don't know that a Wolverine Wolverine is not based on a wolf. He's specifically based on a small animal, a small solitary animal that lives in the Arctic that punches above its weight. That's what a Wolverine is.
Wolverine, yeah.
Yeah,
Wolverine
but to drag it back, I don't like to, but I do find it funny that he is an otter and they are slippery. You know, slippery weasels.
Accrediting with
Being
stuff.
slippery, yeah.
Because
That
if
makes
you just
sense.
put things in the description,
That makes sense.
when other people, maybe they copy your content, or when other people cite your content, they don't know which stuff is yours and which is someone else's.
Oh, I guess I never thought about it like that.
Okay, all right, man.
What a twat.
Dude, this performance is not convincing. I got to tell you.
Wow.
Video.
Let's say someone took your autism coded J.K. Rowling video, right? They took the actual video content, not the audio content, but the video content, put it in their own video, and then claimed it as theirs or portrayed it as theirs. Whereas you did the editing, you put in the work visually for that video. Someone else took that, put it in their own video, and portrayed it as their content, their original work, their editing, right? Let's say you came across that. How would that make you feel?
That would be pretty upsetting.
You took the...
I mean,
this is the most basic fucking shit. Hey man, this action isn't great, is it not? It's like, no, imagine they did it to you. Oh wow, that wouldn't be great.
I would feel bad.
Wow.
I do people learn this when they're 5 years old. It's
exactly
basic primary education stuff. Stealing is bad.
Elementary morality. Yeah, this is like the first thing that you would be learning, like when you're learning about like society and well, I don't know.
Imagine you were in Timmy's place. How would you feel if you were him?
Exactly.
You've upset Timmy. Look at him.
I would feel bad.
I feel like this is like an infographic that would be up on the wall in the class, like with big text and shapes or like little characters and stuff. It's just one of those like, hey, reminders of just basic morality. He's learning it for the first time as an adult.
Because what's being got at here? The word plagiarism isn't actually relevant. It's this experience and action you should know intuitively at this age. You should not be taking people's stuff and using it as your own. You'd be like, well, but what exactly counts as plagiarism? Like, well, why are we having that conversation even? There's not really actually a point. It's good they asked him because you can drill down into what his his surface level sort of coverage for this is and how it's like bullshit. But realistically, you don't commit to the actions he's doing intuitively unless you're a piece of shit.
That's always a good question to open up with too, because if they immediately give the worst definition you've ever heard in your entire life, you could just assume they're guilty. If you're like, hey, what's the definition of stealing? It's like, well, if there's no billionaires around, it would be taking something that has nothing to do with what. Yeah, that's like, okay. So,
and so when you say to him, it's like you're doing plagiarism. He's like, what? It's like,
What is that?
visuals from Shamu's video. You took his editing that he spent hours doing, that he did the research for and everything. You took that and put it in your own video without credit. You didn't edit that. You downloaded his video or you screen recorded it and put it in your own, right?
I think that's good that he mentioned the method that he would have used to do it to really drive home. It's kind of what we're talking about before. It's just you imagine what it looked like when he did it.
Well, because the thing that an average audience member, no offense to them, they wouldn't know any better, is when you see those zoomed in clips or the chopped up in a different order or a script that has a different word, you'll never really think like he stole it from somewhere. You'll be like, oh, he found that, cool. Like, no, he didn't.
But once you know, then you start to imagine, like in the Word document, like how he would be.
When I was looking for more information about his plagiarism, I found plenty of threads from his fans talking about how disappointed they were and they can't really look at the videos the same way. And it's like, yeah, obviously, because what you enjoyed wasn't his.
Yep, exactly. You gotta go search. You gotta go up to new pastures to, you know, find the actual... the grass that's actually green and growing from the earth rather than getting ripped out and run over to his desecrated, like, dead field and then dropping the green grass on top of it. See, look.
This is mine.
It's nice and healthy. Yeah. Go on,
Don't
eat
you see
up.
the green?
I grew this personally.
Right?
That is very valid. Absolutely.
And without credit,
there he goes again.
come to the conclusion that you did that editing where you really didn't. You just took it from Shamu, right?
But it's not even the edit, right?
That makes more sense.
Oh, wow. I'm just learning about this for the first time.
Wow, good job.
What? Wow, what a
Academy
mystery
Award
that's been
goes
unveiled.
to- Wow.
Literally just downloaded my video, and you know, if you've edited anything ever, he just used the video file and then uploaded that. Like it's honestly ridiculous.
Do you admit?
He just nods when they say he downloaded the file and uploaded it. He's like, yeah, I did.
I
Yeah.
think there's a point. I think there's a point in this stream where he just wants to like get it done with and over with, so he just kind of agrees and goes along with things, so the end of the conversation can arrive faster and he can be done with this.
Well, I'd imagine you need an escape route at this point, don't you?
That you did, you know, by definition, I guess, plagiarize Shamu's content.
I am more than happy to admit that. Yes, absolutely.
You're fucking retarded.
that's it.
First of all, where do you draw the line? How do you know what to credit and what to not credit? Where do you draw the line there? What do you credit and what do you not credit? Where is
My guy, you just called me retarded. I don't think I need to.
Oh, nice. Oh,
So-
there's the escape hatch.
Yeah,
You used
that's
a mean word
absolutely like
towards me.
you're jumping into an
Yeah.
escape hatch as fast as possible. But can we just be clear? You should be allowed to call someone a retard, and it shouldn't even register on the fucking insult
No, I'm
scale
I'm
compared to someone
tired
who
of this shit.
steals work.
Yeah, I'm tired of this shit of like, oh, you said a mean word, I get to disengage. Like, no, fucking grow up.
Yeah,
Calling me a
that's what I'm
retard is
saying.
Financial ruination. Okay, this is.
It's unbelievable that like he's sitting there stealing people's work, being like, "Listen, you've gone too far, calling me retarded. That's just too far. Like, how could you do that?"
I did call you fucking retarded, dipshit. Did you hear the question after the fact?
I don't know, man. It doesn't really feel like you're.
So
you're
I'll
in
fucking
good...
repeat myself
It
since
does-
you're like a
You're not
fucking
good
sub
faith.
fucking 30 IQ piece of shit.
All right.
What is your criteria for crediting shit? Do you have one?
I don't think I need to address you anymore because you just kind of outed
Yeah, oh,
yourself.
nice,
there.
wow.
You outed yourself.
Outed yourself.
Says the
Outed
thief.
what?
Says the guy who's admitted to stealing.
The thief is out.
What a rat. What
Yeah.
a fucking rat.
I think he's earned rat stages. Unfortunate for the rats, the animals, but you know, the way that connotations work, I suppose.
I didn't mute you.
So you've taken stuff from my thread.
Go ahead
You're
and
not
mute you. It's so pathetic, bro.
Yeah.
It's so pathetic.
clearly indicating here that this was made by me. Like, that's the problem.
All right.
On this image in my thread, there is a watermark, but you've cropped it out.
So he's saying that he didn't even use this as a resource, but now he's showing that the guy got his screenshot from right here. So he went out of his way to full screen this and then rip specifically everywhere around the Nicandros watermark where he credited himself and then put that screenshot in the video.
Which I don't think he did it for most of what he took from Nick Andrews, but I don't think he did it for every one of them. You can find that he.
Well, he's terrible at his job.
Well, yeah,
so
that's
yeah,
not a
I
surprise
can
that he's
believe it.
bad at stealing. We know he's bad at
Well,
stealing.
we saw that earlier. He didn't even like zoom in enough on a lot of the clips. You could still see the top of the text and stuff.
How do you know that it's there and that
Well,
thing is Shadman's art?
That's okay.
It's because I painstakingly went and found it, and that took time and effort.
So I'm particularly fond of this bit, right? So Nick Andrews says
Yep.
that took time and effort. His response, obviously, he's run the wheels in his head, and he's like, "Oh, looking at a video and finding a picture. Oh, such great
I don't know if
effort."
that takes that much, but
Doesn't take that much.
because
Doesn't
again,
take
this
that
is
much.
this is why I
How
think
has
Shamu
no one
does have
else-
more of a case.
Why
here, because
didn't you find it yourself?
If it doesn't take that much effort, you fucking do it.
Yep.
Oh my god, I hate that shit. It's like, oh come on,
Yes,
dude.
get angry at him.
Yes.
If
I
it
get it.
takes no effort, why didn't you do it yourself? Why did you have to copy graphics from my fucking Twitter?
You see that little expression?
Yeah, he's shaking his head. Yeah, he's like, I
Yeah.
can't believe
Oh,
that
wow.
like someone's talking to me like this. I can't believe this guy's crazy. Fuck him, Bear Man.
Just keep a good eye on him.
To copy graphics from my fucking Twitter.
He fucking rolls his eyes like, oh, you're so mad just because I stole all your shit and made money off your work. It's like, yeah, I think that's grounds to be annoyed, dude.
Good. You should be angry.
Like, why is
right.
this chud so mad? Jesus Christ! I'm trying to save the world
Yeah,
over
he
here.
probably
Yeah.
doesn't even like Brie Larson.
When you could have easily done it yourself.
I guess I'll take the L on that then too, Nick. All right, sure.
Oh, well, that's awesome. Wow. Yeah.
Doesn't
what-
sound
what a
like you
great-
really
It's so
believe
nice
that,
of
does
him.
it?
It's very dismissive. Yeah, it's like just get to the end of the conversation. I'll just say this. Obviously, I don't actually care. Obviously, I'm not remorseful
Well, it's just
at all.
there's no
I'm just glad I got
contrition,
caught.
right? It's
Yeah.
just, yeah. It's
Well, so you know
all
you're
right,
bringing
I'll
up
just say what I need to say so we can move on.
the sort of different phrases and stuff. Unfortunately, I think I'll take the L is actually one of them as well, because it like everyone gets disarmed by that. Like, oh, he's taking accountability. It's like, is he? He's just sort of
Yeah.
It's like
Again, this is where you can police people's tone. You can and you should.
Yeah.
Tone tells you things, so don't let people get away with it.
Well, like if I fucking walk into your room, open your wallet, take all your money, walk out, and then you go, you just stole from me. I go, I'll take the L on that, and I'm holding the money. You're like, no, what? And it's like, yeah, I've taken the L. All right, go back. That's it. We're done. We've sorted.
It's something you can say as well if you don't actually understand what you've done wrong, but you sort of recognize you've lost the rhetorical fight over what's wrong. It's like, oh, I guess I'll take the L on that. It's just an excuse to not really engage with the accusation. He doesn't have a response to it, but he maybe doesn't actually feel that he did something wrong. So he acknowledges he lost the battle rhetorically, but then is not going to change his habits or behavior because he doesn't really actually grok that he did do it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really sure after Wargaming Dad stream, but I'm happy to take
Stop
the L on
blaming
that. That is
Wargaming Dad.
completely
Stop
valid.
blaming Wargaming Dad.
Listen,
You are your own
I
person. You
get
come to your own fucking conclusions, okay? The decision and your decisions around all of this and the things that you've said and done are on you. Don't try and blame Wargaming Dad. You are an adult, aren't you?
That is completely valid.
Obviously.
That is completely valid.
I'll take the L on that.
The reason for this
that sound effect is actually from because I can't find the Dickers side of the stream anymore. It's only in videos that already had it. It's down, but that's from the video that we're running through as like the main spine.
Was to avoid
the Callisto one
being exposed publicly, so Noah could still maintain his reputation. If you look at the chat during this time, you can see his community saying the same thing, and even his friends saying that.
Ooh. Anthony
Hold on.
Gramuglia in good old Otterly's chat saying all of this could have been an email. Man. Isn't that just fascinating?
Man.
This should have been done privately. Simultaneously, you can see other individuals calling out the insane sweeping.
You are an adult, aren't you?
That is completely valid. All right, I'm happy to take the L on Shamu's video there. Absolutely.
I thought he was taking the L on
I'll
his
accept the
age.
principle. I'm happy to.
I'm taking the L on being a child. Yes.
Dude, he's like, you're an adult, right? He's like, yeah, I'm happy to take the L on that one. Yeah, sure.
I am a child. Yes, I have the mind of a child.
Source Nick Andros, sure, on his screenshots. All right, I messed up there too.
No, not like
This is up in a lot of places. I've kind of noticed his he messes up a lot.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. I did a
purposefully.
big whoopsie
Often.
daisy on this one.
Yeah.
Big, oopsie
He just wants to
doopsie.
get out. It's like, all right, yeah, fine, leave me alone.
He's trying to get out.
so not just source me, but like source the other creators' work you use.
That's completely valid. I agree there.
This year kicked off with Companion,
I feel like you should
Letterman,
push him
and
further.
Dogman.
Take down the video and give the money back.
No,
Give
that
the
is
money
that
back.
is it's not even remotely unreasonable. You made money off their work. You owe them money now.
Like, because again, the sourcing thing to me, it's like, dude, that doesn't like even if you do that, that doesn't necessarily save you. Why would you think that it would? It's just like, oh, but you can still extract all of the money. But hey, you can put a link there that like it's just yeah.
To be clear,
like if you want to,
citing a source is not enough with some of the things he's done. If we, if fucking Meal Platoon took each other's videos down, like downloaded them, used the visuals, and then just read out the script, and then put a source in the description, that doesn't make any fucking sense. You can't. That's not how that works.
This year started off with Companion, Better Man, and Dog Man.
Better Man was a massive box office disaster.
Obviously, we've seen these citations, but this is them watching them now.
But let's not use box office as a metric to determine a film's quality for a moment.
They ended up being a big flop for Paramount. But let's take a step back and not use box office to determine whether a film is actually good or not, Jester Bell.
Incredible dance sequences.
Some absolutely gorgeous dance sequences.
Interesting twist of turning the star into a CGI monkey that actually works when you watch the film.
And also a pretty unique gimmick of having Robin Williams portrayed as a CGI monkey.
All right, that's very valid there.
It was just very valid.
Oh, you made the video.
Yeah, you're pretty heckin' valid, man.
He just totally forgot he's been stealing the entire time.
I understand that part of the Neryl for sure.
I suppose that's the difficult thing here is like you've been caught red-handed.
Yeah.
Which is sort of a unique position for a human to be put in, and it's like, ooh, yeah, man, because unfortunately, there's only kind of like one moral avenue, but the fact that like you did all of this kind of precludes you from being the kind of person who would take that road. It's like a weird. It's like when you watch like JCS or something, right? And the person's caught. It's like they're trapped. They're like a fly caught in a honey trap. They can't. They're like paralyzed. They don't know what to do.
It's like a JCS video. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna take the L on that. Oh, so you admit to raping your mother?
Did you kill all of those children? Yeah, I'll take the L on that.
Listen, I might have made a mistake. All right, I'll give credit to Heckler and Koch. All right,
this is valid. It's valid.
Neryl for sure as well, and I can see why Vincent might think I plagiarized him as well. That definitely was like I didn't mean to come off that way.
I can see why he thought that.
I didn't mean to come off that way.
What you meant was you hoped you could get away with it.
Yeah, like that's what we've learned is you wanted to get away with it. You've talked about trying to get away with it. You're like, I didn't mean to come across as a piece of shit to everyone. It's like, okay, but that's what you are.
It's coming off. It's like that's what you did, right? It's not about coming off at all. I mean, you did just like steal his points.
That is 100% okay. That is completely valid there.
Noah again admits
even that was too much for Grimuglia at that point. He was like, "Ooh, pretty bad that you've."
You're making it really.
That was rough.
Well, here you got to remember, Grimuglia is like a lefty psycho, and he's like ultra tribal.
No, I mean,
the otter has to be defended because he's on that side.
I judged him very harshly for this.
Yeah, he's a moron. We've covered him. He's like an actual moron weirdo.
I think he's still really mad at us for that coverage. It was
well, I mean, it was embarrassing. Like that Blade Runner stuff, that was pitiful.
The whole video.
That was pretty embarrassing.
That he plagiarized Vincent.
When he includes the Looney Tunes movie, that's because that was a personal favorite of his.
How can you plagiarize an opinion? I don't understand that.
Oh my god, dude.
What a man.
Oh my god.
What a opinion.
I know. It just keeps going.
Fringy's moving lower and lower with animal comparisons.
I am.
From otter to rat to worm.
Demoted to insect now.
He's heading down the animal kingdom.
You can
picture him like this is like the time I played with Barbies as a kid. It's like, well, that seems kind of weird. No, that's a weird example for you to have. It's like, oh, what? You like gendered toys right now? You don't think I played with Barbies as a kid?
No, that's valid.
Word for word in sequence.
Okay, that part I understand. Like you're saying, I'm like copying his script directly, right? That is 100% valid.
Like this is actually bizarre as a conversation. What? So I can't copy an opinion now? And you're like, yeah, that's exactly what you did. You can't do that. He's like, yeah, okay, that's valid. What's going on?
A fight, and then as soon as somebody makes an argument, he gives up immediately. But none of this will change how he goes about making
No, I don't believe it will. You can tell none of this is actually changing his mind on anything.
No, he doesn't care. Yeah, he doesn't think that he's actually done anything morally bad.
He's benefiting significantly from it, so that's all that matters.
Yeah.
So, like, look at all the things I can buy. Like, it feels like it's that simple. Look at this money that I got, though. Look at the attention.
All right, I will absolutely take the L on that, and I'll take the L on the Neural video. You want to go in and see if I plagiarized anything else?
Why does he say it like that?
What's that tone?
You want to see if I plagiarized anything else? Like, what the fuck?
Like, check out what else I stole. We could spend another 5 minutes on this, guys.
Like, you guys put in the effort. You do it. This is like your punishment. My way of getting back at you is saying you put in effort to do all of this, so I can try and be dismissive again or ignore it again. I'll probably survive this. He's thinking.
Feel free. I'm happy to take the L on anything like that. There you go.
Those are the 4 examples we've brought up, and we've been correct on every single one of them.
You
and
have.
You've taken the L on all of them.
Absolutely.
Right?
Are there any
The
other
question
examples of you taking stuff that you want to
Not that I
talk
no.
about or mention?
Maybe,
Not that I
you'd
can
have to
think
find
I
them.
like that Nick Andrews is like, do you want to tell us what you've stolen? And he's like, no.
No, he's asking a lot of the right questions. That's a good one to ask.
It's
now
insane
that, you know
that
the
he's
pattern
like,
that we pointed out.
it's on everyone else to tell me what I've stolen. At this point, it's like, but you may as well have stolen everything at this point. It's actually, everyone tracking down what's been stolen is not easy.
Nope.
Off the top of my head.
How are people supposed to be able to trust that your videos are like original?
That I don't know. I guess.
Dude, this is honestly surreal.
It should be career ending.
He's
How
like,
is it not?
I just
this
steal
is
and it's
crazy.
okay. It's just okay for me to steal and I'll keep on going.
I think
and
that
I'll
is
keep on stealing. Doesn't matter.
the annoying thing that sort of looms over us. I assume that this won't matter, like in the grand scheme of things.
You'll just continue doing
He's
the
streaming, he's
Power
streaming
here.
right now.
Dude, if Keemstar came in here, it's like, you're a piece of shit. Like, the quartering was in this call. This would be the Boulder stream.
But if you don't have any standards for who you watch or anything like that, then it doesn't matter what they do because you don't have standards. Yeah, the guy that I watch the videos of steals all of his shit, and he's a fucking piece of shit. But it doesn't matter. I have no
It's just
standards.
funny when like these moral arbiters come out and they're all like the dirtiest, fucking slimiest, greasiest people.
Yeah, it almost feels like there's a crazy. Like,
Well, but, and I want to roll us all
unreal.
the way back. He spends all of his days talking about how Drinker and Gary are like the worst people ever. Look what we're dealing with.
He almost goes one further because he doesn't just stop at saying Drinker and Gary are the worst people ever. Like, he does frequently call out how good a person he is as well.
Yeah, he does let us know.
I am not a grifter. If I were a grifter, I would do this, but I'm not, so I do that. I actually like movies. I know old movies because I actually like films because I'm a good person. You keep saying this. It's just like any man who must say I am the king is no true king. It's sort of any man who must say I am not a grifting, horrible shill rat creature probably is a grifting, horrible shill rat creature.
All right, whatever. This guy, he said specifically here, Shamju, so I'm assuming that's Shamu, wants us to...
You have to understand, everybody. This is actually funnier than you realize. This is even funnier than you know. Shamju. So, like I said, there's a guy in here called Shamu who's been plagiarized, and he's already agreed and admitted that he's plagiarized him. But if you remember from earlier, there was a doxing accusation. We're finally digging into that now. What is the doxing accusation? Well, it's that this dude posted a tweet saying, Shamju wants us to dox and harass you, and frankly, that sounds more fun than listening to your stream. So from this, Otterly Noah has said that Shamu is trying to dox him.
Which again,
this is insane.
For many reasons, almost it's hard to pick which one to start with.
But like, what the? I guess first and foremost, this is a random comment from someone. Why do you think that there's anything actually happening here?
Number two, do you think this person likes the guy that he's talking about?
Yeah.
Also, the guy's name is the biggest stalker. Like,
There's a lot.
It's not.
It's true.
It's insane. So let's see how he deals with this one.
to dox and harass you. And frankly, that sounds like more fun than listening to your stream. So, like, and then, you know, I go in.
Why would you believe what he said?
That's the first. You see already in his mind, he's just gone like, oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh fuck.
Because I thought this guy was actually working with Shamu.
After he's
Why
called him
would you
Sham
think
Jew.
that?
After he's called him Sham Jew.
Sham Jew. Jew is often used these days as a term of endearment
Yes.
amongst peers and fellows.
Jesus.
Is openly admitting that this guy
Yeah.
wants me to harass and dox you, by the way. This person has given me orders to harass and dox you, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I don't know. I thought this person was actually trying to dox me, and like, well,
Yeah, I remember my first 5 minutes on the internet. Boy, what a time
It's
that was.
it's at times like this when you must remember that if the average IQ is what 100,
100, yeah. So that means there's a
50% of people.
It is 100 despite is a good way to phrase it.
fall
It is
below
the
that.
average is 100
And
despite.
particularly among men, it tends to skew a lot more. Like women tend.
Oh, no,
to
that's
cluster
true, yeah,
more
yeah.
sort of,
Flatter bell curve for men, so there are more incredibly retarded men, and there are more
Yes, there are
incredibly
more-
smart men.
That's much more dumb
We,
fucks men disproportionately than women. Something to bear in mind.
We have the tards and the geniuses, and that's basically yeah.
Given me orders to harass and dox you, by the way.
yeah, that's what I thought it was. I don't know. I thought this person was actually trying to dox me, and like, well,
Because
Why do all VTubers look the same?
Oh.
Noah has the correct politics, and he is against those who have the wrong politics. Any error he makes can be quickly forgiven. This is further supported by the fact that he tried to smear all the people in the call against him as conservative to gain support from his audience, which
There it is.
Yeah,
Like clockwork,
Friggin',
man.
it's
like
even more
fucking
crazy
clockwork.
because you laugh,
Look,
right?
right.
But he just said he's going to admit this.
Oh, well, that's great. I just enjoy that. It's like, look, right, you may be making all of these points, but you think that there should be lower government like spending or something. So
Therefore, you're
good.
You're Hitler, really. If you
shouldn't be
get down
listening
to it,
me.
yeah.
You should be listening to them, like at all. You know, everything.
And
you
I
just
think
said
I
is
think it's
invalid.
kind of evident that that was the case, Noah, because like you were also posting in your chat, oh guys, these guys are all like conservatives, and I think you would realize,
Yeah, 'cause aren't you?
You would have
No.
Yeah, because aren't you?
Even
Yeah,
if they
wait
were,
for
what
it.
difference would it make? You're still stealing
Wait
their
for
stuff.
your audience would have like, because your audience are like, I presume lefties and all that stuff, right? So that they would have some sort of like they would be a bit more antagonistic towards them if they think they're conservatives, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just says,
Wow.
Okay, then. Well,
That's
what the
amazing.
fuck, dude?
he just
That's
says it.
incredible.
You're not supposed
Yeah,
to admit that. What the hell?
That's
He's-
insane. That's incredible.
Oh man, it's like an actual NPC, really. Just kind of going
And also,
on with
like, and
whatever's
also,
around
just
them.
based on the nature of how he engages in the conversation, any like claimed political opinions are meaningless from someone like him. Absolutely and utterly meaningless.
No, like, how could you
They're
ever
just
be
attack
judged
you.
by a person like this? It
Like,
makes no
to
fucking
me, it would just
sense.
be like anything that you purport to believe is probably fucking arbitrary. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It's not rooted in any like fundamental beliefs. Like, I mean, clearly, right? Because when it comes to how he's navigating a situation where it's dealing with his morals, it's just worthless. It's absolutely worthless.
Are you retarded?
No, don't call it. No, don't say that.
Oh, what's
yeah,
this
no,
clip?
you'll
This
get
could be a good clip.
This is a part of, again, the original video. I don't actually know what movie this is from. I'm not even sure I can guess because I don't recognize.
recognize
Someone
it.
in chat probably knows. Give it a sec.
It's tough to beat the Brian Blessed one. But,
Are you retarded?
Are you retarded?
Someone said
The random
Homefront.
costume without any context makes it a lot better too.
Homefront. A lot of people are saying. I don't think it's.
Homefront, the video game on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
I don't think it's Pineapple Express. I feel like I'd remember that. It could be This Is the End, but I don't think so. I've seen that.
I don't recognize it, but I haven't seen that movie in like years. So
But yeah, that's a Callisto edit.
As a side note, most of the guys on the call were from Europe, so the idea of even trying to apply an American understanding of liberal and conservative makes no sense. But I
true.
Yeah.
Totally true.
Do you think he
not
even
every
knows?
single political? Well, for instance, because we in Australia. Well, I was about to say they're a major party, but I don't know if that's true anymore. But the Liberal Party here is not like they're not liberals, right? It's like they're the center right party.
Yeah, whereas
but
here,
then-
liberal
Liberal
basically
Party in
means
Japan
leftist,
as well.
which I hate. But
Well, it's just that in all of these countries, in various, but the problem is that a lot of people only look at politics through like a very American lens.
Yeah.
And when they venture abroad, if they ever decide that they want to do that in terms of covering politics, is pretty painful.
I think it does
And
a
I
disservice
could
to
o- I could
Americans.
only
Like,
imagine that-
American politics also has politics in it. It's just that most people online don't do that. They just do team sport, which is just retarded.
Well, yeah, because usually political parties have factions in them. Like they'll have a sort of a left or a right faction, even within like the center left or the center right party or whatever. But again, I mean, in the case of this guy, it's just like, I mean, what's
I
even
think
the fucking point?
if you introduce this
You know?
idea too utterly, he'd just be like, huh? You're like, right, don't worry about it, don't worry about it.
Doubt Otterly
that.
was even able to conceptualize that possibility.
Don't you think you should have had a
Yep,
bit more evidence
probably
before,
not.
like saying that some random guy on Twitter is like on the payroll of Shamu?
Well, I don't know. That wasn't a definitive claim at the time. That was just a hunch. But whatever.
Well, you made the
Anyway.
claim, though.
Whatever. He's the one that when they're trying to dox me based on this.
You know when Elon Musk called that guy who sent a submarine to rescue drowned miners a paedophile for no particular reason? Like, that wasn't a definitive claim at the time. That was just a hunch. I think
Just
he
a
still got
hunch.
sued for that.
Just a hunch.
I don't know. I think we've
I'd be reminded of that, bringing him up, that clip. What was it? We were talking like the New York Times or something in front of that crowd where he had a lot of, he made a lot of mistakes with the things he said, and he's like, oh, it's a real weakness to want to be liked by people. I don't have that weakness. It's like, dude, what a fucking wacky, stupid character he is, really.
I think we've cleared this up. And quite frankly, I don't want to talk about the doxing stuff anymore because I don't.
I bet you don't.
Yeah, I bet you don't talk about anything.
Yeah,
anymore.
I wouldn't either. If I was in your shoes, I wouldn't want to talk about it either.
I don't know. Like, this all makes me very uncomfortable, this whole thing.
Hey, actually, Noah.
Yeah,
It's a cool video. But you essentially have the same talking points I do, beat for beat. Same structure as well. And you're not even going to talk to me beforehand, or at least mention me. This is borderline plagiarism.
Not borderline. It's more than borderline. I think.
And you know my video exists with these screenshots. I don't believe when you say that you're fine if people reach out to you beforehand. You're fine taking the L. I don't think that's true. I think people have publicly atted you on Twitter. I think people have sent you DMs on Twitter. I don't know what difference like writing you an email would make. I think that you saw this tweet and you ignored it.
That you can believe that, but that's
Oh my
not
God,
true.
dude,
And
I
I didn't
hate
see
him.
Shamu's DM either. So, all right. Well, I guess that's it.
Otterly Noah has finally admitted to plagiarizing Shamu and 3 additional YouTubers. He's also apologized for an unproven doxing allegation that we haven't even gotten to so far. Noah should do the right thing and return the ad revenue he made off of everybody else's work.
True.
So today we did a stream discussing how 4 of my videos were lifted content from other creators, that being all the ones listed. I didn't think it was plagiarism until I had a discussion with the British runner and my fans about the content. I've come to realize that it was plagiarism. I'm sorry about this. I'm also sorry for claiming Nicandros and Shamu seemingly doxing my personal information when it's been proved they did not leak my information. This was absolutely a mistake on my part. I've also owned up for these claims and will do better crediting people in the future of my videos. Do better crediting people. I mean...
Methodology won't change. But
that's not
whenever
really it's more complicated than that, you know?
The reality is, like, you need to, like, change the way that you do things, fundamentally. You need to, but that's going to be real hard, man. That's going to be tough. You need to, like, actually, like, have perspectives. That's, like, a really, you can't just generate that overnight. Like, you're kind of fucked, really, aren't you? Like, in terms of if you want to keep making YouTube videos. Because, like, in order to get to the point that he needs to be at, he would need to, like, change fundamentally as a person. That's not easy.
No, and well, what I'm trying to say with that is I'm not sure that's the problem there, that he's highlighted the issue. It feels like it would be too unfortunate if he was to get away with this problem simply being, oh yeah, I got to put my sources in the description. It's like, well,
yeah,
a little bit more complicated than that.
The ad revenue he made off of everybody else's work.
They were clearly just gaslighting you. These guys don't care about accountability; just want to make you seem weak. Yeah. Were they just like gaslighting me then?
That was his final thoughts on his stream. He's like, were they just gaslighting me? After all that, all the admissions he made, were they just gaslighting me?
And
Dude,
it's
that
just, he's
British
looking to chat to
psychology.
excuse his own poor performance. It's just like he's just been basically defeated on every point. Now he's scrolling for chat for affirmation.
Yeah.
He's going to get it
Oh,
'cause it's his chat, and then
Well,
he's
he
going to
had a-
change nothing.
His audience have given him a pass
had-
on a lot of this. There's a few people who've dropped off or whatever and explained like this was rough, but a lot of people are just like, nah, it doesn't matter because the people coming at you with this are evil. And it's like that.
I wonder if that retard, the Blade Runner guy, what does he? I wonder where he
Well,
falls
that,
on this.
you know
at this
what? There's
point.
an extra little bit coming up that regards him, actually.
That was.
Ah,
Hi everyone, this is Utterly Noah.
Obviously, this is in the future now. Let's see what he's got to say.
If you've kept up with the ongoings of the channel recently, you're probably aware I was
That was a
recently
very
accused of
arbitrary,
plagiarizing.
because no charity at all at this point in terms of like the way that was a weird sort of facial. That was a weird gesture there. Felt like arbitrary.
How cold is his house?
In 3 separate videos. These videos were my video called Debunking Jester Bell's Abysmal Anti-Woke Take on 2025 Movies, my video called Anti-Woke Religious Gamers Are Unintentionally Hilarious, and my video called Disney and OpenAI, The Unholy Marriage.
That we know of. You know?
That you're willing to admit to at the moment, when it's almost certainly more.
These videos did not have their sources cited correctly, and
no.
You don't get it.
Dude, it's so fucking full.
You see, because
Holy
now
shit.
all he needs to do to fix it is admit to the issue, put the correct citations, and the videos stay up. Like, oh no, that's not. No, you've stolen people's stuff, dude.
the sources were as follows here. Vincent Parville's video for the Jester Bell video talking about her
Do you understand how this doesn't fix it?
takes on 25
Yeah, because you're talking like a source. Like when you're talking about like citing a source, it's the idea like of citing like specific information, not like this is the source of the video where like I just like make all of the same arguments that this person does.
I don't think he gets that. I think he just that's why he said like, how can you plagiarize an opinion? It's that you plagiarize somebody's thoughts. That's kind of the ultimate. You then stole their visuals because you're lazy as fuck. But the ultimate thing is you just stole what they thought and presented it as your own stuff. So you can put a little disclaimer over any footage you've stolen, that's fine, but you've still constructed an entire video based off of stolen opinions based on probably movies you haven't even seen.
It's
the whole thing's fucked.
It's as insane as, you know, you stole someone's money and then someone points that out and then you say it's okay because I've shown you where I stole it from. I mean, like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't fucking. Yeah, that's the of course the question is like you've got to make this right, and it's like no, I've shown you the bank, like there it is.
Tectone video featured in the anti-woke religious gamers video and his clip edits of Tectone, and Neryl, whose footage of aliens and True Lies on 4K were used in my Disney and OpenAI,
and also very specific phrasing.
Well, and there's more citations that exist now, and there's ones that we've been over as well in this video that were pretty obvious.
The OpenAI video.
The thing about this is the reason why this is so insanely prevalent is this is how he makes videos. This is his format for making videos. He will take someone else's idea, take down their video, copy it, and reproduce it. The only reason he's not going to get caught as much is because it's going to take someone to go through all of them and then look for keywords for other people's
and try
videos.
To find, yeah, exactly.
Which, like, it's hard to do that. It takes effort. It's something I don't think he's familiar with.
I absolutely made a mistake, and I want to apologize, and I will cite every single video source properly.
Oh, it's so
How
fucking
could it
annoying.
be a mistake? You have to consciously do this. This is
exactly.
Yeah, you don't accidentally do all the stealing. You know what you were doing. It's a whole involved process. You have to edit it, find it, get it, copy it. I mean, it's
and my videos going forward. Plagiarism is no small thing, whether it's done intentionally or even unintentionally, and it is something
I like that you can, I enjoy how clearly you can see that he's reading it.
Oh yeah, this is not sincere. This is like,
I guess the only question is who he plagiarized his apology from.
Oh yeah, I'll have to check out some apologies, see which one he opted for.
Very seriously. So
he
I
showed up with a dog or like a little
a ukulele at a dog. Yeah.
Take very specific measures to ensure something like this cannot possibly happen again in the future. I think there are
You did fundamentally change who you are as a person, but good luck with that.
a lot of changes that need to take place for how I make the Hunting Griftly Bears videos going forward, so that this is something that can assuredly never...
I've seen more than a few people in chat say chat GPT, which is like, yeah, unfortunately, like, I wouldn't rule that out.
Very
It's
good
like,
chance, yeah, very good chance of that.
It's, I mean, goddamn, there's heaps of people use it at this point to do... It's kind of crazy how that's, like, going to ruin education, like, completely.
Yeah,
There's,
just a
like,
bit.
people can't, like, go and do assignments at home because they can just get Chat GPT to come up with it, and even if you want to try and figure out ways to counter, it's like, people figure out ways to counter those counters.
Can assuredly never happen again, and every single source in my videos is consistently cited properly. First off, it is very clear to me at this point I cannot be pressuring myself to put out a big video every week. It is...
Oh, poor you.
Man, stealing was really expedited.
It was
the
tough,
video creation process. So
stealing all that content was tough work, and I need to calm down. I need some time for me. What the hell?
There's a few people on this panel who do long and quite difficult to make videos, and we don't just go and steal stuff to make up the numbers while we're working on them, because we're not shit people, generally.
Dude, I thought long and hard about this entire thing, and I think the best way to handle it moving forward is to give myself a vacation, so I'm not going to be uploading for a while.
My videos is consistently cited properly. First off, it is very clear to me at this point I cannot be pressuring myself to put out a big video every week. It is clearly taking a toll on how accurately I can make media criticism videos.
It's taken a toll on my morality, is basically what he's saying. Like,
you didn't have any to have it take. Yeah, you don't have any. Your morality's unblemished because you don't have it.
Isn't it kind of wonky seeing him like do YouTuber voice, but like look you in the eye while he's doing it?
No, there's a weird dissonance here. There's a weird. It's a bit uncanny. It's a bit kind of creepy.
And ultimately is affecting my work-life balance even more. So going forward, first and foremost, I am not going to pressure myself to put out a new video weekly. I want my content regardless of what the subject is.
He's switching between these monitors, and I'm like trying to figure out if there's a particular reason why that's happening.
Yeah, what's going on here? Why? Surely, if you were... First off, you shouldn't just read it out like it's text. You should type it out. Maybe it's like bullet points, maybe the things you don't want to forget. But it's probably good for you to look the camera in the eye, and even if it's not perfect word for word, accurate, you want to try to come. You should be smart enough to want to try to come across as sincere.
He should have gotten his dog if he has one. He should have brought his dog in and.
He should have brought in his dog Alele, and he should have had a little song. But even if you're stumbling a little bit on your words and you don't know exactly what to say, it comes across as more sincere if you're looking at the camera and just sort of talking. But obviously, I don't think that any of this is sincere whatsoever. I mean, as far as I know, he's streaming right now. He was talking to that Psycho Nyara the other day. I guess they don't care about. I guess he didn't care much about plagiarists and whatnot. Interesting, but hey, no bad tactics. It's getting proven more and more every day
to be the best quality it can be, and that involves taking the proper time and care to make sure everything included in the video is truly cited and accounted for. Not driving.
Like, you talk about it as if, like, just find a fucking link on YouTube is, like, really hard to put in the... Like, the reality is what would make it harder is if you had to generate these thoughts. You know what I mean? Like, the time-consuming thing of just finding the YouTube link,
coming up with my own thoughts,
every single thing from, and then just putting it in the description, and then thinking that puts you in the clear.
That's the thing, is that he thinks that does put him in the clear, but he's already demonstrated how easy that is for him to do and how quickly he can do it, because he did it on the fly when he was accused of plagiarizing in the first place. You can't tell me that the thing that's breaking his back is hitting Control-C and Control-V on a link. That's not the problem. The problem is that he evidently didn't have any thoughts that week, so he stole somebody else's.
You didn't. Yeah, I don't feel like I needed to credit them, when really you would think that if it was me doing a video and I'm sure this has happened. I can't think of an exact. It's probably happened to all of us, where we find something really good from another video and we're like, oh, this is ace. This is awesome. I can spread this. Hey, here's a clip or here's a thing that this person said. And you can play the clip. You can put the name from the YouTube channel, link in the description. Because there's a part of you that wants to like reward a good thought that you found with some exposure. That's what occurs to the mind of like someone who is coming at this in a good faith way, who cares about stuff, instead of trying to bury it. You should want to spread the person. You should want to give credit. That's a good thing to do to help another person that you have benefited from.
Yeah, okay, valid.
Not true. Valid, true. I will take the L. As you
Driving
will.
myself to put out a video weekly, I think is going to help a lot with making sure I'm giving myself the time to ensure everything is properly stated and cited in every single video I make, and also give myself the proper...
Properly stated, I assume that means I need to copy better. I need to switch more words.
Probably.
Change a few more words up.
Yeah.
self-care as well that I need. If a video just so happens to come out in a week's time, that's great, but I'm not going to pressure myself to consistently...
Stop making it a fucking woe is me story. Holy shit.
Oh, poor you.
It's been rough, man, making so many videos. Jeez.
Put out a video every week. Once a script is completed for its first draft, I will also be running it through various plagiarism detection software.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, dude.
Plagiarism detection software.
No, why?
This
why
is the
do
thing.
you
You
need
put something through a plagiarism detection software? If somebody else has written it and you want to check if it's been plagiarized, you don't need to put your own thing through plagiarism detection software.
Why would you need to check
wrote it.
yourself? Yeah, like what are? I'll check after I.
You know what this is, right? I'm sorry, but this is the only thing I can assume. He will continue to plagiarize, but he'll pass it through a detection to see if it gets any hits. Be like, okay, we're good.
And then he'll give it to Chat GPT and say, hey, can you rewrite this so that it's less detectable? And then we'll do it.
And it'll go, sure, okay, buddy, no problem.
Yeah, okay, we can do that for you. So here's a suggestion. Let me know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, here's a way. Here's 3 options on how you could have rephrased this paragraph to make it seem more like your own work. Ironically.
That people have suggested I look at. I'm gonna have at least one other person, someone who I trust to be academically knowledgeable, and so.
So it's gonna be a moron. It's gonna be a fool. It's gonna be a buffoon.
Someone who I know will be biased towards me as a person. Review my video and let me know if there's anything they think I should be changing or citing in the
Who is
video
that?
itself.
Who
Someone
is
who I.
Anthony Gravuglia.
Oh my god.
He will ensure my work is of a standard.
Oh god, no.
Holy shit.
Oh no.
Oh, it's such a funny payoff to all of this.
I found the most bad faith moron possible to check my work against my fight against the chuds.
Jesus.
Very much trust to do this, who has actually offered to proofread my next video about autism, is none other than Anthony Gravuglia.
Oh my
Likely
god.
many of you know if you watch.
Is he like an expert on that subject?
I believe they all are experts.
I can certainly believe it, yeah.
Anthony is someone I respect a lot in the content creator space.
I can imagine so. You guys are birds of a feather.
Oh, look,
You do.
there's
You two.
There's
Yeah,
you,
you two
Roland.
deserve
Look,
each other.
There you are.
There I am. Objective critics
Hooray.
are lying to themselves. Gee. You know who else is lying to themselves?
Also someone I do trust to be fair in a proofreading of a video and also unbiased towards me as a person, since he is a real critic.
Like
He's a real critic. What
Is
the
he?
fuck? It's fine.
You may
Not like
as
those-
well have just taken his section of the video and put it in your own. Like, recording basically word for word, beat for beat, somebody else's content like that, even if you're citing, is still kind of egregious.
That's very, that makes sense.
So, all that apology doesn't actually account for what he's conceded there, which is you stole it. In, like, whole cloth. You can't just say, like, oh, this is my source. He seems to be admitting it, but then public-facing, making the video to his audience, he doesn't mention it. Very curious. As curious as whatever he said about Drinker muting the clip he was talking over, you know? But this is, like, actual curious.
Essentially, Noah will capitulate when confronted, but later on will minimize the situation as just citing sources, rather than admitting to wholesale lifting people's videos beat for beat. The way this guy acts, the way he speaks, he's not an otter, he's a weasel. Weasley Noah.
Weasley little liar, dude.
He's the Griftly rat, dude.
Almost every single instance of Noah plagiarizing has come from his Griftly Bears series. This series is one of his most prolific on the channel. It gets him views, the most engagement, and a lot of money. Weasley Noah has engaged in egregious plagiarism when he's making videos trying to argue against others. And
A weaselly little liar, dude. So true. Iconic, even.
this lead gentleman is the guy who's calling other people Griftly Bears. Pathetic. If anyone is grifting, it's Noah.
Because I mean, like to be clear, from the position of the stuff you've made, you know, I know you've got criticisms for, I think you called like critical drinker or grifter, but I mean, to be clear, and this is not in defense of critical or anything else. It's more just the fact of, or right now, I don't think critical has ever had an accusation of plagiarism against him. And if somebody's going to, you know, comparing the two, there's going to be a lot more emphasis on you grifting than someone like critical, right?
That's wait, and like instead of like you know, okay, that's like instead of like exposing like critical drinkers grift is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, because you're calling out somebody else for grifting, while you yourself have not actually like have lifted sections of your content, and that's you know that's that because what that looks like again is I want to get a video out on a popular topic. I can see something else is popular or something else is good. I'm just going to replicate that for the views.
That's very yeah okay.
I just, like, it's just done. It's over.
Total capitulation. He completely lies down and takes it because you have to.
You have admitted that you are a grifter by like basically any reasonable definition.
And like, it's real. It's some of the worst. You take other people's words and pretend to be them so you get money.
Yeah, to literally profit off of other people's effort. Yeah.
I understand.
Not even like
he said he was sorry, so that's all done and dusted now. Back to the 100th video complaining about Drinker or Nerdrotic. Remember, grifters are people selling you a narrative to get you consistently outraged for views. However, making your 20th video on the Drinker to feed an audience your own brand of outrage for views, well, that's just honest critique. It's only through building an audience that cares more about politics.
He apologized. Move on, people.
Oh my, that's just 1991. So this dude would be like in his mid-30s.
Yeah, he's 35.
Man.
Well, to be clear, his name is Sonic Stefan, and he is an icon of Sonic, so he's obviously
also
not
Sonic
well.
was created in 1991, so there's that. Yeah, okay. No, I just it's funny because this is so profoundly immature. He apologized. Move on.
Yeah,
that's valid.
That's what contrition is. It's just saying sorry, just saying the magic. It's the magic word, and now all's well.
Has he been able to survive? If his audience actually cared about consistent standards, then Noah would easily be the worst in the space.
No, yeah, like, if we can just be clear about this, we've been around for a while. This should be completely destructive of anyone's career. You should not survive this. It doesn't make sense to survive this, but he probably will.
It'd be like that IGN guy. Do you remember the guy, the Dead Cells review? Like, that followed him everywhere. Like, he tried to keep doing stuff, but like, every time he popped up, it was just like, hey,
you know I'm going to cite, right? Review, huh? You know I'm going to cite? Well, who's the most famous plagiarist on YouTube technically because of what happened?
The what's his name? The lefty guy,
Mr. James Somerton.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. I totally forgot about him.
He so he got outed as like stealing a bunch of his videos, and that shit was possibly the biggest witch hunt in the history of the internet in the sense of like he everybody wanted him fucking dead after all of the like the accusations were sort of passed through, which of course is extreme. I'm just saying that it's amazing that you can get away with this. This is intensely awful, but he will. He'll just keep going.
But they don't. It's for this very reason that friends of Noah have not levied meaningful criticism towards him, even though calling out bad media critics or grifters is what they do.
No, man, he's gonna be You'll be checking out the scripts from now on to make sure there's no plagiarismo. You'll be fine.
If it's not obvious at this point, Weasley Noah is a bottom-tier content creator. To get through any...
He's barely a creator, you know? Like,
any semblance of a point, you have to wade through a mound of shitty arguments. And even after all that, if you do take the time and effort to wait...
Well, so that's what I was trying to get at earlier. The best stuff you've ever seen from Otterly is usually something that someone else had. And then... when you get like a genuine original counter from him, it's insanely stupid. And it's like, oh shit. So his best stuff does come from taking it from other people. Because if you remember some of the stuff we went through in the first chapter, his response, like for example, what do you mean, Drinker, that this is a buddy comedy thing? Predator as a franchise isn't that? Like, wow, you have to be really stupid to have come up with that on your own. Like, I doubt he stole that one from anybody, you know? But then again, I don't want to draw a line too. Like this, maybe he would.
Through his content to find the kernel of any substantive point, you can't even be sure it's actually his thoughts and not someone else's that he just plagiarized. In the spectrum of media critics you can find on YouTube, Utterly Noah is squarely at the bottom.
A case can be made. That is certain.
I would say so.
Good job, Dickers and Cope and Sieve.
Pretty bad, but
and Kinoflex.
You know, the work of
Yeah,
other
that's,
people trying to get this word out. Like I said, the main video we covered there was from Calesto, who I haven't gotten any updates as to whether or not anything's happening with the claim on his thumbnail of all fucking things. Obviously,
keep your thumbnail up, fight the claim.
I actually reached out to Utterly Noah, and my response I got from him was, "This is not my." Oh no, hold on. I was asking if this was his editor, and he's like, sending me a tweet somebody else wrote, "Just for clarification, Utterly Noah is not the one who copyright claimed the video. A separate person did it, who he's looking to resolve it with privately." My question was, though, is that your artist? Like, is that the guy who draws your picture? And he just ignored me.
well, because anybody would assume that's the case. It only makes sense, right? It would be weird if it wasn't. But if Utterly Noah is trying to get it undone, that would be a big old thumbs up for him. You know.
Well, the way that it's worded, I can't tell if the person that because he's sending Kinoflex's tweet. Is that the guy who tipped you off about it? Is he saying that he's the one who found out this happened or something?
I think Kinoflex might be the one that tipped off the one that tipped off me, being Dark Hour. So there's too many people involved.
The tweet, I don't know. I'm assuming the tweet means that the YouTuber himself is reaching out, not that Utterly Noah is doing it on his behalf.
Okay.
That was my takeaway, is that Utterly Noah is not doing anything. That's why I asked for clarification, didn't answer.
I suppose we'll find out eventually. But so do you want to check out this other thing now?
Yeah, this one's kind of funny. I got sent this during the thing by Nick Andros, one of the guys who was in the debate with him.
All right. He's the bear, right?
Yeah.
So is there any context for this, or are we just jumping in?
So for the clip that we're just checking out right now, this is a clip from Shamu's video, and I'm going to show you the clip that I believe, and you can let me know if you think it has been, was stolen. All right?
Okay.
Yeah. Let's take a look.
Ruining your life. This makes total sense. Don't question it. But from the website Law Shelf, it specifically states that, quote, for a statement to be considered defamation, it must be about the plaintiff. Even if the statement does not mention him or her by name, it can be actionable on grounds of defamation if a reasonable person would understand the communication as referring to the plaintiff. And seeing as every single person on the internet that knows about this understands that it's being communicated by you, it looks like you're full of shit yet again.
Okay, so that's the clip. Pretty simple, you know, just pulls up an example. Maybe, I don't know, someone else has found this exact website. There's lots of websites, but I guess they could find the same one.
On the website Law Shelf, it states that for a statement to be considered defamation, it must be about the plaintiff. So the statement does not mention him or her by name. It can be actionable on grounds of defamation if a reasonable person would understand the communication as referring to the plaintiff. And seeing as how every person on the internet that even knew about this...
Wait, so the best part here, let me just go back for a second. Keep it, try to look at the background, because obviously the background is yanked directly from, like, I'm talking about the part that's blurred out. He's so slow that you see it jerk back to the left because he ran out of time when he was stealing this. Look at this.
Not mention him or her by name, it can be actionable on grounds of defamation if a reasonable person would understand.
There, yeah, you see that? It jerked back to the left.
I think what I find so funny about this is that in the process of stealing from someone else, he cited a source.
You couldn't just like control and drag it a little bit so it slows down just enough for him.
That was
too much. Dude, you're just such a worm.
Pathetic.
What is this recent?
Yeah, when's this from?
I don't know how recent it is. It was just one that they would have probably.
I'm telling you, dude.
Then.
I'm inclined to believe pretty much it's a natural part of his process of video making. So his plagiarism is going to be almost insane to be able to track all of it.
Oh, it runs deep.
Yeah.
This has to be
the core of what he does.
This has to be, I think, at least like 6 months old. So it's not like recent.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Like, these will just keep cropping up if anyone cares to find them. But that's the thing. His audience already don't care. They're just like, whatever, as long as you're going after the right people.
Well, there's no accountability for anything now. He'll just get better at hiding it. And...
Yeah. He's going to use an AI to help him hide it. He's just insane.
But then the better AI will come out that will find out the flaws of the previous AI, and then and then expose a whole new like amount of thievery afoot.
Well, what an adventure, eh? And what a shame. Obviously, the takeaway is please don't ever be like this person. You can be better.
Strive to be the opposite of this person.
Yeah.
Well, just bear in mind, like, if you being this kind of person, you just kind of, like, hollow, right? Like, in fucking Dark Souls, like, you basically, like, not even, you know, like, where's the inspiration? Like, where's the spark, the desire to, like, create things, to express yourself to the world? Like, in this case, there's nothing here. Like, as soon as what's actually there is revealed, it's pathetic.
I mean, like, he does give the impression he's someone who wants to be a YouTuber, as opposed to someone who uses YouTube because he has something to say. Like, he just wants, like, he likes the idea of putting out videos and getting paid for it, so he just steals videos and gets paid for it. But he doesn't have an original thought. He's not using it as a medium for anything he thinks, because he doesn't seem to be able to do that. He just steals. That's the thing he wants.
Yeah, and like I said, it just doesn't fundamentally seem to register in a way that... Like, there's no learning here because there's no understanding of the situation. It's just like, oh, I've pissed a bunch of people off. Fuck.
Whatever understanding there is of the situation cannot overcome the mountain that is, I care that I get stuff. That is the ultimate, that's what matters to me. I get stuff, I get money, and people pay attention to me. That's like my fundamental axiom is that, and nothing else can surmount that.
If I stop stealing, I won't have the stuff I steal, and I want that stuff.
So it is kind of a funny thing, because in terms of giving advice, it's like, well, unfortunately, like, if you're this kind of person, it's, I don't know, man, like, that's like a hard thing to overcome. So hopefully you're not like that, but I would assume not. But yeah, actually, like, you should want to, like, create stuff. It's like a really cool thing to do, making things, like creating original things.
Yeah, I'd imagine the
Give it a
kind of
try.
person that would do this and have this attitude for it and say those things when caught is, you might just be broken at the core, man. Like, there might just be no hope for you, but I hope there is. Sad stuff, but amusing at least, and he was caught for it, and unfortunately he has, I guess the final damning indictment really is that he has sort of developed and cultivated an audience that do not care that he has done these things, which is, I mean, that it should be the great final shame at the end, is to see that your audience don't care.
Especially when your whole thing is morally bashing every other person in existence about how much, and talking about how good you are as a person. It's a currency.
Look at all those bad people out there. Look how good we are.
Well,
embarrassing.
I guess on a brighter note, you no longer need to hear any clips from him. So there we are.
Yeah,
completed the
that's
adventure.
nice.
But before we head out, Nicholas, why don't you tell people where they can find you and what you're up to?
Hey, I do drama stuff, so similar to this, but I'm going to be covering more Jeremy the Quartering tomorrow. If you're going into any of the recent stuff over there. But yeah, I don't know. There's not like a ton of crossover. I mentioned last time that we did the first convo at Game of Thrones, me and Waller. So we're going to be doing a part 2. I think on your thing, right?
Yeah,
eventually.
but-
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. In
We
between.
got a lot of backlog right now. We'll get there though, for
Yeah.
sure. All right then, good stuff.
Yeah, I think Cope and Seeth, who was in that video, they're currently doing a stream talking about the quartering stuff. So if that's the
Beckett.
content you're looking for, yeah, Beckett, yeah, Cope and Seeth. He's streaming right now talking about it. So there you go.
Oh well. Fringy, Rags, Platoon, anything you guys want to mention?
I was hoping to have some stuff out this week, but so I could like announce it on F&T, which I was on yesterday and today, but I was very busy, was out of the house a lot, so that'll be out next week, and hopefully I'll have stuff a lot more out a lot more consistently and kind of build that up. So again, thanks everyone for the kind words and stuff. I do appreciate it a lot. It's very sweet, to get that sort of stuff. So thanks again, and I'll be around whenever I can on EFAP. We'll just have to see what my schedule will or will not allow for. So fingers are crossed.
Hell,
But either way, I'll be
yeah.
making stuff.
Well, awesome.
A little, I think Mario video has escaped copyright as of like an hour ago, so that will be out soon. I'm going to leave it another 2 days because it's going to fuck me at some point. But yeah, I get to talk lots about, or plagiarize, I should say, lots of opinions on Mario Galaxy and Mario Sunshine and Smash Brothers Brawl and all the rest of the stuff that we talked about on EFAP, plus some bonus stuff as well. So that'll be out soon. Except that when I plagiarize, I just play the clips from us, so you know it's not really plagiarism.
You fool.
I'm just working.
That's it?
Well, I mean, yeah. I've been ill, so I haven't been working as much. But yeah, I'm just working.
Yes, you have.
Though
Because
there is one of the things that I was helping working on.
Yeah,
but it's already been mentioned. But you can talk about it a bit more.
it has been mentioned, but we're so fucking annoying. The copyright I will know tomorrow. Exactly tomorrow, not tonight.
Right, okay,
Would have been nice to have known tonight, so I could have said it's the last hurdle before I can guarantee the Marvel's video comes out. It's that those like bazillion claims, they're all about to expire, but who knows if they actually do. I will know. So I'll be able to tell you for sure if you tune into my gaming stream on the Monday, which funnily enough, I don't know if I want to play the mouse game, the Pragmata game, or Resident Evil 2. I'm kind of, because me and Drinker are going to move it to next week for the next thing we're doing, so you know, I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna look around. I'm not sure. I know that all of you are gonna have different votes right now, so I can't do it that way. All right. Lots of people saying mouse, but also Pragmata and also RE2. So yeah, we'll have to figure it out. I'll figure it out. But no, the Marvel's video, who Fringy worked very hard on, that should be out next week, and there won't be an EFAP next week. So that'll come out on that day, and you'll get your Resident Evil Requiem supercut as well on the Wednesday. And I think I gave that whole like list before, but you know, that's about the most important things. Yes, like I said, I'm just gonna deal with copyright. So as soon as that's donezo, we'll be fine. Please stream a new game. Well, all three of those would be new. All right, so at least to me, and that's all that matters, you know. Just
yeah, two of them are like new for everyone.
Well, a lot of people have never played OGRE2. Have you played OGRE2, Rags?
Nope.
Exactly.
I don't think I've played any Resident Evil before 4. That was the first one I played.
4's pretty neat. Give it the old thumb up the bum. I mean, thumbs up. I mean.
Love.
Well, oh yeah. So also the Buffy stream with Gary starts Wednesday, but that's, as far as I'm aware, like midnight. So funnily enough, it would be starting now, but on Wednesday. So the Resident Evil Requiem supercut, that would be done by then, if you wanted to see it all. But no worries, that'll be happening on Gary's channel. So yes, other than that, I don't know. Is there anything else we need to mention? Anybody?
I think that's it.
I don't think so. Don't be stealing.
Yes,
everyone.
Thanks for having me.
Feeling bad? Thanks for joining us. It was quite fun. But on that note, I suppose we shall say goodbye, everybody. Have yourselves a good rest of your day, however long and short it may be. But for now, we're going to say goodbye. Toodle pip.
See you later,
Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.